What's up, chatters? Yep, we're not live on YouTube today or TikTok. Yep. Because they're going to put me front page. How's everybody doing today? Oh, man. Be a long stream. 3 minutes left to work. Gooner Central is crazy. Gooner Central is crazy. Have a good stream. Going to sleep. I see it, dude. This is coming by real quick. Nah, I'm not gonna do anything crazy for front page. What? Nah, because if I do something crazy, they're gonna expect some crazy stuff every time. All the new people. Yeah, that's not like I just peek. It's not spinning though. But it's cute. Okay. Yeah, we're doing front page in like literally 3 minutes. So lock in. A pretty long stream. I put the vertical thing back for the people that wanted it back. Yeah, you're not allowed to be live on YouTube or multi. You're not allowed to multi-stream in general when you're front page. So yeah, it'll be a pretty fun stream. Do my usual rival shenanigans. Might play with people, maybe not. I don't know. Are we doing Cuphead today? I don't know. Before anyone asks, I don't know if we're doing Cuphead today. We might. I don't know. Let me long stream today. Lock. Let me see the stream out. There we go. Okay. Dude, we almost hit Celestial 2 like a million times yesterday. But then I kept getting trolled, bro. My history was so good right here. And then I got trolled. And then this draw. Why are we drawing, bro? In the big 20, like whatever the fuck. Why are we drawing? The games last night were hilarious, but we got a lot of footage though. I don't know, man. I don't know. Yeah. Let's hope today's games are a lot better. A lot better. The Luna with terrible positioning. Wasn't it this one or which one was it? I don't remember which one it was, bro. I know which one you're talking about though. It was when I was playing support because we needed a support. It was a Rocco, this one. This guy, bro, playing DPS Luna. I had 50k healing. He has 28k. I knew he was doing flank Luna, bro. I knew it. At the start of the match, he was doing flank Luna. He was faking like he wasn't. He was faking it. He definitely was doing it. Ooh, Chrono Rush event. Cool. But yeah, have you seen the Steam machine price? Isn't it like 1,000 plus? Something like that. Oh, y'all saw that clip last night of Blade when I was cooking?
You'll need a top-notch team to win this one.
A fight to end the dark.
I was going crazy with Blade yesterday, no?
The darkness that spawned me.
25-second ult. Beautiful. Yo, Nighthawk, thanks for the follow. I appreciate it, dude.
Y'all ready to get carried?
Yeah, the glorp is kind of like, it's kind of hard to see the glorp in the back. You see it? No, you can. It's just kind of blurry. I mean, I don't want to focus on the glorp anyway.
No one's coming back from the grave on my watch.
Damn glorp. Damn pesky glorp.
30 seconds before you attack.
Pesky little
Get ready.
glorp. Pesky little glorp.
OMG, girl, your new track made my bleed.
That emote is hilarious.
Good to know
I need more
someone
glorp emotes.
appreciates my music. Unlike Star-Lord.
This is Boger's glorp. I stole his glorp.
The stuff that's older than my grandma Mimi.
I stole his glorp.
The battle starts in 5, 4, 3, 2.
It's a quick one warming up. And we're gonna go
All
ranked.
you need to do is capture
Wait,
the
hold
mission
on.
area. Got it?
Follow my lead. Or don't.
I got some cheesecake in the fridge. I want to eat it so badly. I just haven't touched it yet. Who is that? Oh, okay. There's a thing and there's a whatever his name is. Hungry hippos. Am I sharing? Why should I? Hold on. Sharing. Someone says sharing. That's the Pain Brothers comp. That was a no reg. You see that? Why are these guys taking no damage? You guys take damage, please. Yeah, you guys have got to walk up, bro. There's no way. I had like 4 of them pinned. Yeah. Oh lordy. Thank goodness this isn't ranked. Look, quick play, bro. I had like 4 of them pinned and nobody walked up with me. If he don't break bread, he fake? That's crazy. I'll break bread. It's not even bread, it's anyways a cheesecake. Y'all don't even like cheese for real. Yo, 2K, thanks for the 25, bro. I appreciate it. Y'all don't even like cheese anyway. Oh, that's sad. Bro, just flew out of my ult. Oh, they're on triple weapon. Okay, man. Dude has a high-powered shotgun that just shreds me. Never had cheesecake, so you wouldn't know? You never had cheesecake before? How have you never had cheesecake? Cheesecake is fire. Really? I like cheesecake. I like red velvet cheesecake the most, but it has to be like really good red velvet. I think you get them from like Costco. Nah, when I move, I need to live next to a Costco. French style cheesecake. Oh, that sounds. Yo, you make me hungry. God dang it! I shouldn't have said this. What is French style cheesecake? I'm about to look that up. Like Costco has like I don't know if this still has it anymore, but when I used to go to Costco a lot, so I live next to a Costco, but it's like 30 minutes away from me. They had this like just like cheesecake like round platter thingy with like a bunch of different types of cheesecake. It was really nice. Tasted so good. I'm looking this up. What is it called? French style cheesecake. Oh my god. Yo, stop shooting me. Look at that freaking cheese. Oh yeah. Oh yeah, I'm gonna need that. Ooh. Well, we're being so fat right now. My team is dying. Or we're sitting here being fat. It's all good. I worked out today. I literally just came from working out. So it was back, and I didn't do triceps. I only did back today. I'm doing triceps tomorrow. Yesterday I did a leg day, but it was like a fake leg day. I ran on the treadmill. Well, I mean, that still counts. Sometimes I don't do regular leg days. I just do like I just run on the treadmill until my legs don't work. That's what I did yesterday. How do we lose the point? What happened to you guys?
Almost there. Turn back now.
Our toilets are not handling cheese aftermath. Our toilets. My toilet handles it just fine. I'm not even lactose, so I don't have that.
I got your back.
Thankfully, I'm not lactose intolerant. So like when I eat like anything cheese or milk or whatever, perfectly fine. Lucky. Hey, I'm allergic to apples though. I'm allergic to apples, even though I still eat it though.
A nice deal, please.
I'ma still eat it though. I'ma still eat it though. I'm allergic to oranges, but I don't even like oranges like that anyway. I like Sunny D though. Sunny D's fire. You sound suicidal? I'm allergic to bananas, but I don't even like bananas like that anyway. So I don't really care if I'm allergic to bananas. I'll take banana pudding though. Does that make any sense? It just can't have, I mean, at that point, it's just like vanilla extract at that point. It just can't have actual bananas in it. I'll take banana pudding, but with no actual bananas in it. So at that point, it's just basically like a vanilla cake. A vanilla, it's just pudding at that point. Like, I don't know. Like, you know, the ones with like vanilla wafers in it? Pick a debuff. This ain't a debuff. I'm perfectly fine. Oh, that's their cloak. I thought it was. I'm perfectly fine, bro. Ain't a debuff. I'm locked.
If the Phoenix
What about the bread? Banana bread? I made banana bread in cooking class before. And was it middle school or high school? I don't remember. We had a cooking class. Of course I passed it, of course. You guys are actually playing Ultron. You guys are a triple healer, bro. You guys gotta be extinct. And they have a Cyclops with it. Triple healer with a Cyclops. Well,
gone and already
yo, front page, yeah. You know you can't cook? And how'd I pass the class if I ain't cook? We made monkey bread, we made banana bread. What else did we make that I remember? We made hella stuff. I don't remember the oh, you're trolling, bro. I don't remember the rest. What is monkey bread? It's basically like cinnamon, it's like cinnamon rolls but with balls. It's basically cinnamon rolls, but instead of rolls, they're balls. Just look it up. It's pull apart cinnamon bread, yeah. It's like sweet, buttery, and like cinnamon.
Nowhere yet. Going to overtime.
Oh, okay. I can't heal when he's shielding himself. He instantly shielded himself, so I didn't heal anything. That was a terrible quick play. They're in triple heal well with Cyclops. It's like, how are we supposed to win that? Oh yeah, part 2 of Cuphead is done. I'm about to upload it. I didn't see the video, but I'm gonna upload it because I didn't edit it. Hold on. I'm gonna upload it, but I haven't watched it myself. But I trust my editor. And it's like nobody online. Mark DZ. Who Mark playing with? It's playing with Snow. Snow, eh? He's playing with Snow. Alright, calm time, let's go. Well. Elsa is so fun. I love Elsa. Elsa today? I'd have to warm up my Elsa. My Elsa is like really rusty, I feel. I don't feel like my Elsa's that good anymore. Looking about to cross or one out of their shoes. My Elsa is buns, bro. My Elsa used to be really good, but I don't know about that anymore. Yeah, let me upload this video. Stream isn't set no more. You said the TikTok. You gotta like change it. There's a button. It's vertical. I know what you're talking about. There's a button you can press to switch it to the normal vertical way. Oh, I have Need of Asian on my team again. I played with him the other day. Well, I fought him the other day.
Victory is in my sight.
Yeah, he plays DD, yeah. Let me see this video.
Now,
Is this the one where we fought the bird?
Hey, come here. Come here. Give me a close up.
This dude, Shargar, is...
I like games that make me suffer, apparently.
What the... Interesting. Can't believe we're doing this.
Why did she say that?
Oh, this is the bird one. Stupid bird, bro. Just dumb bird, bro. That bird was so annoying. Like, that boss was actually so hard. We beat it, though. We beat it. Oh, we beat it. Give me a second. Okay, it's uploading. This is part 2, right? Because part 3 we did the circus. Or isn't the circus in this video? Oh my god, the circus is in this video. This circus was so stupid. The running gun stage of the circus.
Hero or villain.
Oh, they've
I'm
been
not
Cyclops.
I'll fight to end the
Damn.
darkness that spawned
Late
me.
time. There we go. All right, the video's uploading.
No one's coming back from the grave on my
Yo, Cuphead is so rage-inducing. That game is like, I don't know. Like, how do y'all enjoy that game, bro? That game is crazy, bro. I don't know how y'all like the suffering games, bro. Like, only up? Or isn't it only up or something like that?
dark side. Maybe so. I'll still never descend as low as you, Frank.
This game you should play. Getting over it. Nope.
The battle starts in 5.
Not playing that game.
4,
Those games are rage bait. I'm not playing those games.
1.
I'm not playing that game.
All you need to do is capture the
The game is literally just rage bait. Why not? Because the game is boring and also it's not as fun as Cuphead. That game is nowhere near as fun as Cuphead.
Those guys are about to shoot. I'll patch you up. As good as new.
He was on me, not the support.
Use some help.
What is happening? Oh, okay, our entire team's getting cooked.
Free
Oh, this is one of those matches I fear.
As good as
Might have to go no more. They have so much dive. This guy's just trying to pull us off the map. God, they have so much mobility. Everyone's just like flying or something. It's hard to even get going, you know?
There's crazy.
I'm trying to help you, Luna, but I can't. Like, I don't know.
I think DD can kill them. Or not. Okay, he killed Bucky.
Their team's captured
How did we kill
progress.
3? We didn't win that.
That's what I'm saying, bro.
Cyclops guide? No. I mean, wait, I did do a guide. I did day 1 guide. That's all you really need. The character is very easy. I did a day 1 Cyclops guide. Psylocke? I didn't do a Psylocke guide.
They're not getting
The Hulk dives me, and then Spidey dives me, and then the Angela dives me, and I died.
I'm trying to do this on the way. Walk up, though. You need to walk up. I was like, bro, we can't be done with this, man. Oh, what?
Oh, lordy. This isn't good.
Yo, we have to walk up, bro. Like, we went out earlier, bro.
I got Spidey pulled. What do you mean? I walked up.
This is a interesting first game.
And then I walked forward, and then I got Angela grabbed.
Psylocke has a million guides. There's tons of people that are doing Psylocke guides. The reason why I did a blade guide is no one has done a blade guide. Or if they have, they barely win in depth.
What do you mean? You have to TP.
You're looking at TP off with a Spider-Man and an Angela coming at you.
Spider-Man, Angela, Hulk. I gotta switch. I can't play this here. We need anti. Yeah, can we just go anti-dive? Can we get like a thing?
I don't think this thing won't do anything.
They have a Hulk and an Angela. What do you mean?
Into which all others flow.
Not just the Spider-Man. There's other divers on their team.
I can go with Thor.
No one
Grab him.
escapes hell.
I mean, okay. I mean, I guess.
Get ready.
Like what? Looks like you can go Hulk. I mean, Thor. Like, all right.
If I headbutt the Angela, we should all shoot her.
join forces more formally.
I believe the verdict is still out as to whether you mutants will offer aid to
Yeah, 0 kills. I mean, like I don't know. Like we need to run anti-dive. We're clearly not out-diving them. It's more than obvious.
Battle starts in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All you need to do is capture the mission area.
One more time,
Got
stream
it?
lagged for you. Wait, what? Would you ask?
Stand back.
No, Psylocke doesn't need a guide. I don't need to make a Psylocke guide. There's tons of people that make guides on Psylocke already. Blade, no one has made Blade guides because the character is not really like popular. At least not until I was recent, I suppose.
I can go here, I mean. And they just use everything.
Yeah.
And we just rocket ult.
I used Rocket All the Spider all went out and we all died. Screw it.
It's one of those days, I suppose.
They captured the mission area.
Namor always rises again.
Miles and Carnage Fusion? A Miles and Carnage Fusion would be sick.
Let me feel it. I'm just gonna walk up. Again. Oh.
Can I get a shot
Ready
down?
to put on a show. Hits the ground.
Here, we can walk up with this. Oh my god. I'm gonna burn it. On Angela.
Nice. Oh, we're cooking now. Kinda.
Denizens of the deep.
Keep that up, Namor.
W Squid, hold on.
I'm trying to pull.
The Squid give me a final? I like that.
Oh, by the way, bro. Let me.
And already.
That was a headshot, damn. Squidward back in business. Squidward is crazy. Oh, every time I see Squidward, all I can think of is Jitward now. That shit is hilarious, bro.
Spider-Man trying to pull.
Denizens of the deep, armed and dangerous. Again. It's ours.
Control lost.
Again.
And I guess.
Like I'm literally on the Angela constantly, bro.
Summon the seas. Attack them.
Their team's
Yo, Jacob, can you play
capture
Mag?
progress has passed the halfway point.
Get up our floor.
Why am I frontlining us no more? This is quite frustrating. This is not really like a... Yo.
Here's your mic, girl.
It's a light eater.
Rocket,
I don't know yet, but I'm about to have to.
With the amazing
sorry.
Spider-Man.
Can I get a heal?
Well, not TP.
Captured more than half of the mission area. Keep going.
I don't know, bro. Oh, no, around.
W squids.
I require aid.
How annoying. But we have no healers. Hmm. This is so winnable too.
Spider-Man and Angela on right.
A nice deep freeze.
I'm gonna hold back here. I'm gonna hold back here.
I am ready to put on a show. Better than they are.
Where's the ult? Can't go through it.
Nowhere yet. Going to
Wait,
overtime.
TP.
Armed and dangerous. Again.
Maybe sorry, guys.
Again.
Who paid you, bro?
Again.
Oh, this Bucky is having the game of his life, I suppose. It might be game.
My battle has only just begun.
Might be game.
Nowhere yet. Going to overtime.
Denizens of the deep.
Get on point. Stay on.
No.
I mean, just walk on the point, man.
We got pinned off by Angela. I said walk on the point. We got pinned off.
Well, you can't expect to win them all.
Oh man, bro. No one wants to play thing. Like, I don't know. There's a Hulk going crazy and an Angela and a Spider-Man. Just play some thing, bro. I lost 17 for that. Okay, starting off the day with a loss. Interesting. I don't know. I'm just gonna avoid both the tanks. Like the fact that none of them want to play things, just like all right. I can't play with tanks that just only want to play shield tanks or specific type of tanks and not like vary, I guess. It's like trying to play with like someone that only plays dive, but they don't play like poke at all, and they're playing it into anti-dive. Like, damn. It's like, I don't know, man. you don't play anything, like no poke at all, or like you only play one type of tank, man. It's like, I don't know. It's kind of frustrating, you know. Yeah, you can adapt, but like they obviously didn't adapt. Like they obviously didn't adapt. Probably get a duo, bro. Let's see who's online. But news on. Let me see if he was down.
Kingsmen or even quad, so like
I
Down
just
to
didn't
play?
want to be like, I didn't want to be like Leechy, you know what I mean? So I was like,
See, put news down to play.
look, I know I'm like the small guy. I promise I'm not gonna clip farm this shit. Don't
Yo,
give me a
Smalls,
shout out. I
thanks
don't
for
need any
follow.
of that. Like, I just wanna help y'all out. And
Yeah,
it
I'm
was, you know, it was just
Jasmine.
like an honor to be able to work with those guys. So hopefully again in the future, hopefully they enjoyed.
Which hero
But,
do you
yeah.
think you want to be today?
Quad, what's up? You're more known than me. WTF?
Victory is
They also
in
know
sight.
you. I mean, I guess. I mean. I
It
don't
was
think
right
so,
here at
but
Peak de Bronze. Oh, okay.
I think RDC definitely knows you.
Now, who am I gonna banish from
Where's
this
my phone
match?
at?
But yeah. Anyways, I'm gonna keep that same energy though. Like, no TikToks, right? Unless they want me to. You know, just being able to work with them on like a personal level is enough for me.
Oh, we're at
don't need to get
1K?
anything out of
W1K.
that shit. I don't care.
Let me see what he says. I don't think he saw my message. Oh well.
But yeah.
Let's ban this damn dino.
But yeah, man. Crazy.
And that damn
Crazy
dino.
experience. Crazy experience to be able to talk to those guys. You know, not only am I a fan of their content,
Richer and richer.
but,
Nobody rich in here. I'm a small streamer. What you mean?
I really respect like what they do. I sit here and stream the game, and in a way that's kind of a bit of a handicap in my content.
They want to ban group.
Like, I'm getting the jokes and I'm getting the funny bits and I'm getting the content out of like things that happen in the game. Bro, they're making skits from like anybody who does skits like
Real
that,
Roshan. Real Roshan is crazy. Oh, my Cyclops got banned. God dang it.
The darkness that spawned
I keep trying to play Cyclops, but he keeps getting banned today.
end the darkness that
I only got to play him once today.
to end the darkness.
I got him
that
a bunch
spawned.
yesterday.
To end the darkness that spawned me.
Nah, they ain't gonna let me play Cyclops. You know how this go.
everything at a moment.
If I get to play Cyclops, this match is gonna go oof.
Shout out to RDC for having me there yesterday. Infernasu, what's good? Maybe in a bit. Who gave you VIP? Did I give you? Why does everybody have VIP? You can have it. It's fine.
Round one.
Oh, because y'all kind of send links, right? That's why. I gotta fix that, I guess.
Yo, what up,
Cutting in
team?
30 seconds. Stay strong.
What's poppin'?
Anyways,
Next time you and Colossus perform your fast
really great, really great.
Are you saying a bit maybe? Yo, Black Snow, thanks for the follow.
Hell yeah. I am one of the few who can
You're the only person in here with motion. That's not true, bro. You guys all have motion of some sort. You guys all have some way you can do something, provide value in life, or do something, bro. You don't need motion to provide value.
Securing the mission area.
back in the a bit of darkness might come in handy this
No,
time.
bro. No. What do you mean no?
Some help.
You don't have to have motion to provide value in life. Motion ain't everything.
A nice deep freeze.
Motion ain't gonna pay the bills. Some people it does. Not for everybody. Okay, I just rubber banded and teleported.
Bro.
I could use this.
No, we were just being dope, but okay.
Nah, yeah, they got dove. It's not like their fault like that.
You owe me one.
Taste cold steel.
We have one.
Oh my god, bro. I can't get a good blade game, bro. I just keep fighting flyers. It's so annoying, man. I can't get a good blade game. I just keep fighting flyers or like some comp where blade is just not good into. I'm over here trying to drive the other support. I'm getting shot at by Ultron. You find poker flyers.
You need to stop that
The
vehicle
uplifting
in
speech
tracks.
reached nobody's ears. I'm gonna tell you that right now. That's crazy, bro. It wasn't a speech.
I'm just going at
If you think motion is everything, then I don't know what to tell you.
What do you mean dome by a single magic? As if magic's not a diamond. Also, torch and dome in the backline with a slam.
Twitch is low-key dive. That is true. Acting like Twitch ain't dive is crazy.
By the eye of
Out of sight.
Oh my freaking goodness, bro. He does so much damage. Sheesh, bro. So much damage, bro. Oh my lordy, bro. This guy has ulted me twice, bro. Doesn't matter what character. Oh my god, bro. Do they recognize me or something? It's kind of ridiculous, no? Can you not destroy this? Son, I'm just trying to play the game. Like, goddamn, let me play like everybody else, man. Why you doing me like this? Yeah, we can do some Blade to Max later. Okay. He takes like no damage. He has Ultron drone on him.
Bro, this team is ass. Holy shit.
Bro has Ultron drone on him, so he takes no damage. How do you rank one blade if you suck? How do I suck? What? Rage bait of doom? Terrible rage bait? Terrible rage bait. Nice try. Try again. Okay, I didn't get you. And you were hard stuck, Celestial. Were hard stuck. That would imply that I'm not Celestial. And this is not rank 1. It's a new account, isn't it? Probably. Or is it new account? You rage baiting though. Rage baiters will be rage baiting. Rage baiters will rage bait. Bro wants me to play Blade into a comp he's not good into. If you actually played Blade, you know Blade isn't good here. No, I'm just curious. Oh, you're just rage baiting. You're not curious. You're literally just rage baiting. You can't just say you can't just rage bait and just say you're curious. That's not how it works.
judge, jury, executioner.
How can a rank 1 player be stuck in Celestial? Well, I'm not stuck in Celestial, and also, I mean, no one in one above ours really plays Blade, so, and they don't play him for a reason. That's like saying, why is this rank 1 Scarlet Witch in Celestial? No one else above that rank plays them for a reason, because they're not good above that rank. It's way too hard to do. Like, I don't know how you wouldn't get that. It just means you aren't good enough at it. That's not how hero shooters work, but all right. This Midas ult, probably. Like, your rage bait doesn't make any sense. Like, I'm playing a low tier. Like, you're wondering, it's like saying, why is Blade not played in pro play? Like, why would they play him in pro play? Oh shit, they all died. What is this? Yeah. Nah, he's not banned. He's not banned. I'm not gonna ban him for rage baiting to that degree, because I think he's generally not even rage baiting. I think he's just actually like just confused. Like, I don't know. Nah, he's not banned. I don't think he's like actually rage baiting. I think he's just generally like not that bright of an individual. Does that make any sense?
Only 60 seconds left.
In the nicest way possible? I don't know. That is a reason they don't play him in Celestial and Eternity, because he's too hard to make work. This guy just keeps eating me. What the hell? What's up, Dabo? Are we playing today or what?
Double KO. That's 3.
That's like asking Cypher, yo, Cypher, can you play Blade and one above all? He's gonna say hell no. Actually, no. Remember when we won that Oreo tournament and I asked Elena for some tips? And his tip advice to me was, first off, stop playing Blade. If you want to win, stop playing Blade. I was Delana literally told me, he said you're a really good DPS, but you have to stop playing Blade if you want to rank up. Those were literally his words. You have to stop playing, because this was after we won that Oreo tournament for what was it, 50k, 30k? I don't remember how much money it was. He says you're a really good player, but if you just stop playing Blade, you'd actually rank up to one above all like really easily. Like, there's a reason they don't play him that high. He's not good up there. You could probably get away from a few matches now, but even then, like, he's outclassed really. He's outclassed severely up there. Bro said find a new name. Oh, like I switched off Ultron. Nice. Like, Blade has way too much downsides, bro. One that tries hard can never be someone who has fun. That's facts. I have nothing to prove, so I'm gonna keep playing my Blade. Rank 1 and all is nice, but like, I have nothing to prove being rank 1 in this game. I got nothing to prove anymore. I'm playing for fun and content. Like, why would I care if I'm in Celestial with Blade and not one above all? Being one above all with Blade would sound miserable. It's very hard to make him work up there. You're playing pros and stuff that are playing meta every match. Like, why would I even want to be up there with Blade anyway? My character sucks up there. It's just gonna be miserable. Fighting pros that are playing like Daredevil, Elsa, Phoenix every match. Like, what? Shit, I'm happy I'm in Celestial with Blade. What?
Yeah, great old white fox.
Because eventually, once I'm good enough, or once the character gets buffed enough, he can actually get played up there, and he's getting closer and closer. Like every other patch, he's getting buffed. Slowly but surely, he'll be able to get played in one above all. Like if you check the leaderboard for Blade right now, there's no one up here one above all. Look at this. Okay, there's one person, but he only has 10 games on the character. This is Tacos. It's like he only has 10 games, bro. So of course he's like 17, but like there's like no one up here because the character's way too hard to make work. But if you look at someone like Daredevil or like Cyclops, one above all, Eternity, one above all, Eternity. Let's see Cyclops is probably just straight one above alls though. If I can find the damn character. Where's the character at? It used to be like that with Black Cat too. They still have Eternity and one above all Black Cats. Especially last season. Look what this is last season. Oh my god. One above all Eternity. Like, bro. Severely outclassed, bro.
30 seconds before you
Why can't I find Cyclops?
I mean, I've been on the torch.
There it is. Eternity, one above all. Eternity, Celestial, one above all. Like, it's not even like close, bro. But if I check last season as Blade, let's see Blade's last season. There's even in season 8, there's no one above alls or Eternities up here, except Pixel. He played him a little. I don't know if he still plays him though. I was before I said he's probably not playing him this season. It's too hard to make work up there. And even then, when he's playing him in let's see, what was his win rate? He's playing him in one above all, right? His win rate is a 38%. That's not.
How do I not get a grab?
Good. That's not good at all. That's not good, like at all. That's really bad. My win rate Blade every season is like 60 something or 70 something. Right now it's like a 60 something percent. I don't know what it is right now. But that's not good. Like that's how hard it is to make that character work up there.
Bitch, bro.
Like you can play him in one above all, but you're gonna lose a lot. And those pros and those sweats are gonna get mad at you saying, "Yo, get off that character, please, bro."
to its destination.
It's funny how they're so careful balancing blade, but it adds on like Cyclops. I don't get it. At least you're having fun while losing. I mean, yeah, but like you can have fun while losing at a different rank because those one above all players will get mad at you. Unless you're actually genuinely really good with it. Slowly but surely, I'm getting good enough to play him at a higher rank. And also these buffs are stacking up, so like it's helping. But there's certain comps you just still can't play him into. I'm not playing Blade into Flyers. I'm not playing him into Poke. If there's Flyers and Poke, I'm not playing Blade. It's way too hard. I love this skin.
Judge, jury, executioner!
Oh, she missed. It's not bad. Let's get him off in Boston time. Probably get this guy. Oh, they got 2 people with that. That was good value. Yeah, Ash Tank is a shoe. That was a good ult. I didn't get no kills, but I pushed them all, cornered them for the BP to just kill them. Until dawn. Oh, that's gonna be fun.
Down zone. If we lose this, we're ass.
Oh, they are down to 1. But yeah, bro. Like I don't know. I don't even think that guy's rage bait. I think that guy's actually just misinformed of how characters work. Or maybe he was trying to rage bait, but it just didn't work, I guess. I didn't give him the reaction he expected, I guess. I don't know.
I am ready to put on a show.
By the eye of Agamotto.
I should have eaten. Oh, that all lasts so long. Where'd it all go? Oh, it's right here. I love this toy gun. Sound effects are so nice. It's like satisfying. I don't know. It's also 5v6. Yeah, if we lose this, we are really bad. I don't have the emote. Is there an emote for this skin? Mr. Fenty?
Judge, jury, executioner!
Yo, push him. Or something, please, team. Who the hell she thinks she is? Why did she try that?
Spider-Man gone?
Who's she feeling like? Hit that guy. Yo, White Fox CP is down. You can go kill her if you want. She's in that room. Nice. What? Could shotgun her, but no need.
By the eye of Agamotto!
Ooh, nice fade. Nice.
The current score is
I just thought she was gonna take you to limbo. Yo, Daniel, thanks for the follow.
time to switch things up.
What a
including
row.
which side you're on.
What a row indeed.
The right heroes could make all the difference.
I'm not a
Wait, Dabo, we playing it or what?
Punisher.
What'd you say? Lock in that blade? Oh, I don't know about locking that blade. Hold on. What the? What the? He said, fuck you? That's crazy. Did he leave? He probably left already. That will need a break from this game? Nah, no breaks. You gotta lock in, bro. You gotta stay consistent with it. No breaks. So I'm get back in here. Probably actually left, yeah. Am I going to DreamCon?
They'll be coming in 30 seconds. Stay strong.
No. I might go next year though.
You might want to stand back, Spidey. Things are about to get pretty.
No, I might go next year though.
I used to hang with Iceman.
Don't you have to like get tickets like crazy in advance or something? DreamCon? Oh no. I'm not going to DreamCon for girls or nothing like that. DreamCon is crazy.
3,
What is this?
2, 1.
What's he holding?
You have to stop them from securing the mission area.
I don't know what he's holding. DreamCon? No. So I'm banning Thor myself? I don't know that. I don't know if I can allow you to do that. Wants to waste a ban on Thor? I don't know about that.
Down to 30 seconds.
This game. What's the code? That's fine. I want to play on main today anyway.
Now I'm getting mad. Find cover.
Advanced leave separate badge drops or something? Oh, okay. Yeah, I guess DreamCon is that big now. They gotta do what? That guy's lagging.
Bro, why did we not TP? Like, we deserve to lose this. Holy.
You should have TP.
Fun
Bro, I was
exchange
not
fun.
alive. I was one of the last alive, bro. Like, what's your
No, our Punisher should have TP'd. He was the.
My bad. We got this locked in.
But not to smoke up.
Better stop that vehicle.
By the
Bro. Oh wow. They exploded.
I'm not done yet.
Like, bro, I killed two. Like, what the fuck?
They got strange ults in their bags.
Oh my god.
Man, there's nothing we can do if our support's got strange ults. Like, what?
Judge, jury, executioner! Fantastic!
Oh man.
Back for another tour.
This ain't good. Who am I playing with? I'm playing solo right now. I might play with Panua later. A little later.
Yo, you gotta go to point there. I don't understand.
That guy is so laggy. Oh my god. That torch.
Can we just surrender, bro?
Why does he want to surrender? What the fuck? I'm not surrendering. This guy's mental is horrible.
One more slow.
This guy's mental is so bad.
Score is 3.
Why does he want to surrender? Yeah, I don't get it. Listen, can we just
Time
surrender?
to switch things up.
Slop
including
rivals.
which side you're on.
Team is Pete, you tripping.
You'll need
You're
a
tripping.
top-notch team to win this one.
Who's view botting? No one's view botting.
The Punisher.
Who said view botting? I'm crying. Who said view botting like this kick? Alright, video's out. The Cuphead video again. There we go. Shut up.
30 seconds before you attack. Get ready.
Oh, oops. Oh, announce. Wrong command. Yeah, the couple of videos out.
You look tough.
You look like you belong in high school. What are you?
A famous singer.
I don't listen to music. I punish criminals.
Well, we are in the right place for that.
Y'all want another Cuphead video? There it is. Peak content right here.
Battle starts in 5, 4, 3.
Now, if you're watching, yeah, I stream this game every day. Every damn day. Sometimes we suffer, sometimes we win. Last stream we won. I think we won a little too much. So now I'm paying the price, I suppose. I can't kill the torch. He's so laggy. Yo, that guy needs to actually like get off the game. Like I can't kill him. Bro, like, dude, how am I supposed to kill that guy? It's my job to kill that guy, but I can't kill him. How is he back already? Why do y'all? What's?
Yo, this is so winnable.
How do I Wolverine ulted?
Help get that vehicle to its destination.
What the fuck?
Bro.
The fuck was that?
Okay, 2K? Oh hell no. Yeah, we gotta stop that. We gotta stop that. Oops, wrong button. Been gone. That guy's so low. Big Spider-Man ult.
So weak.
Setting up shop. I'll reach out in a second. I can reach out doing this. It's a good old charge from that. Got him. That should be game. This guy wanted to surrender. Son, that guy takes no damage. I'll show you damage. Hold on. Nope. Uh-oh, that's not good. Why are we losing this? I just killed like 9 million people. Son. Wait, we might actually lose. There's no way, right? Where's the Twitch at? Oh, wow, that's not good.
Good job, guys.
Let's take my MVP last second, damn it. Whatever, I don't care. We won, that's all that matters. Yeah, that envy is, yeah. What's up, Naomi? Oh my god, okay, that was too close. That was way too close. Yeah, that guy wanted to surrender. Like, why are we surrendering? I'll never understand if you don't want to surrender. Winnable games like that. It's so silly to me. I had 28 finals. Most winnable games. Like, can we surrender? Like, bro, what? Was it this guy? Some, can we surrender, bro? Tempted to avoid him, but oh. You watch ABA videos? Appreciate it, dude. Almost 60 on Punisher? Yeah. Oh, man. Games are so weird. Let me see if I get a Cyclops game now. Secure a free W real quick. Free W real quick for the one time. Cop a free W, you know.
Which hero do you think you want to be today?
Victory is in my sight.
Blade this match? I want Blade or I want Cyclops. Well, I mean Cyclops. Let's see if Cyclops is banned. He's probably gonna get banned anyway. I'll do Blade if Cyclops is banned.
Now,
Because he most likely will get banned. Right, I guess he's gonna get banned. So I have to take the Cyclops games when I can get them. Variety to stream? Might do some Tekken or 2X, maybe. I don't know. We'll see. I don't know. What do I do, Cuphead? I don't know. I have no clue. Excuse me. I have no clue. All I know is there's gonna be a long stream. We stream it to like 5 a.m. So this might be like a 9-hour stream. 9 or 10-hour stream. I thought about Ghost of Tsushima. Wait, what happened? Oh, it went on sale right after you bought it? I think you could refund it and then like you can, there's a button I think you can press that it's on sale now or something. I could have sworn that's a thing, but I think there has to be like a statute of limitations or something. There has to be like has to be like within 24 hours or something, or 3 days or something like that. I don't remember what the rules was. Till 5 a.m. Yeah, I mean, bro, I stream long streams every day. I stream every day for like 8 hours minimum. Quota is 8 hours. I might give you a bonus of 9. I might give you a little bonus. Yo, that black cat skin is crazy. That black cat skin is crazy, bro. I said black cat, Black Widow, my bad. That Black Widow skin is crazy, bro. Yeah, we gonna need that. We gonna need that. I think the trailer should be dropping tomorrow, right? Why is Daredevil just sitting there? He's just standing there with his default look. Like Black Widow has like an actual pose and she's on like the little jet ski. This dude's just standing in the water aura farming. Looking at the water, just aura farming.
Round 1.
Her first legendary? Probably. It should be.
30 seconds
This
before you
dude,
attack.
Daredevil was just looking at the water aura farming.
It must be hard fighting to protect a world.
200 hours on. Why do you have 200 hours on Widow?
I imagine it's equally difficult fighting for a world that hangs on your every move.
You want to tell us why you have that much
They
hours
want
on
us to
Widow?
make mistakes. And when
Bro's
we
been
do,
throwing games on
everyone is
games on
watching.
games.
And they're ready to tear us down.
The battle starts in 5, 4, 3, 2.
Wait, did I put the wrong thumbnail?
All you need to do is capture
Flowery.
the mission area. Got it?
No, I didn't put the wrong thumbnail.
Remind me to avoid New York on my next world tour.
Thanks for the boost.
That one hurts.
Heal me up, please. Maximum impact.
Yeah, the Pain Brothers. They're down and walk up.
That should make a difference.
Cyclops no mobility. Like that.
Mighty Magneto, savior of mutant kind, strikes again. Huzzah! I have many places.
Fried Spidey's kind of tasty. Wait, what? Excuse me? Whoa. Why did he do that? Wait, why did you ult? It's all good, it's all good. He ulted for no reason, and it scared my Luna, and then she ulted for no reason. Or my Loki. Or maybe she was already transformed. Yeah, I'm about to ult. Get ready to walk up, or not.
Oh, I might need some help to be I spoke to his girl.
Wait, you might need help with what? He dead. There's a cap on the back line. I got you. There's a cap in the back line again. Just being annoying.
Don't mess with the amazing Spider-Man.
Be greater. Put the mask on this thing. Play Blade. I got you after this match. We're gonna do a lot of Blade today. Don't worry. I gotta play Cyclops now because this character's open. This character's too broken. Like, this character's a must play if he's open. You know how this character go. Come on. I was gonna keep getting blinded. That was low-key cheese. I did that Spider-Man so dirty. Damn, I didn't get healed. No one Blade in Texas? That's what's up.
I don't give up quite that easy.
Brother, I need to use some Blade Celestial today as well. I need more footage for the next part. Where did we stop at? Did we stop at gym? I don't remember where we stopped at.
Us against the world.
That works.
You know, extra health never hurts.
A nice deep freeze. Dagger popping in.
Right on target.
I have ult. We can walk with us. Yeah, after I'm done being terror caped by this girl. All right, get ready. Oh my lord, they want me. Oh my god, this fucking Spider-Man. My supports can't walk because this Spider-Man's on them. Yeah, can we get a the more for the Spider-Man? What's the next custom? We can do customs today. Later, not now though. We can do customs later though. I'm down. We're gonna do customs today. We're gonna do Blade to max. We're gonna get on the Blade account, do that, and we might do some Cuphead. I don't know what else we're gonna do. There's a cap on the site.
I am ready to put on a show.
Got it.
Thanks for the boost.
This is so annoying, bro.
Only 60 seconds left.
I'll take it from here.
Get that vehicle moving again.
Bro, I don't know if you realize, but the Spidey's been on my like play the entire game.
Bro, they're not AI, bro. I don't know if you should be playing Punisher into this. But we need no more. Like they have a Magneto, he's just gonna keep stepping up your ult. I'll go no more then, I guess. If you don't want to switch. Yeah, I know he's the most broken hero. I can't take space because my supports are just dying over and over. But I don't know. You don't understand that. Even on the most broken hero, like, if I can't get supported, I'm gonna die. Like, what? Spider-Man! Oh my god, bro. Oh my god, I was right. I should have avoided him last game, bro. His mental was so bad. I was right. I should have avoided him.
If you just want to go, like, someone to help with Spidey.
Nah, I'm on the more. This guy doesn't want to play anything else. It's fine. I'll play no more. It's all good.
The right heroes could make all the
No, this is
difference.
winnable. Lock in. It's like, oh my lord, dude. I should have avoided him. I knew it, bro. Him and that other guy. I should have avoided both. Their mentals is just so bad. He's playing Punisher into Magneto, bro. Instead of going anti-dive. Looks like, I don't know. And he just wants to surrender over and over. Overweight support can't go Luna White Fox. Oh my goodness, bro. Oh. I was right, bro. I gotta stop second guessing myself, bro. Like, if people are toxic, you just gotta avoid them, bro. Like, it's just insufferable, bro. Like, holy. Even the last game, we won it still with them being insufferable.
Stopped fighting since you returned to our ranks, Scott.
Yeah, Celestial, the pool is like really small, so like you're gonna get the same people on your team again, or same people in a row. Avoiding top. I should have avoided him, and I should have freaking just like whatever. I don't know. I just wasn't thinking. Like, even with him begging to surrender last match, and that other guy, we still won, and now he's about to do it again. Why are I always playing so miserable? No, bro. And he's trying to like challenge my invis, saying that they're drones or something. Yo, Nick, thanks for the gift, dude. Sure, I appreciate that. I can't do nothing here.
My battle has only just.
I'm not even on Spider-Man anymore. It's just no point.
My whole life,
You need to stop that.
I'm not doing that. They're not even on Spider-Man anymore. He's on Wolverine. He switched since I went to more. Man, his back. What's up, dude? My internet actually almost went out earlier because there was a crazy storm outside. So actually, I'm kind of surprised I'm able to be live right now. Yo, super. Thanks for the raid. I appreciate it.
This is the last one. Some things you just can't control.
Yeah. Our supports are just getting bodied every. Oh man, this is bad. I ended up exploding some raiding you. I appreciate it, dude. Yeah, this is a bloodbath. I can't lie. Appreciate the raid. Hope you had a good stream before your internet exploded. This match is definitely an interesting one, that's for sure. I stacked the anti, I could kill her, but split mountain. Oh god. He went for me? Oh, that's the buff. Oh my god, that's the buff, bro. He held that off for so long since. That's the Magneto buff, bro. You can hold your ult for so long before shooting it now. Wow, I actually just died to the buff. I didn't think I'd ever died to that. I actually died to that. Wow. That's crazy. I never thought I'd die to that. She should go Luna though. They are White Fox and they are a heavy dive. They should be running White Fox Luna.
I am ready to put on
Not running that is pretty troll.
Don't mess with the amazing Spider-Man.
That's game.
Gotta make it. Hell yeah. Next time on Silver Bullet. Looks like it's lights out for Cyclops.
This match is over. I don't know, bro. Like, this guy's very, very toxic.
1, 2, 2.
And also, our supports are not going White Fox Luna. I don't know why they're not. They definitely should be going White Fox Luna, though. He's right about that. They should be White Fox Luna. If they're heavy dive like that, you guys have to be playing White Fox Luna. Invis and Cloak isn't gonna cut it there. Or play Loki or something for lamps or like I don't know. Yeah, I'm gonna avoid this guy. I'm gonna avoid this guy, and let's see. Three finals is kind of crazy. I can't lie. All right, we go again. We go again. What? Mine? What was on my ping? My game was smooth, no? I didn't feel that. Let me see if it's still storming outside. Oh, it is. Maybe it is me then.
Which hero do you think you want to be today?
I guess.
I'll fight to
end
the darkness that spawned me.
I'll ban Cyclops.
Now, who am I gonna banish from this match?
That's so frustrating. Losing a match like that is just like... I don't know. Archer not letting you win? I got a son's party about to hit me too. I'm on East Coast. If you're in East Coast, yeah, it's just storming like crazy. Is it like small streamers week? All the front page or small streamers, is it? Or are you just getting lucky? Or are you just getting lucky? I mean, there should be small streamers on front page. Why would a big streamer need to be on front page? Oh, I remember my friend. She was she kept getting put on front page even though she didn't want to get put on front page because she was trying to watch movies. This shit was hilarious.
The right heroes could make all the difference.
I think like to enable us, they didn't want to ban. I think they didn't want to ban her, so they just kept putting her front page so she would stop doing it. It's pretty hilarious. World Cup matches. Wait, when does the World Cup end? How does that work? Ban Penny? Nah, I'm not banning Penny. Nah, we don't ban Penny. No, not in this rank. Nah, we don't ban Penny. I mean, she's annoying for Blade, yes, but like, I'm not wasting a ban on Penny. I'm gonna just suck it up and switch characters. We don't waste bans on Penny. That's kind of selfish. That's a selfish ban. Because there's other characters that could also that counters them way more. It's not like BP with Thing where like Thing hard counters BP. And like that's like his main counter. Blade has a main counter, but like I would say it's like Phoenix or like Poke. Like there's so many different. This character has too much counters is what I'm trying to say. There's no point of wasting a ban on one character when you can just switch to another one. It's not like BP with Thing.
them from securing
We're
the
like
mission area.
bang hard cons him, and then like it doesn't matter what other character we play. Do a Blade cosplay. I was gonna do it for Halloween probably. Probably gonna do it for Halloween. I have to braid my hair down, or else I do one of the skins. I don't have to actually braid my hair. I hate having braids anyway. Braid my hair down. What's up, JH? What you up to? What are you up to? JH Damp. I don't know if I pronounced that right, but what's up? There's someone to the left. Are we not gonna push with this Deadpool? Like what? Let's go. Like no way you Deadpool ulted for us to walk with it. Oh, you gotta be trolling me. They're deleted. Hey, keep walking, keep walking, keep walking.
Y'all are scared of what?
Yeah, keep walking, keep walking, keep walking. Nice, nice, nice. Go this Luna. This Luna on me. Luna on me in the corner. Alright, fall back, fall back. There's somebody back camping. Who is that? This Blade on the site. What is he doing? Nice. I have ult. I'm gonna do an early ult here. Let me let them walk in a little bit. I'm ult. Never mind. I'm gonna ult this ult. Hopefully I can kill it through it. Never mind. She faded it.
You personally.
It's actually not worth doing on Invis anymore. They're all fading it now. It's so sad.
Fuck me.
I gotta wait till her fade is down. Yeah, I need to bait it. I gotta shift at her, and then. But most Invis aren't. I mean, most cloaks aren't gonna. They're not gonna do it instantly if you dash at them. Who's shooting me? Oh, it's Ella. Got him. Yeah, I think I need to shift at her. But like, if I shift at her when she's in her ult, she's not gonna fade. I gotta bait her fade out before I could kill her through her support ult. But she's not gonna do it. Is the thing. Yo, Oscar, thanks for the gifted.
Anyone willing to help?
Is that brutal, right? Or no, I used it.
Nah, they used it, no?
No, I used it.
They used it.
Yeah, no,
Only 60 seconds left.
Back in the game.
Strange can die. I antied him again. Oh, I got headshotted. They should have lucky headshot on me. That's unlucky.
Down to 30 seconds.
See how fun the game is when you don't have someone miserable in your ear begging to surrender. You know, like a miserable teammate just saying, "Can we surrender? Can we surrender? Can we surrender? Can we surrender?" They're just yelling at our supports. Like, it's like night and day.
Nowhere yet. Going to overtime.
Oh my god, I almost killed him.
You belong to me.
I was born ready.
Jump in close. Bro, I swear that hell put their whole shot.
Good shit team.
The hell is annoying? She keeps shooting me.
Score is 0-0.
You never seen that 70% anti-heal kill through support ult again? Nah, I can still do it on Invis. It's better. It's easier to do it on Invis compared to Cloak. It's harder to do it on Cloak because Cloak will fade. But if her fade is off cooldown, oh nice, she's dead. She's basically a guaranteed kill. I think I should have done that short. Maybe some of these supports have seen the short. Got a gatekeep. We had to start gatekeeping Blade Tech.
Round 2.
XQC got banned on Twitch.
Why does everything gotta take
For what?
maximum effort? Couldn't I just phone it in for once?
Copyright strike from FIFA?
I like the cold.
Was he watching the World Cup or something? What was he doing?
30 seconds before you attack. Get ready.
How was the console stream? The console stream yesterday was fun. I got off of it though because it felt like I was smurfing. I learned the controls pretty quick and then it didn't. It felt like I was smurfing.
Really? Oh, sweet. I can totally heal from that. I think.
I played Blade and I played Psylocke and I played actually I think I stuck with those two. I mean I tried other random characters in practice mode, but I played matches with Blade and Psylocke. I did like 2 Psylocke matches, like 1 Blade. I was projected silver 2 or something. But I think if I played console, I think I could place like diamond. I don't have my movement or nothing on console, but it's definitely there since I played on console so many different games. Where did my health go? Damn. They have so much poke. Oh, they have antidotes. That was cool. My health goes. My health just like deleted itself. It was crazy. Go ahead to turn on console. Is it that much easier than PC? I only have 9 kills. I feel like I've died a lot, but I haven't.
Hello?
Nice. GG's, guys.
1, 2, 0.
What character would you like to see? I want Miles. Give me Miles. I want Miles, and I want Thanos, and I want Ghost Rider.
Another epic victory. Big win.
I want Miles, bro. But Miles probably not gonna drop till like next year. Luke Cage? Okay, I don't see that dropping for a while. Bro said Luke Cage. Okay, I don't see that coming for a while, man. Someone said Luke Cage. Luke Cage is a little crazy, don't know. Bishop and Cable would be cool. Bishop? What does Bishop do again? Oh, the rumors say next is what, Jubilee and the Hood? Well, Hood's gonna be like what, a tank? Tank with like what, dual guns? Jubilee's support probably. Try to guess. Miles would be a skin. We'll see.
Enemies can come, but only if we show our foes.
Oh yeah, I have some aim training settings I wanted to put on. It's on my phone somewhere. Hold on. Or not. Did I lose it? Or not? Yep. Never mind. I lost it. Give me a second. Can't wait to watch Party Evo this weekend. That's gonna be fun. Oh no, I found it. Okay, so what? Luna Snow, random, short range. Wait, what? Don't I have something for this? Oh, I already have something for this, but I have one with Invis. Is my stuff the same? No, it's not. Short range, random, super fast. Timer off. Oh wait, no, it's on. Okay, let's try this. What? Oh, come on, man. I didn't press save. What is this TikTok live? You talking about the overlay? No, you can just press a button at the thingy. If you just press the button, you can switch it from vertical to normal vertical.
Which hero do you think you want to be today?
God dang it. I got trolled.
I'll fight to end the darkness that spawned me.
Now, who am I gonna banish from this match?
Got a cap on my team. Hold on. Mr. America himself. What's the Cloak and Dagger voice actor's birthday? Oh, Daggers. That's pretty cool. Oh, he reacted to World Cup highlights and then FIFA copyright claimed him. Damn, that's crazy. You can't look at World Cup highlights on stream. People will take your thing down. Damn. Damn, I didn't know it was. You can't look at the highlights. Not even the highlights is crazy, you don't know. Damn. Yeah, good thing I'm not like that big of a football fan. Nah, yeah, he was looking at World Cup highlights and then XQC got claimed. The stream is banned right now. Damn. Yeah, he said football, not soccer. Do you have a Nintendo? Switch? Always. Joy-Con boys, what you know about that? I got my Switch right here. Quit playing with me. I'd always keep it on me. Hold on. Quit playing with me. Hold on, I got it on me. What you know about them Joy-Con boys? You don't know nothing about that. You don't know nothing about that. You don't have a tank? Jeez. Fly Attica indeed. You got that nasty switch on my screen. What? What's wrong with the Switch too?
Blood to save the world.
No, my Switch was not funded by Nintendo. My Switch was funded by my chat. They just hating that I use chat money to buy a Switch to do more Switch content. When I was playing we literally played Donkey Kong Bonanza. We played Mario Kart World. What else do we play? We played tons of stuff.
The battle starts
Rich, what the?
4, 3,
I literally use chat money.
1.
And now they mad at me for using their money instead of using it for Gooner skins or something.
I cannot let Doom do any more damage.
You tried Crossroads? Yeah, I did Crossroads videos. We used to stream the game a lot. I like Crossroads better than Mario Kart World.
Better start healing soon.
Okay, that guy's lagging. Maybe it's me. Like, I keep seeing flyers lag today. I don't know why. That guy almost died. When that blade gun hit, oh my god, that gun hit. You know, you and Sakura go way back. Me and Sakura is crazy. Oh, that guy got bombos. You getting botted? No, I'm from Page. Botted, I'm getting botted. Bro, I've almost killed this Bucky like 9 million times.
One of the DPS players. Please.
I'm an ult and I'll switch the tank if nobody wants to switch.
I was born ready.
See if I can force out a split ult, then I'll switch. Oh, we should definitely walk. They're down like 2. Oh, we should definitely use one of these split ults. Thank you. killed her out of her ult. Kill this blade. Now I can die. Nice.
Spider essence. Better start healing soon. Finally healing up.
Okay, well, I was gonna switch after I died, but I haven't died yet, and I'm about to get ult again.
You can just bunker up here. It might work.
What's up, Ricky?
A nice deep freeze.
You get a weapon. You get a weapon. You get a weapon.
I need help. I need help.
What?
One blade.
You killed him.
Okay, never mind. I think we're the last Ronin game. That's gonna be sick. That's gonna be good games right there.
Thanks for the shield.
Okay, I'm gonna ult this. Let's get ready to walk him out. Wow. They all just went to the corner. Classic Blade ult. Yeah, you never want to ult forward with Blade. I'm gonna turn it a little bit. Nobody walked. It'd be like that. Ooh. I like I did the attack cancel too, and he still parried it.
You did a lot in one job. Oh no, you're anti-heal, dude. Fucking dead.
They hit a checkpoint. Now might be a good time to stop them.
Oh my goodness, bro. What a game, what a game, what a game.
Emma Frost never surrenders.
This could be one of those games I fear. I fear.
That one hurts.
Gas your jet.
Turn down extra protection.
A nice deep freeze now or never. Stop that!
Beautiful, baby. By the eye of Agamotto.
Can't see nothing, goddamn. Oops, that's my thing.
Us against the world.
Oh, great.
Pulse charge.
Oh, that guy's dead.
I suppose that helps.
Really good back.
Oh. This match is, yikes. I don't know if this guy should be playing Iron Man here, but
Frost never surrenders.
whatever, I suppose.
Spider mode.
Yeah, I hold grudges. Nice going, Webhead.
Oh, I was fine, but thank you.
Hey, we make a pretty good team.
Okay. Will's first accurate description of Emma. Y'all are gooners, bro. Y'all are gooners, bruh. Y'all are gooners, bruh.
Diamond and Snow!
Goddamn beautiful, baby.
You did your part, I suppose.
Yo, if I miss one more E, I'm gonna lose my mind. Ooh, finally, our Spider-Man woke up. Our Spider-Man finally woke up. The portaling.
Spider-Man
Crafts
gonna cancel
started
it.
yesterday. We're down today.
Let's assume that he
Won't
did.
turn down extra protection.
Yeah, he did.
Yeah, I was gonna join a VC with you guys because I saw you guys were on 2x, but I was so damn tired.
Let him have ball.
I say that, but then I didn't go to sleep till like 10 a.m. So like, I don't know. I literally just sat in my bed after I edited. Because after stream, I edit.
By the eye of Agamotto! Us against the world!
Oh my god. Where did he go? Oh my god.
I tried. Oh my god, they hit something. Coming. Kneeling. Kill parent.
The current score is
That was pure coincidence. Oh my god, I have never seen a strange explode that fast. My man exploded.
You'll need a top-notch
Dude,
team
that
to
guy literally got deleted.
The more dazzling the diamond.
Oh man. Why don't let me switch the... My game bugged? Don't let me switch the color.
The higher the pressure, the higher the pressure, the
There we go.
higher the
It's
pressure,
weird.
the higher the pressure, the higher the pressure, the more dazzling the diamond.
More dazzling the diamond. What's up, Jones? Yo, happy birthday, dude. Hope you had a good birthday.
Are in danger. The White Queen answers.
Lock in. What'd I do? What'd you do for your birthday? This game is gonna end and bro's gonna have 40% accuracy on Luna.
30 seconds before you attack. Get ready.
Oh man.
Hell yeah! I am so glad that you're on my team.
Wow, I didn't expect
Show day? Oh, you didn't play Tekken and lose your mind?
Well, word on the street is that
Parada's vision? Oh, my bad. Murray's vision?
I don't know what that means, but
Katsu's vision? Whose vision is it left anyway anymore? It's gotta be Michael Murray's at this point.
2,
They run it. Chat. Got a new pad? Oh, nice.
Got it?
Working on my Kunimitsu. I'm working on it. The Evo's this week. Walk in. Oh, I guess they're gonna show Bob, right? Almost died. Oh, weird. They're all so low. Lomo, you a hater. We can run it. You a hater. You will get destroyed by my Kuni. I love that character. That character is so fun. Kunimitsu would cook you.
You ready to walk, Cap?
Bleach fires would go crazy.
Lagging too. This is.
Yo, Tron, thanks for the follow. I appreciate it.
Thank goodness someone finally silenced.
Oh, you gotta be kidding me. We're outnumbered again?
You've got frostbite.
You gonna try that new Cuphead? If my mental is stable at the end of beating this game, sure. That's not gonna drop for a while though. Or unless you're talking about the other one they were talking about. Yeah, that they showed.
Diamond and snow.
Us against the world!
Luna, turn around.
Oh my god, they're everywhere. Oh, you're lurking? Alright, see you. Yo, Black Tiger, let's go follow. These guys are everywhere. Oh my god.
I'm all
This queen's reign isn't over.
I was gonna ult Star-Lord ult, but I didn't build it in time. Because we keep dying.
They're probably gonna end the ult soon.
Should probably let me ult first.
Fuck you.
Yeah, let me ult first. Let me ult first. I can silence them. I'm gonna do it now. 3, 2, 1. Oh, unfortunate. At least I got her ult.
They have no back point, turn back.
Bucky is down here is low. We gotta get the point. Yeah, well, we're finishing them off.
Still a Star-Lord alive.
Yo, Loopy, thanks for the follow.
Okay.
1.4k? That's because we're front page.
Still gonna TP you guys. Unless Spider-Man canceled it, he might. Shoot Loki Lamb, shoot Loki Lamb, shoot Loki Lamb. Head Emma, she's one, hit Emma, she's... Whoa, she jumped out.
Nice. Good job. Oh, man. This match is so winnable. I want to play Blade, but I keep getting matches where I can't play Blade. So unfortunate.
I was fine, but thank you.
Look out behind you.
I wish that shield had more health on it, but I see why they wouldn't give it more health.
Alright, we lost.
Oh, Luna, are you playing?
Oh, man.
I think she might have lagged out.
Oh, no, that's not good. Our Luna lagged out? Oh, my God.
All they did was make me.
Why she got exercise balls on her ass? Wait, what? What?
I don't like the look of that turret.
Did she actually lag out? This is so winnable.
I was fine.
They didn't finish delivering the point, too. They only had 2.
Damn, you had all, bro.
I am ready to put on a show.
Judge, jury, executioner!
Oh, man. What is that skin? This is a new summer skin. This came out to, like, I said today, the other day.
You can't be rid of me so easily, I'm afraid.
This game is a little fried, I fear.
The final 10 seconds.
Seems like it's a win-loss type of day. I think I won too much matches yesterday. I think I won too much yesterday.
I just want... Bro, my cloak just lagged out again, bro.
She lagged out again? Oh my god.
Oh, man.
Again is crazy. We're never gonna get to use this Cloaco because she keeps lagging out.
dead, bro.
Yeah, we
Fucking
lost.
so stupid, bro. I'm about to tweak.
Bro, she keeps lagging out. Oh,
Like, what the
no, bro. Not like this.
My bad, that's my duo. She lagged out.
Damn, that's unfortunate.
Iron Man,
GG's.
fucking Spider-Man, fuck.
GG's, bro. It's unfortunate.
Well, you can't
Is this
expect
Norfolk?
to
Probably.
win
I don't know. No, you can't do nothing about that. She keeps lagging out. Yo, Rebirth, thanks for the gifted. Make her door lags on support when she has ult too. I mean, what are you supposed to do? Like, I mean, just unlucky. It's unfortunate, it is what it is though. I lost 20 for that. That's because the game didn't register her as leaving because she keeps lagging out, but she loads back in really fast.
I'm just a sword for hire. This is all so much bigger than me.
Okay, let me finish putting these settings in that I was trying to put in earlier. What was the settings? Give me a second. Oh my god, I gotta just cancel the queue. I can't ever finish doing this, bro. Nobody disputes the queen's spot. Wait, what?
Hello.
Almost top five. Top five in what? Wait, what are you guys talking about?
Fight to end the darkness that spawned me.
Playing Cyclops this game. I need a win. I want to play Blade, but I need a win. Trying to get my damn cell.
I'm gonna banish from this match.
Cell 2, bro.
Yeah, we can be in game, but
Both teams been in Gambit. Unlucky.
do y'all want to be in Phoenix? I'm down for Phoenix.
Lomuk started this conversation. Lomuk, what did you do? What did you start in my chat? Ah, crap, my Cyclops banned.
Fan group.
Haven't been here in a minute. What's up, dude? How you doing?
I don't know, I guess the Spidey ban went through.
You'll need a top-notch team to win this one.
I fight to end the darkness that spawned me.
Jeff. I want to play with a Jeff, but I do as I must. Jeff really wanted that Spider-Man ban? Does Spider-Man really even destroy Jeff like that? I feel like it's like... Not really, I'd say. You just go underground, no? Man, people were front page. Not as fast. Yeah, I would say BP does it way faster, no? With the right combo? I feel like if he just sits on the ground, it just burns all his cooldowns and he just loses.
30 seconds before you attack. Get ready.
Whatever. I feel like a DD would be more annoying. Especially a really good one because they do that combo dummy fast.
It's not actual fire, it's soul fire.
Upper hitbox is fat. Spidey is fat. Jeff is free. Oh.
For mine.
Battle starts in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
What? The door doesn't open? Oh my god, that's not an actual door.
I was trapped.
That's so awkward.
Your sword can rest now. As good as yours.
Where'd she go?
Yeah, I'm definitely not gonna go into this. Give me a bit.
Like on the match, I want to play Blade. I gotta fight Penny Parker. What is my luck? Oh, this character's so annoying, bro. She takes no damage because her damn penny mines.
Gotta get that nest.
What the hell is this dumb nest at?
I'm trying to do it. Wait, change one. Sorry.
Isn't getting healed. Sag.
Anything that. Yeah. Oh shit. We can't see you. Okay.
Spider bots it's spider time!
The hell just knocked me up like that? Oh, she's spamming the thingy. What an annoying ult. So he's gonna get off Penny so I can play my character, or...
Are you like that? No, I got stunned the moment you popped. Oh, I'm so sorry.
Do I have to switch, or is he gonna get off Penny, bro? Oh, he's a champion Penny. He's not switching. He's not switching. Never mind.
Fine.
Yeah, never mind. I was naive. And it seems my invis died using her ult, so who's that? I suppose.
We don't have a tank. I'm behind.
Oh, how frustrating, bro. How frustrating, bro. Nice. Why are you on thing? Why are they running so much anti-dive? I'm so confused. I'm the only one diving.
I was born ready.
That's the way.
Slice and dice.
I was born ready. Disappear!
Not got that.
This is so weird.
I can't see you on
so much anti-dive. Chat, what are you guys' favorite cookie flavors? Very random, I know. Ooh. I need to do a cookie tier list. What do you do? You do a cookie tier list. Sugar is elite. Sugar is elite. I'm obsessed with sugar cookies.
Judge, jury, executioner.
Okay. White chocolate macadamia nut. White chocolate macadamia. White chocolate's like fire. You can keep the nuts though. You can keep the nuts though. Nasty. Sugar cookies are nasty as crazy. Who the hell made those sugar cookies? Taking so much damage, bro. Where's the nuts? No. I just don't want the nuts. Wow, I have to actually switch off Blade. Like I can't get enough value. Like for this stupid character in my match. Oh my god, that's so annoying, bro. Like, the one match I want to play. Like, why do I have to keep fighting Penny, bro? I cannot get a good Blade game today. I keep getting so much anti-dive comps. So sad.
I am ready to put on a show. Down to 30 seconds.
But I died, dude. What? How do they do much damage? What?
Alright, I can save for Punisher.
No winner yet. Going to overtime.
Careful for the mine. Pushing up front.
Bro.
Stop.
Almost there. Don't turn back now.
Nice try. We get Penny. Sure.
Nice.
Vehicle reached a checkpoint. Keep up the momentum.
Pay ads. Get that Twitch turbo. Better Twitch turbo up. Biscoff and Ghostface. I like peanut butter cookies. Got her. Thought you were gonna save me.
They staggered. I don't. Yeah, I can't pull her out of that. All good though.
Only 60 seconds left.
I guess for sure saving is all for me.
Penny over here. She's setting fine.
Oh, so weird. Yo, Penny players are insane. I must admit, they creative though. Creatively annoying.
You got Penny. Focus Penny. We're trying to build my wall.
Judge, jury, executioner.
W block.
I'm so sorry.
W block. Hold on.
Nice deep freeze.
That was an amazing block.
I'm not for this. I'm just for Penny.
Dude, we don't need it yet.
Actually, wait. Penny's dead. This though.
Why is this Jeff playing so far back? And why is his name Footsnicker?
I am ready to put on a show.
Judge, jury, executioner.
Do not peek that.
It's over. No, it's over.
The fuck? DD's not banned?
You guys up?
Oh, that's a surprise.
I'm sorry.
Oh, great.
I'm not just 9. Sorry. I got that. It's all good.
Current score is 2.
We can hold this. It's fun.
0.
Oh, bro, this is so miserable, bro. I keep fighting Penny Parkers or some form of anti-dive.
The right heroes could make all the difference.
Like, bro, the thing about Blade is that, like, when you get a match where he's good, that shit hits. But, like, the problem is that there's so many matches where you just won't get a good Blade match. Well, a good comp Blade is good into. It's so annoying, bro. Like, the stars have to align to get a good Blade game. Or get a viable Blade game. It doesn't have to be like a crazy Blade game. I'm just trying to play him in general. I just keep getting matches where I'm fighting Flyers or Penny Parker or some form of like poke. It's like, oh my god, bro. Let me just play my character.
Easter fan. Bro, it's like extremely hit or miss, bro.
They'll be coming in 30 seconds.
First game on, I fight 2 flyers. I'm fighting Torch and Ultron. Like, bro, what are we? What? Like, bro, what, bro? Imagine like going Blade. I can't because I'm just gonna D-rank if I do that. I'm just gonna D-rank if I do that. It's like, bro.
Careful. Yeah, be careful.
I want to play him so badly, but like, whatever. I might just get on the Blade of Celestial account.
3, 2,
So I'll force it no matter what. It's so frustrating, bro.
Looks like we've got ourselves a party.
The DD on our back line.
One Kratos, he's one Kratos. Nice.
Thanks for the love, lad.
Oh, I might have to go back. A purple China.
Oh my goodness, bro.
Very funny way.
How'd she die? Why the fuck is this guy on Blade? Yo, he's gonna get slammed. I would love to see him pull this off.
A shortcut.
Cheers, mate. Wait. Very funny way.
I know it's just
Very annoying. Star-Lord is open. I could just play Star-Lord, yeah.
I'm getting this rate of attention,
Might be a good time to stop them.
but I'm losing point because of that. Okay, after all, I could switch back to Wolverine. I didn't think they would play Wolverine.
Very funny way. Thanks for the love, lad.
Oh, that's unfortunate. Couldn't see the bubble. Oh, what the fuck?
I am ready to put on a show.
Just kite this, it's not out. Actually, wait. Yeah, this is Penny,
Very funny way. Oh, much better.
What have you been up to, Ellie? Is that a maid outfit? Yeah.
careful for Penny and... I can't see your Can you web?
Why'd I go Elsa? Because, just percent damage.
You gotta drop down. Let me switch to...
How annoying, bro. Well, that was last night movie night. It was supposed to be directive with live, but I canceled it because that movie. I mean, that game is ass. That game ass. What the fuck? Oh my lordy, this guy's so annoying.
Daredevil, Daredevil in the back, Daredevil in the back. Hey, I'm both support. I have my ult.
Oh my goodness, this is so annoying. I hate their comp so much because all the characters I play are not that good in this, except like Elsa and a few others. I can play Punisher here as well. If I don't want to play Punisher, they're gonna play Meg.
I'm so sorry, bro.
Oh my lordy, bro.
Bloodstones don't go down quite
This
so
match is a
easy.
headache, bro.
I got you covered.
Let the devil
No.
Unlucky. They double explodes it, did that? Oh, look, going stupid. Hold on. Oh no, he's dead. Never mind.
Once again. Very funny way, curious. Love that kick. Diablo's hungry. Love that kick. Release the Glotron!
They're so tanky, bro. What am I fucking watching, bro? Oh my god.
Final score, 2.
What the fuck am I watching, bro? Egregious as Dino, bro. Bro is on my ass. No, that is that the Ego Shigo guy? I've played with him before, I think. He's a one above all penny player. Let me check. If it's who I think it is, it's a one above all penny player. Oh no, it's a different one. Never mind. It's a different one. Never mind. I'm tripping. Different guy. There's a lot of one above all penny streamers, and I've played with like a lot of them, or against a lot of them, because they're very few. But if you run into them, you'll know. You'll know. You'll know. Someone said something to nothing to back it up. Or are there some side hustles? What? What the hell y'all talking about?
I fought Oni, slayed demons. This should be easy.
Okay, let me see if I can actually finish setting this up. I don't know why the queues are so fast today. Because they're usually not this fast. Like yesterday, the queues were like a match every like 8 minutes or something. But all of a sudden, I'm getting a match like every minute instantly. So I can't even finish setting this up. Oh my god. Are the badges on your channels global? I don't know. I have no clue. I think they're global.
I'm playing DPS Spoken Dagger.
Oh. Okay. Well,
Which hero do you think you want to be
okay. Yeah, I think it's time to switch accounts.
I'll fight
Yeah, I think it's time to switch accounts.
Now, who am I gonna banish from this
Oh,
match?
Juan, are you online? I'm ready when you are, by the way. I think it's time to switch accounts. Cause what did he just say?
The darkness that spawned me.
Hello.
What's up?
I was C1 yesterday, dude.
That's unfortunate. What happened?
I say I'm playing DPS Cloak and Dagger, and then people run my game down.
I mean, can you blame them? You're like,
I don't blame them. I'm just sad, dude. They don't even try. Everyone has a corrupt brain worms where they don't think Cloak is a good hero.
I mean, that's kind of a compliment. They believe in you. They believe your word. They trust what you say, no?
I mean, I am gonna play DPS Cloak and Dagger. I'm gonna win. As long as we don't lock Widow and jump off the map, we'll win the game. But people lock Widow 30% of my game.
You'll need a top-notch team to win this.
Wait. Wait.
Also, who is 10?
Wait. Yo, how is this Celestial, bro?
Yeah.
What? God, bro. Oh God, these games today are
trying.
I see. We will win this game if we just try. I will hard carry if all 6 of us win. I want to win this game more than anyone else here.
So DJ, appreciate that.
Round 1.
Those games have been good. Oh, I have a DPS Cloak and Dagger right now.
Roshan got toxic? What are we talking about? I did unranked till we won above all doing this in season 6.
It's a different season, don't know.
Every single day. But that's
Different season.
As long as you fear that, you won't let it happen.
So the game chat actually play Blade. Oh, do you want to play Blade? Oh well, it's too late. But
3,
I would have gave you if you wanted it.
1.
Alright, lock.
I didn't see his message. Oh my fucking God, it's Penny again. Yo, I'm going to lose my shit. I can't play my character, bro. It's Penny again.
Okay.
Is that guy hacking? That dude just one-shot my backline.
Whatever you must do, Spider Zero, we will get you there to do it.
Got you, buddy.
Like, why me, bro? What happened to yesterday's matches? We won like every match yesterday except like 3 or 4.
Good card. Help card. Stay card.
God, bro. All of a sudden today I get like straight anti-dive and a DPS Cloak and Dagger, bro. He wants to be quirky for some odd reason. He just wants to do a quirky Cloak and Dagger to one above all for some odd reason.
I just won. Big. Oh my God, nice.
Oh my goodness.
You can do what you need to. Don't worry that.
What? Why did my camera just do that? Did you guys see that? That was so weird. My camera just like jerked downwards for some odd reason.
Shut him.
You can do that? Wait, no, this character is so low tier. You can do that? No, send that to KPX Chris. Did you see that? She froze me after I ulted and my ult got canceled.
The stakes just got raised.
Reed Richards ready for advance.
You can do that? What?
Hell yeah.
No, bro. No, bro. This character is so bad, bro. When I put him on the tier list, B? Bro, he's going back to C, bro. What? Why can you do that? She froze me after my ult came out, and I lost my ult. It didn't damage because of it.
Only 60 seconds left. I am
That's so
Both people
dumb.
over here.
What?
Both of them. And this one is the main health factor.
I have never seen that before.
Blinded 1 HP. I just blinded 1 HP. Nice. Nice.
I'm so pissed. Dude, I didn't. What? It didn't get canceled. No, it didn't damage her. Magic was sitting in my ult. It didn't damage. The after slash is just voided. It did get canceled. Cause I got frozen and it didn't damage anyone inside my ult anymore. That's gotta be a bug. And that's gotta be a bug. There's just no way. That's gotta be a bug. There's just no way it isn't. Cause what? That makes no sense. There's no way that's not a bug. What's my peak viewership? Like 4K, I think, or something. I don't remember. It's like 4K or something. From like ABA update day or something. Game was full of bugs. ABA 20? It might have been the 20 I ran. I don't remember. I'm pretty sure it was update day because I remember every update day I get like 3K.
This is real firepower.
Whoa. One. Nice. Double on guys. Blinding 4 now.
Yo, can I hit a dash?
You should die. Blinding again. 4 glove, blinded.
God, these guys are just moving, bro. Who I hit? I went to the back line. Fuck you guys. Yo, don't freeze me. Wait, you weren't supposed to actually freeze me. Oh, my back line is dead. No, I'm so dumbfounded by what happened. Like, are you serious? I can't believe that happened. I can't believe that happened. Like, I'm actually so speechless.
Behold the god of darkness!
Okay, what did I miss in chat? How do you get rivals to stream so smoothly? What do you mean? My game? Hold on. I keep dashing at a wall. You guys are moving so much. There's so much snow on my screen. Who am I supposed to fucking fight? Oh my god, I tried to anticipate that. Oh, that sucks. Bro, I scared him off the point. Or not.
Let the devil out!
I can't hear shit. I can't hear shit. I can't hear shit. You're not dead. I right-clicked. What? Okay, whatever. I right-clicked, but whatever.
The current score is 1-2-0.
I don't stream. I stream in 1440p, and also I don't stream with the same computer I game on.
I fight to end.
So I don't have to worry about rivals taking up so much resources from my streaming. So my game looks really smooth. Yo, Scarlett, thanks for the follow. But yeah, he's streaming from his yacht right now, and banned. This match is so cursed. So much unfortunate things are happening. Okay, bro, whatever. You gotta lock in. Hey, at least they don't got a penny anymore. I can actually play Blade.
They'll be coming in 30 seconds.
I don't care if I win or lose. As long as I get to play Blade, I'm chilling, bro. I mean, I do care if I win, but like, it's not what I'm playing for. It's not the primary focus. The primary focus is improving. Curse of the DPS cloak. Yeah, that guy's probably still DPS cloaking. I'm avoiding him after this. I'm not gonna report him, but I'll avoid him. Like,
Here they come. The raccoon's beacon is scrapped now.
Okay, well my team gave up, so there's that.
Nice kill.
You need to stop that vehicle in its tracks.
This guy's literally just sitting in cloak the whole match. Like actually.
You're lucky I was here.
I miss Japan.
Back in the game.
I'll go back to Japan.
One shot. Get somehow dangerous. Slice and dice.
Oh my god, why is there a BP anti-diving? I mean peeling. I ain't never seen that. There's a BP peeling. It's so rare. In all of my tism or T1ism, that's tism, right? I think that's what this is. Bro, like this comp is actually so annoying, bro. I can't hit nobody. I can't brawl. I can't brawl, bro. There will be no brawling. And this dude is still sitting in cloak form instead of healing me. Oh, we basically have... Oh, no, we have two healers again. So I insta ban Daredevil. No, Daredevil's not the problem. It's just we have a DPS cloak. For some reason, this guy wants to be quirky and play DPS cloak. I don't know why, but...
This is real firepower! They've got the numbers on us. Silver bullet.
Ah, that guy's dead. I'm not gonna lie to you. Hell yeah. DPS cloak. I'm dead ass. We have a DPS cloak.
You cloak.
They hit a checkpoint. Now my
It's like I don't know why he wants to do this, but whatever. Yeah, he's just DPS cloak, no dagger. He's playing cloak, no dagger.
Rank up. DPS only cloak.
Like, that's why my teammates are tilted. Look, just stole my final.
Hey, go do this shit in quick play, man.
You not rank one blade, and you not rank one in my chat. What actually rank am I? I think I'm like 7 right now. I don't know what I'm at. I'm gonna get harassed later. Harassed later is crazy. Oh man.
They found my weak spot.
Tremble before fast!
I'll patch you up.
Okay, well, this guy is just unkillable. It's not worth doing. Oh, our healers are dead. Forgot BP killed them all. Oh my god, he actually threw a bubble. My DPS cloak actually threw a bubble. My DPS cloak that's playing DPS cloak into Daredevil and Black Panther.
Yeah, I'm the only healer. I'm the only healer. We lost.
Listen, we lost. Hell yeah, we lost. We have a DPS cloak. I'm not playing to win. I'm just playing to survive. God, bro. Such an easy win. We just throw it away. I don't get it. Thing is, it's crazy part is that we're almost winning too. I'm starting Raul, so I recommend Punisher and the more so. Any other suggestions? Play whatever character you think is cool. But if you want a suggestion, I would say Star Lord.
Yourself.
Yo, did he just?
Well, you can't expect to win them all.
Yes, cat. Oh my fucking goodness, bro. This game is so unserious. This game is so unserious, dog. I swear to God. Oh my God. This calm ass music and then you just hear that. Oh my goodness, bro. I have no words. I have no words, bro. I missed it. Don't worry about it. don't even worry about it, bro. Don't even worry about it, bro. Holy. Oh man, this game, bro. This game. These are probably the worst games I've seen in so long. Oops. Oh man.
3, 2, 1.
He's playing DPS Cloak into full dive. Daredevil, by the way, as well. Like, you like. I have no words, bro.
Which hero do you think you want to be today? Now, who am I gonna banish from this match?
Like, how do I go from like a full-on yellow carpet yesterday, losing only like 4 or 5 matches in a time span of like 8 hours, to getting a DPS cloak on my team? A DPS cloak. Like, you can't teach that. Like, I got some dude that really wants to be quirky and, like, I don't know, get a Twitter post to try and go viral from doing DPS cloak to one above all on my team. And for some odd reason, he's in Celestial. Cloak doesn't do a lot of damage. He doesn't do a lot of damage. It's just the Terra Cape. Cloak doesn't do damage. It's just that he enables his team by Terra Caping. But if you're doing DPS Cloak, that's literally worse than playing Widow. You're doing less damage than just playing Widow at that point. That's worse than playing Widow. Like, that's like Guang's like, I don't know, bro. I don't know. I'm playing Starlock.
Are we starting on offense or defense?
I don't know, bro. Z Young's finest. I don't know. Bro sent his agents after me, bro.
I can't really solo think as Penny.
Bro, I don't know why he wants to do DPS cloak, bro. Like, it's not even like he's literally playing a character that's just worse than Widow at that point. Like, I don't know.
Round 1.
I will not rest until I return to
We'll
my
be coming in
world.
30 seconds. Stay strong.
It's like, you can't teach that, bro. I still can't believe he was doing that, bro. Thinking we'd win with that. Like,
Kind of violence isn't really
like if Daredevil wasn't open, okay, I could probably see it, but someone would have to be hard carrying like crazy. Like, they don't feel bad doing that because one of your teammates has to like put in so much effort to pick up the slack for having a teammate doing that.
You have to stop
Yo,
them
DX,
from
thanks for the
securing
follow. I
mission
appreciate
area.
it. Like, y'all don't
play
feel
the choke, play the
bad
choke.
for doing that? I don't get it.
One's coming left side. One's coming left side. One's up top here.
Torch is coming behind us, like all the way.
Oh, Wolf is gonna eat me.
Oh, they do have a torch.
Anyone willing to help?
I need time to heal.
Oh, what the?
No need to walk up. We don't want Wolf to grab anyone. Where's his torch? Oh, there he is.
Okay.
Killed him.
So what?
He's in the air now.
I needed that.
The Cell lobby, by the way, yeah. Like, why are you doing that in Cell?
Wait, we have no heal.
Aw, they ulted.
Step aside.
Why's my shift not coming back? I gotta shoot him more.
Double KO.
Sayonara.
You need to stop that vehicle.
Look at my thing bugged up, whatever. My shift should have came back by then.
Out of sight. I require help.
If I didn't B-hop there, I would have died. God, this torch. I might have to play Starlord to kill this torch. Takes way too long to kill him on Psylocke. It doesn't take long, it's just that it's easier to kill him on Starlord.
They've made it halfway. Stop them.
That's better.
Better stop that vehicle.
Sayonara.
Okay, that was my own Jeff.
Sayonara. Healing magic.
Double KO.
Damn, this guy's on me.
I require help.
Shields up. Us against the world.
Nice.
Farewell.
How annoying. Can't see her.
Guys, our comp is terrible.
Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. I'm going Daredevil. I can't see her. It's actually so annoying. I'm diving and then she just jumps away and I can't see her anymore. It'd be easier if I just do Daredevil.
Jeff here. And you're not even like patty caking on your healer.
Yo, how am I gonna patty cake when she didn't grab my wolves?
Supernova! Other support never got grabbed by wolf.
That has been every single one of them.
I got grabbed by wolf 3 times and no one's like getting at the bubble. Like you're getting mad bubble too, so I don't know.
I'm dead.
Yeah, maybe group like we just back.
I demand a retrial.
What's up, Dig and Rodrigo? What you guys doing? Oh my god, bro. Oh my lordy, bro. What are these games today? These feel so one-sided today. Compared to yesterday. All these games feel so one-sided. Here's a game I'm surprised that first time you ran into Luna stopping Blade all bug. Yeah, I've never ran into that. I've never ran into that. Dude, why did it... I used my ult and she froze me after my ult and then it canceled my ult. That is ridiculous. I've never ran into that bug before. Ever. That was me. I've never had that. I play Blade every stream and I stream this game every day for like what, 8 hours a day, and I've never had that happen to me. It's actually ridiculous. I don't know. That's a crazy one.
Round 2.
Go. Divine justice.
Clip of it? Someone clipped it. Hold on.
Can we get something that can maybe kill Torch?
We'll find it.
I was killing him, but he kept focusing me and our healers were always dead, so...
I'll play Stella and kill him.
You called the right guy.
Nah, that's the other clip. Wrong clip, wrong clip.
Hiding so much pain beneath the
But do I have time to get it? I can get it right now. Hold on.
Am I still hiding so many diamonds beneath the...
There's this clip. I got it.
Sorry, can we start over? This one's never gonna be a me.
I assure you, I have no idea what you're talking about.
I've never seen that happen. That's actually so ridiculous.
4, 3,
Did you link it?
2, 1. All you need to do is capture the
There you go. That's the clip.
Got it?
I'm hit.
That's so silly, bro. I've never seen that happen before. Good to know is crazy. Okay.
Alright, let's go. Can we walk in?
Here too, can we walk in?
Where the hell did Torch go? He's just hiding?
Can we heal her?
Double KO.
Never mind. That's crazy.
An interesting portal.
Help get that vehicle to its destination.
Okay. That missed, but okay. Lyrie AU, thanks for the follow. Appreciate all the follows, guys. Thank you, guys.
Sweet moves, right?
Damage sustained. Need assistance.
Glaze, thanks for the follow as well. Appreciate you guys. Thank you. Bruh. If I lose this next game, I think I might just do the Blades to Celestial account. Get on that account. Because I do need more footage for the YouTube. Where do we stop at? I think GM or something. Jesus Christ, bro. Bro, the games today feel so one-sided. Like, I'm not even trolling. Okay, well, last match wasn't one-sided. We had a DPS cloak, but it's just crazy.
Guys are staggering. No need. Regroup.
Am I gonna do the console again? I don't know. If I have a reason to, sure. Or maybe I might just sit there or have that just to like for fun, for some fun streams occasionally. Or maybe I might like play with viewers that are on console or something. I don't know, man. Oh, so about next month? There is no bold sub goal next month. There is no bold sub goal. You guys lost your chance. This guy's so low. Okay. Yo, Annie, this was a prime. I appreciate it. Annie Cooler. Thank you. Oh, you prime indeed. Third time's the charm? Nope. You guys lost your chance at that bald sub goal. So we're coming back.
Get that vehicle moving again.
Nicely done.
Oh my fucking god, this torch, bro.
That when the Venom dies, so we can actually help.
Yeah, please, like use your mics, please, if you can. There's no way they can't. Like, there's no way they're at this high rank with no mic.
Nicely done.
This fucking torch just trying to one-shot me consistently is actually so annoying.
Venom with one. Roots one. Nicely done. Switch start here.
We'll be online for 4 hours. I stream for 8 hours every day. It's gonna be a long stream. I'm probably gonna stream for like 10. So yes, I will.
They're portaling. Very brutal.
Customs tonight? Yeah, I'm down. We can do customs today. A little later though, not yet. But towards the end of the stream, we can do customs probably, or maybe I don't know. We'll see. Not now though. Like I want to play ranked. It's just that these games are just buns. Like, why am I getting a DPS cloak? I'm still stuck on that. I'm sorry. But like, there's no reason for you to be doing DPS cloak and ranked.
Smelt the Venom when he dies, and
I'm gonna grab him.
2 hour dead. Oh hell no. Who said 2 hour deadlock customs?
I kicked one off the map. One support's off the map.
Bucky's one. Bucky's one. Bucky's one.
Bucky's dead.
Nemo's on
Venom's
point.
gone. Nemo's
on point above.
What's up, Doozy?
Here come the bad guys.
No hiding from us now, buddy.
Nice and push.
The faster we move
close.
this,
Us against the world.
Wow. He just hit the luckiest headshot ever. That's crazy.
Wow.
No, we don't need to teleport. We just walk.
Alright.
Do your custom blades again. Custom blades gonna be crazy. Yo, can we get creator codes? Like Fortnite? Those are awesome.
Watch out, Wolverine's gonna carry you off the map. Venom. Venom's on our back line.
Where did my health bar go? Damn. Oh my god.
Sword's dead. Venom's dead.
Damn. My health bar is getting deleted.
Actually, we have one.
No winner yet. Going to overtime.
I want to switch off this character now. Get out of the torch. I don't have to play this guy here. I'm going back to Blade.
The current score is 3-2-3.
Okay, what's up, YG? I was here before the fame. This guy, bro. You're hilarious.
You'll need a top
Bro said before the fame.
How do we want to do this? Do we want to do Penny, Groot?
Might as well be me.
I mean, we on attack. So
my count. Okay, I can portal us right away.
I'll fight to
I think we just run the same thing on the
Dude, they going pretty good till I got these matches.
But if they
last match, I had a DPS cloak. Like the cloak and dagger didn't switch to dagger at all. Like she was actually running DPS cloak. I mean, he said it at the start of the match too. I don't know why, but that shit just farmed me.
Round 3, go.
blood to save the world.
And I keep fighting like Penny Parkers, so I can't play the characters I want to play. So it's kind of like frustrating.
And we have huge dive. Do we want me to just teleport off rip?
I was born ready.
Go for it.
30 seconds before you attack.
Alright, where do you want me to put you guys? Up top?
I mean, you can try and kidnap. If you can do it like directly behind someone, we can kill them instantly. That'd be nice.
Alright, I can look for that. I just don't want to put our healers in a poopy spot.
Oh, well, I mean,
I'll look around. Just cover me. Invis, please shield me.
The battle starts in 5, 4.
don't give a lie any ideas. Oh, hell no. Don't worry. She doesn't. What the? She wouldn't do that. I think.
Is it just me? Or does this place make the Punisher look cheery?
That's good as new.
What? I just rubber banded twice.
Take cold steel.
I just rubber banded twice. Oh my, dude, this character's so buggy, bro. I got faded and then I teleported and I teleported again.
Oh, we'll bring this
Bro.
out of there.
That's for a Blade player, bro. I'm saying, this character is so annoying. He's so fun when he works, but like, oh man. Sometimes just like, I don't know. How does this guy go? What? No, I'm definitely probably gonna get ult again at this rate.
Watch out for Elsa if she gets anybody off there.
You gotta stay touching.
The god of thunder! A thousand gods!
Double KO.
What?
I'll tell you what, I wouldn't. Hell yeah.
Okay.
Y'all like crazy. Good job.
I'm cutting in.
Nice. Holy cookage indeed.
Destination.
Yeah, Blade's really good at overtime points like that. I think he's like the best character for overtime stuff like that, other than like I guess Daredevil, because he can swap for a long time.
I'm generating kills. Don't worry.
Whoop, no passive. Oh, keep walking him now. Keep walking. I'm with you. Walk with us. Shoot that. Oh.
Us against the world.
1,000 gods!
Oh man, why are your teammates so positive?
2, 3.
He ain't no shit for real.
Including which side you're on.
So positive is crazy.
The right heroes could make all the difference.
I fight to end the darkness that spawned me.
200 jumping jacks is making my legs feel like jello. Jello is crazy.
If we die, strange back.
Oh yeah, we do get a strange portal if we die. We're gonna play Deadlock again? I don't know. I have no clue. I do like playing Mina and the game is fun, but like I don't know.
They'll be coming in 30 seconds. Stay strong.
Yo, pizza rolly for you. Nice little follow.
Sword of Dracula. That's a pretty impressive weapon you've got there.
Have you played any Final Fantasies? Yeah. I played a lot of them.
Want a trade, kid?
I played them on stream too. You do X-Point games list. You can check the ones I played. Wait, which ones have I played on stream? Oh, I've only played 7 and 16 on stream.
2, 1.
I don't think I've played 15. I haven't played 15 on stream, but I've played 15 though, or 10.
Thor and Venom, guys. We need it for healers to be fit.
As good as new.
Yeah, I'm gonna stay back.
Yeah, Moon Knight too. Nah, I'm in a bad spot.
Hope I make the cut.
Wolves up. Guys, we gotta get these healers off. No need to push. They gotta come to us, gang.
Everybody needs a hand sometimes.
I've never seen a patty cake like that before, John.
Anyone willing to help?
Venom looking to dive right here. Venom's on our back line. Get off.
1,000 gods!
Us against the world.
Don't need 6 cards.
Okay, I mean, I guess. I don't know why you tried that, but alright. I'm not complaining. Nah, I'm killing this little bro.
You're not in this alone.
What? Hold on, I might get a 60 bomb. Low key, I might get a 60 bomb.
We have Thor, we have Wolverine to worry about.
I might get a 60 bomb this match.
We need to get our invis though. We're not even close.
Venom in the back. Venom in the back.
Venom in the back. Watch for Venom over here.
You're not in this alone. The god of gods! Next time.
They got no support.
Why does everyone want me so
I need help
badly?
on point, guys.
This Wolverine is so annoying.
strange ulting back. Can we touch? Can we contest, please?
Yeah. Give me a sec.
The hunt's not over yet. The hunt is on.
Your gameplay makes me want to hop on Blade. I get that a lot.
A shotgun.
Only 60 seconds left.
Back in the game.
What? Did he swing into the portal or am I tripping?
You're lucky I was here.
I got a farm ult charge.
Guys, we need back up. We don't need to be out.
I was able to kill one before it.
What? Thing bugged out. I got stuck on a plant or something. Whatever that stage thing is just actually got me stuck and killed. That's so annoying.
You got the OT. Let's just regroup.
Final 10 seconds.
We get one shot at this.
I really got stuck on something.
All we need is a big strange ult and to get our.
We can just do strange ult with Blade.
Yeah, I can try.
Yeah.
Going to overtime.
Wait, we gotta walk up, guys. We can't give them this much space. Let's go where the line is.
I'm gonna go on point. Y'all could fight there if y'all want.
Behold the god of thunder! Unleash the Slice and dice.
Ah, still rubber banded.
Heal me.
I don't know why this character just keeps rubber banding like this. 60 bomb.
Let's fucking go. Good old bud.
Thank you.
2, 4.
That's the 60. I don't know why I keep rubber banding, bro. It's so annoying, bro. This character is so buggy.
Another epic victory.
YouTube, I'm here when he posts this. Is that a tuber? I don't know, because I wasn't playing Blade the whole match. I kept having to switch, because I remember I had to start at a penny. Wait, what? Oh no, they had a Twitch. That's what it was, not penny. They had a Twitch. Oh. Games are cursed, bro. At 50k damage. Yeah. Sheesh. Blossom, send me a friend request. Play League? A little bit. You got Mark added? I need to do it with him. I haven't do it with Mark yet. He's doing it with someone right now. Is he still playing with he's playing with Snow. Oh shit, they're cooking. Yo, they're cooking. I think he's playing Cyclops, DD, and Cap. They're cooking. Cam, I usually do it with Cam all the time. Sometimes, not all the time. I mean, I could play with him today if he's down. He said he's busy doing a subathon, so he's like, not. Sometimes he's just not home. Like yesterday, he wasn't home, so he was doing a subathon. I'll play with him right now if he's on. Yo, let me see. Is he streaming? Yeah, he is. He's probably Swart. Yeah, he's dueled with somebody already. Carlos White.
Which hero do you think you want to be today?
Jeez. Do Cyclops this match. To snag a free rank up game. I mean, not rank up, free win. Snag a free win real quick on Cyclops. Snag a free win. Laptop recommendations. I don't recommend buying a laptop. I don't. Don't do this to yourself, please, bro. Please don't do this to yourself. Don't do it, bro.
Bro, they go bad so fast. They don't last, bro. Please don't do this to yourself. Don't get a laptop, bro. I don't recommend it, bro. I don't recommend it, bro. Please, bro. I beg of you, bro. Don't get a gaming laptop, bro. Them shits are not. They're not good, bro. I got a laptop. Now you bugging. I had a laptop for 3 to 4 years. I can still play most games. Am I bugging? Son, those things are so buns, bro. I have a laptop too, but like I only use it when I travel.
Or villain, I'm not judging.
Like when I made that tier list from the hotel. I remember the Invincible Versus video I made when I was at the hotel in Japan. Bro, nah, I was dummy sick. Nah, I was dummy sick. Hold on, let me see the do I have a video of the hotel? Well, not video. Where's the video at? Because that was the tier list for season 6. No, it was 7. I gotta find it. Give me a second. That was when I was in Portugal for a wedding. And I still got the video out though. Sick or not, I still got it out though. Hold on.
30 seconds before you attack. Get ready.
Found it. Hell yeah, I still got that shit out though. Best believe. Best believe I still got that shit out. Somebody in the other room was like, why is he talking to himself? But hey, somebody in the room was probably saying, why is he talking to himself for a whole hour? But hey, I still got it out.
4, 3, 2, 1.
Yes, laptops suck. They don't last long, like at all. Batteries usually go bad and stuff. Like they don't last. And also, they're weaker. They're just weaker than the actual gaming computers.
Tagged him with the spider tracer.
Thanks for the boost.
Go double layered the wall. Yo, how have they not nerfed Groot yet? I don't get it. Like, you literally have to play Punisher for this guy. You have to. Like, it's actually ridiculous. For some sort of wall break, you have to. It's actually so crazy. And his ult cost is so low for his damage being that high. One of the highest damage. I mean, I see why, I guess, because they want him, because he's really good in the triple healer. And we need a tank that's good in the triple healer, but like, this guy is so annoying. Can it be a cooler tank at least? That's really good in the triple healer and not this guy. Oh man, they're running Groot with Cyclops. Yeah, we're gonna have to switch up the comp if we want to win this. There's just no way. And we need something for the Groot walls.
Maybe we should just walk up.
Our healers are getting cut off by Groot. It's not about just walking up. They're down and walk up.
By the eye of Agamotto!
Eat up the glass! You get a weapon! You get a weapon! You get a weapon! That's that guy!
Thanks for the boost.
Nah, that E does too much damage, bro.
Control C.
Still got some propulsion beam.
Oops. You killing a game laptop? Oh god. Oh no. Bro, you could have got the value of like a almost 3K computer if you just bought a gaming computer instead of that 2K laptop. You could have got way more value for your money. And we're dead.
Double KO. Control lost. No winner yet. Going to overtime.
I don't know what our other DPSs don't want to switch, bro.
So how long are we gonna?
Like, are we like, can we get a Punisher? I mean, I can play him, but can one of y'all play Cyclops then if I play Punisher? Oh, it's banned.
Victory is in my
Oh,
sight.
that's not good.
Victory is in my sight.
Yeah, you better hop on that squirrel girl then. No, I'm joking. Yeah, we gotta switch up the comp though. This is not working clearly. Now we don't gotta surrender. This is winnable.
Our nation seemed to have built quite the alliance while I was out of play. Victory is in my sight.
Like, I can go squirrel girl, but like,
The battle starts in 5.
I'll go squirrel girl if one of y'all wanna go Cyclops. We just need damage though. Like, this Groot's getting too much value. We gotta kill him before he can even build his ult.
To do is capture the mission area.
The Cyclops is open if one of y'all wanna play it.
I'm not cold. I'm focused. There's a difference.
Yeah, they want to just sit on dive while we're just dying in the back line. Okay. Shit is unserious, bro. Whatever, I suppose.
Break wall, break wall.
I'm breaking them. I'm breaking them. Nice, let's go.
Mission area is yours.
Yeah, we have to focus that group. We can't let him keep doing Cyclops Grudo with us, swing to us. He's getting way too much value from that. But we're on slot because they have a Groot and Punishers, man. I don't have a choice.
Break. Break.
They have a thing now. They have a thing, careful. They're drafting anti-dive. I can just keep lighting them up though.
You get a web, and you get a web, and you get a web.
You captured more than half of the mission area. Keep going.
You're welcome.
You want to play Squirrel? Fuck no, I don't want to play Squirrel, but I don't have a choice. What's up? What's up? It's crazy. I see you. How far you came from World Days? What's up, Josh? I appreciate that, man. From page today? Yeah.
The area is almost yours.
Yeah, I'm playing Squirrel. Yes, because they have a Punisher. I mean, they have a group. Why is it Squirrel? Right? This character takes like no skill. Anyone can be good with this character. What? I don't even know how their kit works. It's not really hard. I will. Yeah, they instantly destroy my ult.
blade buffs weren't enough. I'm on Squirrel now. I mean, I'm doing this because I have 2 DPSs that don't want to play anything else. I have a BP and a... God, I have a freaking BP and a Spider-Man 1 trick. They don't want to switch. So I have to... I can't play Cyclops here. I want to play Cyclops, but like we need someone to destroy the walls. And they don't want to do it. They just want to dive, so...
TP, can you TP?
TP, wait, why do we need TP this early? We still have 1 more fight left. Whoever dies first, here we TP.
Nowhere yet. Going to overtime.
The flank Luna on me. Jesus,
Look
bro.
how sorry they are. They have to go triple. Come on, man. We can't lose to these bums.
I love having a team that... Oh my god, they're off grid. I can switch characters. Thank goodness. Oh, off this sorry ass character, bro.
Spilling blood to save the world. I love my job.
Yeah, she's carried those. I did, because then none of them wanted to do anything about Gru walls. Oh wait, no, I'm going on Cyclops. What?
Get ready.
Free win. Yeah, it's a whole game. I don't know what
It's good to have you on our side, Spider-Man. You've always been a trusted ally.
If they get back on Gru, I gotta switch again.
Sure do go way back,
Like this character can destroy walls. He does it too slow.
We were just teens who fought crime. Those days were never simple. They were just a different kind of hard. Maybe you're right.
The battle starts in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All you need to do is capture the mission area.
Just got the Summer Solak skin. You do not deserve that. You do not deserve that.
That should make a difference.
I'm hit. Cover me.
Bro, he's back on Gru, bro. What? From my stream opener or what? Who knows? What?
Guys, don't die. Don't die.
We have no choice. Fall back.
Zam indeed.
Patience, dear. I'm ready. For once, I'm going to...
I almost have ult, guys. I almost have ult. Hold on, guys. Hold on. I got ult. I got ult. Get ready.
I'll patch you up. Eat up. You get a weapon. You get a weapon.
Why did he ult?
Yeah.
Grateful.
Whatever, man. I don't know. What? Time for me to return to Street Fighter 6? The Evo's this weekend. That's gonna be so hyped to watch.
Don't overextend, guys. Come back. Come back.
Yo, he's blocking us.
Look at that. They wasted a lot. Look at my black cat is back. Look at that.
I am ready to put on a show.
By the eye of Agamotto! You deserve better. There are more of them than maximum impact! Someone scratch my back!
Control locked!
That should make a difference. This should help.
Is that chasing me? Sheesh. Just the plate bison is crazy. Any kind of pain, brothers? Poke. Just poke them. They're not shield tanks. They're gonna get shredded.
I can hold. In a sec, hold on, don't die, don't die. 80%, 80%. Yes, we won, yes. That.
Control seized!
GG.
It's actually really good that guy died last.
What's next? Do we even have a plan?
GG's.
Hey, Teeny!
Nowhere yet. Going to overtime!
I thought that wasn't ours for a second. I was about to say.
Okay.
Blade player. What? I have no clue what that guy just said. Plus 19. God, Celestial rank is crazy, bro. Bro, how's my Salak run rate this low, bro? Salak run rate this season is so bad. I keep getting trolled. Like last Salak game I played with earlier, it was like, oh my goodness. When was it? I don't even know which one it was anymore at this point. Sheesh. Would you say your rival's GOAT? No. Become one. It's almost EWC again. Wait, is it? What is EWC? How humble. We get this express juice. Allow agenda. Allow agenda is crazy. Yeah, that gotta go. Allow we gotta go.
My eyes on the
Is it view count? I don't have it on because I'm not multi-streaming. I'm multi-streaming right now.
reporting for duty. Propulsion beam!
There's always a spark of light in darkness.
Question. I'm trying to main Deadpool and was wondering which version was easiest to play. Tank pool. I'd say tank pool. Because mainly you're going to be shooting instead of like using your sword.
Which hero do you think you want to be today?
I'd say tank pool. You don't really need to use your sword that much with tank pool. You can go whole matches without using your sword.
Can we ban Rocket, please? I don't want to hold right click.
But last.
What?
Last.
Now,
What did I just say?
who am I gonna banish from this match?
And don't ban Gambit, let them ban him. I can play him if needed.
Joe said I don't want to hold a right click. We ban Rocket.
I'm tired of these right click warriors.
Okay, we're banning Phoenix and Cyclops. What do you think?
I fight to end. I fight to end.
I think that's fine.
fight to
He's a sleepy blade.
That spawned me.
It doesn't matter if it's a double ban. We just secure them. And we're banning Rocket last.
Oh no, I didn't mean to click. Fantastic.
Man, Mr. Fantastic is crazy. The Fenty ban?
Get this right click bomb out of here.
Yasuo Echo? Yeah, that team is goated. Yasuo Echo, that's a fun team.
This support needs a nerf.
I love
I'm not
Yasuo
gonna
Echo,
lie.
bro. That team is so fun.
This healing is way too much.
Okay, they want to play Gambit too.
Pick
Dude,
your
let's
hero.
do it.
Or villain. I'm not judging.
Whatever you want to play, 11.
Yeah, bro, please.
When's the last Tokon team getting announced? I need Deadpool and
Oh,
Blade.
Jeff,
Probably Evo, if I had to guess.
why?
It's probably gonna be like Blade, Ghost Rider, Daredevil, and Moon Knight. It's probably gonna be exactly what
Can
that
you go get it?
art showed.
No monster's getting the best of me.
Number 11?
30 seconds before you attack.
Oh, great, a Gambit match. Yeah, pre-release 20 is on Friday. We're gonna watch it.
Want to know a little secret?
Lost.
Your song Flow is on my slay list.
Slay list?
Yeah, the playlist stops on all when I'm
Know
out
what?
slaying vamps. Really gets my
Maybe this
blood
will work.
pumping.
Who knows?
People have told me that was
Or
a
we
You know,
can go
funny
check
thing.
before.
but I didn't take it literally.
Funny thing, they did the same thing in the comics though. Let me see why. Bait carry and change it. I mean, they could be bait, but I think Blade is for sure gonna be there.
All you need to do is capture
It could be
the
bait, but I think
mission
Blade
area.
is for sure there. My guess is that it's not real because there's no female. I feel like they need to at least have one girl on that team.
Gambit's neutral game isn't that good
I
anymore.
feel it's gonna be like what, Ghost Rider, Blade, what, it could be Elsa Bloodstone or Gwenpool or something, and then like last would be like, hold on, what was that damage?
Looks like the mission area.
Okay, well obviously it wasn't a squid that killed me, but something did insane damage to me. And I don't know what it was, but it killed me. Because once they all turned around, I insta died. Yeah, I feel like it'd be like Blade, Ghost Rider, Elektra, and then like Deadpool or something. I hope they had Elektra on that team. She tried to grab me. I don't know. Oh, there's no way.
I'm hit.
Yeah, I want Elektra, Blade, Ghost Rider. It could be Daredevil, it could be Moon Knight. I don't care who's last. I mean, as long as you give me Blade and like Elektra, that'd be sick. What I died with. I didn't know that guy was above me. I mean, how would I have known he's in the damn sky? He's in the damn sky. I would have known.
Close. Keep your tentacles to yourself, Namor.
Lucky I was here. I'm cutting in.
The area's almost yours.
Slice and dice.
That could have been really bad. That could have been really bad. Don't grab me. Please don't grab me. Yeah, she tried to grab me. That reached? Damn, that stranger got range. I didn't think I was gonna reach my teammates.
Open season.
She want me bad because I'm 1 HP. Shuri? I don't think I'm gonna play Shuri. I definitely am not. She'd have to be really cool for me to play Shuri. Oh my fucking god, this Strange is peeling like crazy, bro. I live in the back line, bro. I'm not leaving. I don't care. No, bro. Why is he doing so much damage to me? Oh, come on, man. He headshot me?
Their team's capture
damn, bro.
the halfway point.
I only have 4 kills. Okay, I gotta switch.
A nice deep freeze.
Damn, you stole my kill. This guy's an asshole for that. This guy's an asshole for that. How many times today, man? Dude, Luna is just the bane of my existence today. Dude, how many times today?
Going to overtime.
Bro, oh my god, bro. Like, what is this, man? It's like the clip I posted on TikTok the other day. Dude,
good job, mates.
Remember when I was going crazy with Blade and I almost killed their entire team?
Just saying that Makari guy, he's trash.
And then I got frozen by a Luna and I lost my clip.
All I've known is the hunt.
He like
What's this one?
throw my game type of trash.
That's the wrong clip. What the fuck? This one. I almost killed their entire team. Look at that. That's my entire team.
You are just better.
Did that guy just kill our entire team? I'm still in their backline. Don't even realize it. I'm about to kill this whole team. I was cooking them too.
That's a trap healer right there.
Oh my god. Oh my god, I'm him. No! Luna, god damn it!
3,
Luna, bro.
1.
I killed her at the start of the clip too, bro. She just came back and froze me and then killed me.
I was born ready. Let heaven and hell hear thy soar.
Whatever, bro. Whatever.
I'm hurt.
Left side.
Looks like Namor brought them.
Help me out. Help me out. Give up. Right.
I like the cold.
Looks like the mission area is yours to capture now.
Oh, great. Bad timing.
We were down.
Bad timing. I gotta switch. I can't do shit with this character.
I don't know about the blade. I don't know about
Yeah, I'm switching. I keep getting counter-ulted. Countered or just interrupted. Oh, that's so sad, bro. Can't get a single good blade game going.
I think we can just walk.
What the fuck was that damage?
Where's the rest of the team?
I'm hurt.
By the eye of a...
Walk.
It's a gambit.
I have to run.
Disappear.
I'm gonna go triple. This rate. I can't do shit on EBS. Yeah, I'm about to triple this shit.
Their team's capture progress.
Yo, Kung Fu, thanks for the follow.
Waypoint.
Yeah, we can run triple. But why are we not on
Time to
Gambit?
see if your boy Gambit can steal us a win. I feel like myself again.
Yeah, can you stop going left to go up the middle?
Every time I'm about to ult, I just get Gambit ulted. And then they all just jump out of my ult and just obviously survive it.
They simply just had more damage.
I mean, it is troll that we're not playing Gambit though. I will say that. Even though I was doing shit on DPS. Not playing Gambit is pretty troll though.
Jump in.
So no more with shop set up right behind the portal. They're running hella no more.
What's the issue?
They just have more damage than we do.
We have Gambit ult now. We can run with Gambit ult.
I can't walk into their team. We don't have the damage.
X-Men and Thief if I want to
So
win
annoying, bro. Yeah, Namor's going crazy, yeah. They're running hella Namor. Team up is so fucking annoying.
Like I can try, I can try taking corners. And
What do you mean space, bro?
Can we not run 3 tanks though?
It was a long time ago.
We can try it.
No, can we not run 3 tanks?
I'm Hellfire.
Why would we? You guys just said we don't have enough damage, and then you want to walk out with 3 tanks? Okay. I mean, if you want to try it, sure we can.
The battle starts in 5.
Like what?
4, 3, 2, 1. All you need to do is capture the mission.
All right, I'm gonna Gambit ult. You guys just stay in front of me.
Almost everyone knows what's right.
Lucky.
Everyone does it.
Magic's here, and I brought a little limbo.
I'll count that when I'm doing it. Just stay alive. All right. We're doing 3, 2. Oh shit! I'm doing it. Nice ult.
Looks like the mission area is yours to capture now.
Magneto showing the kids how it's done.
They went first, so I just know I can hold that.
A commendable effort.
Sides on the left.
Do they all? Do you think they're all at the end of there? I don't think so.
I was worried.
They only got bit.
Salak is flanking us.
Much better.
Kite that.
Get their ender.
Heal me up, eh? I'll be shit spot. By the eye.
How annoying, bro. This team up is so annoying.
Gambit coming back for more.
There's still a Silas out here, so we're gonna need to tap all for it. He's good.
Shut the floor, are you serious?
Victory! That's the boost I needed. Now you do
Yeah,
the
I don't know about that one. We needed that off. Silas off.
Control seized.
It worked out. We have a Gambit ult
Until
too.
4 comes along.
Yeah, we do. I just gotta build it. Just take damage. Wait, can you slow down on healing? Slow down on healing, Luna. Let me build my ult real quick. I'm close to it. I got it. You can heal now. Just stay in front of me. Okay. It's all good. We can just retake with it.
Control lost.
Needed that more than you know.
Okay.
I have my ult for Gambit.
I have suffered severe damage.
Alright, I'm ready. Just get in front of me. 3, 2, 1.
Nice.
See what the
I can counter their. I can try and counter their game with ours. Might be able to.
Cooking. We cooking.
TP? I can't. So.
That's the boost I needed.
Oh, last time I seen a Gambit MVP. I feel like I haven't seen a Gambit MVP in so long.
Nowhere yet. Going to overtime. Double KO.
Still in my prime with the heals. Hold on. 100k worth of heals. 100k value heals. I did win that Boger Bash on healer. 100k value healers.
Another epic victory. Big win.
My heal main streamer. Oh, whoa, slow that down. Heal main streamer is crazy. That's your true role? Whoa. I don't know about all that. I don't know about that. What is this photo? Steam machine, $1,300, or some ramen noodles, chicken flavor, 2,880 count pallet, 1,200. Yeah. Okay. All right, man. The Steam machine don't come with a controller. It probably don't. It's a PC. You're supposed to just plug in your mouse and keyboard. It's a PC. 2 terabytes, 16 gigabytes. Only 16 gigabytes of RAM is crazy.
The invisible woman is here.
Oh, VRAM's 8 VRAM. I was supposed to say. AMD Zen. I mean, I'm sure it's strong. I mean, we've seen videos. It's strong. It just. My issue is that, like, damn, I wish it was a little bit cheaper. But it probably is worth the money if you don't want to buy an actual like PC. Should it be at least 32? I mean, there's different versions. I don't know how much the other ones cost, but I saw one that was like 1,400, I think, or something like that.
Lights out.
Stand. Wait, what? How does that work? Oh, this is cool. Let's see the regular one.
Without Ty, I wouldn't know the real power of the light force.
The 512 gigabyte. Wait, what did I just read? Bro, lock in. The 512 gigabyte is 1K. 512 gigabyte controller, 2 terabytes. 2 terabytes controller 1.4. Oh, that's the one I saw.
Which hero do you think you want to be today?
Victory is in my sight.
I play Cyclops. I need to practice my Elsa. I'm playing Elsa this much. My Elsa has been pretty funky lately.
Ready to go hunting.
I gotta practice my Elsa.
Who am I gonna banish from
I feel like I'm falling off with Elsa.
Who's ready to go hunting?
Finally, Elsa gameplay. I mean, you could have asked for it earlier. It wouldn't have been free though. It wouldn't have been free though. Oh, they're also skin trusts. This one?
Ready to go hunting.
Yeah, this one, right?
You'll need a top-notch team.
Why not
to
use that
win
one? I haven't
this
used it in a while.
Who's ready to go hunting?
That's probably one of the best recalls in the game. Yeah. Okay. Ugh. Sit on my damn chair.
Step aside.
30 seconds before you attack. Get ready.
As per bloody usual.
Okay.
No one escapes the inevitable.
I don't care. No mutant shall ever end up in your domain again.
Cheers, mate. So you say. But even
What's the bounce on it? What are you fucking talking about? I was trying to sit up in my chair. You said bouncing on it. What are you saying? What the hell?
3, 2, 1.
Hey, yo. What you talking about?
very funny way. What low very funny way.
Rocco's salvation lies in
What you do?
Holy shit, I'm missing every shot. Oh, wait, let me put this trap down. Maybe these guys stand still. God damn. See, I'm telling you, my Elsa's rusty, bro. I used to be pretty good with this girl, but like, I feel like I've just been rusty with her.
Sure, I'll take the shield.
Let's play a game!
Wait! Cheers, mate! Here comes the horse!
Oh, where are fucking healers at, bro? Holy shit.
Cheers, mate!
Oh, man. Okay, whatever. You can't all that fluctuation, big bro. I don't see anyone else. A lot of people just don't play her that much anymore. She's still really good though. This guy really has no legs. Like, please give my brother some legs, bro. Can you get over there? Lovey crashed my PS4 last night. Crashed your PS4. Man, this game is on PS4, huh? My finger. It was weird. Can I go past here? Maybe you can like see like a teaser of like an unreleased character in the water. It'd be sick. Like an Easter egg. They barely do those though. Well, they did one on New Year's, but we still don't know what the hell that was yet. Remember the little, like, we saw like a little white light in the air, like a white ship or something. We don't know what it is yet though. I guess it's probably like Nova or something. We saw like a white light or it was like yellow. I don't remember what it was. It was something. Nova where?
Who's
Wait, what?
ready to
Lock
go
in?
hunting?
Now,
Let me see if I can look it up.
vanish from this match.
Marvel Rivals, New Year's. Isn't it Easter egg? I guess. Bro, I don't know if I can even find it anymore. But if you were there, you know what I'm talking about. I can't find it. I think Doom will be out after Endgame release. I hope. I mean, that'll be the perfect time to drop them. I mean, when else would you drop them? If I had to guess, they're gonna do like Thanos in November and then Doom in December. Since Endgame is November. But who knows, bro?
You'll need a top-notch team to win this one.
Oh man, oh man, oh man.
Perhaps. Is anybody down?
Second tank. Oh brother. Wait, you telling me nobody here plays second tank? Wait, is that you, Panu? What the? What's up, dude?
Yeah, what's up?
None of you guys play second tank?
If you're not careful, mate, you start to become the monster yourself.
30 seconds before you attack. Get ready.
Who's ready to go hunt?
I'll do second tank. It's
When
fine.
mutants are in danger, the white
Okay, Mike, you got it.
answers. The higher the pressure, the more.
Did you want to do it or what? Because I can go Dino or Emma if you don't want to.
It's up to you, bro.
The battle starts in 5, 4.
If I get lit up on Dino, I'm going to scream.
1.
Because I most likely will get lit up on Dino.
The mission area. Got it?
Get up like that.
I have a penny. Yeah, I got to switch off Dino. Yeah, they have a Black Widow just shooting the hell out of me. Yeah, I'm gonna switch off Dino when I die. They're running Mantis. They're going Chip Wheeler.
I'm gonna try and hit backline or push point.
I got Mantis. I got Mantis. Kill her. Kill her. Kill her. I got Mantis. I got Mantis. She's dead.
Nesta's gone.
Hold on. Hold on. There's a Black Widow on us. I got Black Cat. They're down one. Walk up. Walk up. They're down one.
I'm on penny. I'm
just searching for Rocket.
I'm on penny.
I need heal. I need heal. I need heal.
Widow's one.
Penny. We're down one.
Penny's dead.
Point.
Found trouble.
I can't do anything about her.
Two ping.
I'm on penny. Penny. Please. Thank you.
Alright, they stunned. Or whatever you call it. Get his door. Hey, he dead. Body block, W body block.
Sure, what's up, Infer?
What's up with you? How you been? How was your day off? That's what's up.
You can go first.
I'm peeling. There's a Venom on us in the back. Hold on. Yeah, if they come to you guys back there, just yell at me. I'll come to you. Multi man.
Grab.
I'm coming. She's bleeding. I grabbed her, kill her. Nice.
Awesome. 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 Awesome.
Someone is attacking from afar.
We're not with you, Solid. Be careful.
Delivery.
I grabbed him. His ult's gone.
They pop Black Cat.
Black Cat on me.
I'm with you guys.
Go.
I grabbed her again.
I'm looking for
Venom is trying to dive on you guys. I got you. They went the fall bites. Reset. Maximilian Legacy. This title's 2 dots. Wait, what happened to Max? Oh no. What happened to him? Are Final Fantasy fans like trolling him again or some shit? There's like a section of Twitter that just like fucking hates him. I don't know why. That dude's chill.
Black Cat behind.
There's a. I got you. I grabbed the whatever his name is. His body block, kill his ass. Nice. Nah, I saw his tweet earlier. He posted a tweet saying, this website sucks if you wait, this what? No, he said this website rocks if you hate anything. I mean, obviously it's a reference to his original tweet from a while ago, where he said, this website sucks if you like anything. Because a long time ago he tweeted saying this website sucks if you like anything, which is facts. Twitter literally sucks if you like anything. Because there's so many haters on that app. Let's see if I can throw him off the map. Yeah, this Widow is just shooting the hell out of me. Yeah, I'm just gonna kite that. Yeah, they're gonna keep doing that combo, just one shot to backline. Just be careful. I'm just gonna keep doing Rocket Widow ult.
Is it real?
Yeah, well, supports, not you, but I think if you're under 300, if they do Rocket Widow ult, it just one shot you.
We can walk with Rocket ult or Cap ult. We have an ult advantage over them.
Go Rocket.
Yeah.
Go Rocket.
Okay.
Oh wow. I threw thing off the map. What? He's back? Yeah. Oh my god, I'm getting shredded.
I'm looking for ult.
What the fuck was that? I don't know. I don't know how he came back. That actually tilts me, because he definitely should have died there. He 1,000,000% should have died there.
We still Black Cat behind.
But he did his little dash thing, so he survived.
Only 60 seconds left.
Just reset.
I'm close to ult. We can walk on my ult when I get it.
We're gonna have the combo.
Get that vehicle moving again.
No, this character is annoying.
We're gonna find you.
I'm talking.
Yeah, it's just gonna keep one-shotting you guys. It's a little funky.
I can touch my. I got touch.
As sorcerers.
Nowhere yet.
Protect man.
Almost have Luna. Just try and build Luna and ult on point.
You have no DPS. You have no DPS.
Behind you.
I'm on site.
I have to stay on point.
Pop.
Can we Luna?
We
Can we
have
Luna?
ults.
What?
Put it the wrong way. I should put it the other way.
Got one.
Lucky. It's all good. We gold.
The current score is
I'm gonna go Emma though.
2-0.
Like it's, I could shield your their ult
Time to switch things
potentially.
up, including which side
Because
you're
you
on.
supports keep getting one shot by that combo. It's
The right heroes could make
frustrating for
all
y'all to
the
deal
difference.
with.
The higher the pressure, the more dazzling the
Steam Q prices, yeah, we just looked at it. I talked about it. Bad for one cube.
danger. The White Queen answers.
I should buy a PC, man. I mean, the Steam Cube is actually pretty strong. It's actually pretty strong.
Stay strong.
It's supposed to be 700. I mean, with what they're offering and what it can do, I'm not surprised it's 700 plus.
I don't.
Because they're gonna what is the word? They're gonna use the Steam store. The reason why the Steam Deck costs so low, well, at least it used to. They were gonna use the Steam store to subsidize the price being that low. Because it's guaranteed that you buy Steam games with the Steam Deck. It's not guaranteed that you buy Steam games with the Steam OS or whatever the Cube thing is. So they won't get the money back. They won't make the money back. They can't guarantee you're gonna buy a bunch of those things just to like let's say a company wants to buy like 100 of them or 1,000 of them. They can't guarantee they're gonna get the money back from buying Steam games with that, because that's a whole PC. People are about to buy that thing and not even buy a Steam game at all.
That's gonna be behind us.
Black cat.
Good. Top left as well.
Third. Looking after back line. Wow,
Unfortunate.
TP.
Boost the Widow. Yeah, if you use Widow ult with Rocket ult, it just one-shots the entire backline.
I will have my revenge for that.
It will literally one-shot your backline. I don't know the damage numbers, but I think it does like 400.
I don't know.
Oh shit, my bad. I mean, actually, I don't think I would have even made it in time because I died last or second to last.
Go.
I suppose that helps.
Back up behind.
She's so
I
low.
got two. Get better. That's bad. We have Luna.
Damn. It's hard to hit this girl.
Back up still behind.
Support stud. I'm looking at black traffic too.
Oh no, Luna. Oh, what the hell? Plasma. I guess I've made the first one.
Did you mean to get off tank,
Queen's
Spidey?
reign isn't over.
Okay, I'll go DPS then.
Good.
No, it's not the worst thing ever, I don't think.
Vamps gave me
We
my
have couple. We
powers.
can walk with it.
I'll make them regret it.
It's not, I guess.
We just need to break rocket the moment he pops.
Back in the game.
We either break it or kite it.
Oh, first time.
Okay.
Blood.
Black cat. Kite.
I was already too far in.
They're down to.
Yep.
Yeah, I got Widow and Black Cat. Those are so weird. Oh. It's kind of hard to do this because of dealing with Widow and shit.
Ed Mentis.
I got 3. We win this.
Guess the young still got it, Cap.
Good point.
Nice ult.
Did they Mantis or no?
No. They will have not.
I don't think they have it yet. They're pretty close though.
No, they do.
No,
They
I
do.
saw
Okay.
them streaming.
Just let her.
I can force it with Blade ult. Oh, we're down one. We're down one healing. Yeah.
Go past the blade.
I can just stay on point.
Alright.
Okay, we'll have a match now.
Please.
Even maybe like thing late.
Yeah, I'm down.
Just don't troll. We have plenty of space to get.
Good troll.
One shot.
Might have to force point to Luna.
Wow. Can't believe I fucking died there. That was too slow. So annoying, bro.
The forest, but we just trolled. Unfortunately.
Shit's fried.
They hit a checkpoint. Now might be a good time to start.
Yeah, we just need to dive these guys. Just run full dive. You play Venom, Spidey? Yeah, let's just run full dive.
I can walk us with a symbol. Walk up.
This is real firepower.
Are we gonna kite it or no?
Oh, we have to kite it. This Widow's having a game of her life. Holy.
Double KO. It's now or never. Stop them.
Third time to yoga. It's like probably the 4th or 5th, honestly.
A nice deep freeze. Only 60 seconds left.
Nice.
He stopped them in their tracks.
I wanna.
Right, is this Celestial? Yeah, we just gotta run full dive. These guys are like very.
We'll see in a second. Don't die here.
I'm not. I'm just trying to find my ult. I have my ult here. I'll go first. Or I'll wait for Luna just in case.
But
They
there's
don't
no
have. I'm going.
Plasma!
Wow, this girl headshotted me. Wow. Yo, she is playing the game of her life. I'll tell you that.
Yeah, they're gonna TP this.
Yeah, come back, Don. Come back. Unless you guys can stop it.
Did I freeze it?
I'm next to I'm next to
They got it out. They got it out. They're on site.
No, they have rocket. They have rocket afterwards. Rocket. Lift for rocket.
He's one. He's dead. He's dead.
Let me help. Widow on me behind.
Like I didn't fucking die, bro.
Kill him. They're on 3 tanks.
I'm on mag.
Mag low. Can we break this?
Reset. Just live.
Yeah, we don't have time.
Wow, I keep getting one shot by this girl. This is crazy. This girl just keeps one-shotting me.
We just lose.
Damn, unfortunate. GG's.
Or else. Final score 2-3.
Wow. I got one-shotted so many times.
Well, you can't expect to win them all.
I only have 8 finals. I got obliterated. But Mike's always like this? What do you mean why their Mike's always like this? Dude, that's so stupid, bro. Interesting. Can this work, please?
My time to shine.
Where's the ult at?
Welcome to the Dark Force dimension.
Oh, that's the tandem tides. Never mind.
Lights out.
My time to shine.
What the hell? This Penny could be in the water like this? You can swim with Silent? That's an emote? I didn't even know it was a swimming emote. No way she flying him like a kite. Hold on. Yeah, can I get a match, please? Queues are taking ages. We're 4 hours in. Feels like it's been like 6 or 7. They're 4 days, 19 hours, 47 minutes. I didn't mean it like that. Oops. Is that a boat of invisibility? That is ridiculous. Invisibility boat is crazy. Invisibility boat.
Which hero do you think you want to be today?
Victory is in my sight.
I'll fight to end the darkness that spawned me.
Now, who am I gonna banish from this match?
What skin do I want to use?
I'll fight to
Use Blade Knight.
the darkness that spawned
The
me.
Blade Knight. Bring out the Blade Knight. Y'all gonna get that cheesecake after this. Polarity Edge? Why should I use Polarity Edge? I use this a lot, I feel.
The darkness that spawned me.
I feel like I always use this. Anyone but that cowboy shit? That cowboy shit is fire. Tripping. What about this skin? This skin is fire.
End the darkness that spawned me. I'll fight to end the darkness that spawned me.
You new legendary, bro. Number one legendary is kind of meh. But I think there's characters that have no legendaries, so I guess. Thousand Z's. Who don't got a legendary?
Pick your hero.
Black Widow, I know that for sure. Damn, there was like 3 other characters. I don't remember. There's like 3 other characters though. Does Ultron have a legendary? I don't think so. Yeah, I can check. Let's see. Ultron. Nope, he doesn't.
Staying in the light is a constant struggle.
30 seconds
Angela has
before you
one.
attack. Get ready.
Oh, it's never a good sign when we both show up to the same party, Doc.
Dino doesn't. BP has legendary, yeah. I don't like that skin, but it's legendary.
Than do anything else, except be a superhero.
Emma has several.
The battle starts in 5, 4, 3,
Song
2,
list.
1.
This next point
All you
song.
need to do is capture the mission area.
Song quest isn't on. I could put it on though. Spider-Man doesn't have a legendary yet. Oh my god, bro, get a load of this guy. Get a load of this guy. Oh, come on, bro. There's no way I don't heal me there. Damn, not healing me there is kind of crazy.
As good as new.
Brother. What am I looking at?
Yo, please shoot the angel.
Your team's capture progress has passed the halfway point.
Okay.
See that? Right there.
Dying for spawners.
Wow, I keep missing my gun dash by like an inch. And I lost my ult again. My ult's been canceled like how many times today? Dude, how many times has my ult been canceled today, bro? Holy crap. I can't get an ult out, bro. It just keeps getting canceled by a charm or like Luna freeze. About to start ulting in the air again, I guess. Oh, wait, double split ulti. Yeah, it's a 6-second piercing charm, yeah. I mean, she has to have a strong base kit because her ult is trash. Her ult is low-key trash. That's what her, yeah, sure, after her ult.
Yeah.
Like, her ult is trash. That's why her base kit is so over-tuned, in my opinion. So frustrating.
I don't think they're backfiring.
Double KO. Control C. The area is almost yours.
It's annoying, bro. Like, my ult just keeps getting canceled. It's been so many times today, I feel. Oops. Feeling iframes. Only specific ones.
No winner yet. Going to overtime.
My entire healers was on the other side. That sucks. I don't know why he was already at like near 100, but whatever. He just was for some reason.
Up here, Luna. On Luna's out. TP. Oh no.
Find cover and get ready to defend.
Control lost.
Oh man. Yeah, so specific iframes like Hulks, you get it from it, but some like whose do you not get it from?
You heard people.
I don't remember. Whose do you not get it from? I don't remember. I can't think of any that you don't get it from right now. All I know is that the main one that you get it from is Hulk.
I'm not a hero. I'm the Punisher.
There are definitely some you don't get it from. I just don't remember. I can't think right now. I forgot.
Ooh, pick me, pick me.
How you feel about Lucky Zeal? He's hilarious. Dude's a troll. Why? Why do you ask? Who's a troll? Who's a hilarious troll? Very bold, that's for sure.
All you need to do is capture the mission area. Got it?
Very bold.
I've seen a lot of stuff I never signed up for in Special Forces. Our enemies are near.
There's a storm in the area. Damn. Yeah, the storm was in my area earlier, but it's gone now, I think.
We're getting jumped right now.
You kill this strange.
She's out, she's out. Kill her, kill her.
Wow. Oh, the portal's not open. I was gonna teleport and kill her. Sheesh. Micro stones would be the death of this game. It's just frustrating, man. You don't have to deal with none of that stuff if you play poke. There's so much stuff you gotta deal with if you play dive compared to poke. My all gets canceled on a daily playing dive. But if you're poke, you don't gotta worry about none of that. I mean, most poke characters always have iframe startup anyway for some odd reason. Like Phoenix, all you can't cancel the startup of it anyway, or like Hella. And the more you can't cancel their startups. It's only usually the dive carriers that have like startup time under ults. But my issue is that some of the dive characters ults aren't even better than some of the poke ones, so it's like, why do some of them don't have startup and some of them do? I don't know. Like the obvious team wiper ones, yes, those need startup. But Blade ain't even a team wiper, bro. Like,
Judge, jury, executioner! Blaze of glory. By the eyes.
I can't hold.
oh yeah, come here. Yeah, dying for my squads there is kind of sad. I'm the one that died. That's kind of depressing.
All meat. Smoke screen.
What the?
Smoke screen.
Tap on that.
Tap one, tap one.
By the eye of
Yeah, that guy's never using that ult.
Get out of it.
No winner yet. Going to overtime.
Invis one, Invis one.
The Skull Brothers. Oh my goodness. Oops, wrong button.
Kill the string.
Control lost.
Very winnable. Very winnable. 100 players. Strange players just take all the CC now. Bro, this guy's tried ult a million times. This literally just keeps freezing him. I mean, that ult needs startup because that ult literally is a guaranteed kill. Especially with the damage buffs he got. That shit is a guaranteed kill.
judge, jury, executioner!
Tap back.
Uh-oh.
Cap low, cap one.
Nice defense. No winner yet. Going to overtime.
How is this guy back? Oh no, he never died. Thought he died. Bro, him and Iron Fist are just sitting on point. The Stall brothers. Just so annoying. Just sit there stalling and stalling and stalling, stalling. So yeah, I mean, I guess.
I'm a blunt instrument.
I mean, I guess.
That's how I like it.
Stall America. Stall America is crazy. Who says Stall America? You mess with the custom skins? What custom skins?
Get ready.
Oh, he's my mods? No, I'm not allowed to use those because I'm in the partner program for Rivals. You're not allowed to use mods.
Straight between your eyes, old timer.
I mean, some people still do it, but like you're not supposed to.
Disable the internal mechanisms on all of your weapons. What the?
Nah, yeah, you're not allowed to. Like, there's some content creators that do. I'm not gonna say the names, but
Battle
like,
starts in 5.
yeah, you're not supposed to be using those.
3, 2, 1. All you need to do is capture the mission area. Got it?
Like they will remove you if you get caught using them. Like they will remove you from the program. Like you're not supposed to be using mods. Because they don't want streamers promoting it, which is like, I mean, it's understandable because if a streamer starts using it, everyone's gonna start doing it. You know, people already are doing it. And then they lose money from it, obviously. You know, I was wondering why they weren't taking damage. That makes sense. Using what mods? Skin mods. You're not allowed to use skin mods in the Marvel Rivals program. Partner program thingy or whatever.
Capture the mission area.
I'm hungry as hell. I need to grab a snack after this.
Final judgment is ready.
I'm about to alt walk with me.
Judge, jury, executioner.
Unlucky.
Elbow?
It's all good. I'll switch characters. Unlucky. Did you play Deadlock? I haven't played that game in a while. I mean, that's because I play too much Rivals. I stream Rivals like every day. In the mainstream game, so. If I'm not on Rivals, I'm playing fighting games. Or I'm doing a story game.
I unleash the Vishanti's power. Assist, so to speak.
What's up, Bar? Thanks for the follow. I appreciate it.
We're down to healing.
Oh, we. Damn, I've been. Wow.
No winner yet. Going to overtime. Control.
Do we still have no healers? They die again?
I'm behind you guys.
Oh man. You're getting baked. Hey, what about me? Oh, okay. They don't see me. Okay. What about me? Can I get one of those?
Enemy in front of no.
Like, please, bro. Can I...
Tap on us.
Like, I'm kind of hungry myself.
Tap one. Got him.
Ready to put on a show.
Oh crap.
Good bubble bar. Tap on your Luna.
No winner yet. Going to overtime.
Well, push me. Are you serious? God damn it. All right. Let's get on the Blade account. I need some YouTube content. Unfortunate. Mag push me. Look at Invis push me. I don't know if it was Mag. He said stay on poke slot. Oh, it's about Punisher. I want to get on the Blade account because I want to do some YouTube content. Give me a second. Wait. I need some YouTube content. I need to Blade the Max day 5, 4. Which one are we on? I think we're on 4. Give me a second. I think this is the account. It's time for the 19-inch blade. It's time to return of the 19-inch blade. What's up, actually, Ash? 2K, yeah, we're front page. Hold on. This is opening. While this is opening, I will be right back. Because I want a snack. I had a drink. Thirsty as hell. Wait a second. All right. Okay. The hell is this? Oh. What rank is this account? We stopped at Diamond 2? Okay, rank. Put that on the screen. What? That's not the right rank. That's deadlock. There we go. above it. I don't want to block the badge thing. Too much shit on the screen though. Whatever. Okay, I'll just get rid of the sub goal for Ari. Hold on. Put it under it. Edge in Silence. What a name.
Which hero do you think
Wow.
you want to be today?
I'll fight to end
What a name.
the darkness that spawned me.
Now, who am I gonna banish from this
That not
match?
real? I have no words. Got the Lakers Blaze skin on. Let's go. We had a Twitch afternoon live stream, did we? Ooh. What Twitch staff would be watching me? I mean, I can only think of like one or two because I actually know them. Swifty. Oh, I don't know then. When was this? Not stream, yeah, but like during what? What's up, random Milos?
The right heroes could make all the
Rival,
difference.
we played Rivals the entire stream. Like, okay, forget it, Jesper. You're trolling me. Bro said during we played Rivals the entire time last stream.
This is the last one.
Yo, it's the far. Thanks for the 5 million raid. Appreciate it, dude. How was your stream? Yes, part of the court jester.
Round one.
No one's coming back from the grave on my watch.
They'll be coming in 30 seconds. Stay strong.
But you weren't supposed to run the shout out command. I told you don't run it unless whatever. Whatever.
It's nice to,
You're not supposed to run the shout out command.
I was just about...
I was born ready.
Miles just trolling me.
Somehow that was even more awkward than I expected.
The battle starts in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
All right, yeah. I told you guys don't run it. I'll run it. That's why I keep telling you guys don't run the shout out command. I'll do it. Unless I say it, don't do it.
A little help, please.
Then here you go. What? Thing already?
You stopped them in their tracks.
As good as new. Ah, they still.
Just started blasting. Thing already. Oh, it's because we have a Daredevil. Oh my goodness. Okay.
Hell yeah. Tastes cold steel.
Shrimp in socks. These names are hilarious.
Stop that vehicle.
Snack time on.
Wow. I got fucking lasered.
There's still a
Takes a
chance
lot
to
more than
stop
that to
them.
put me down.
You belong
Customs probably after this. Okay, we can do customs today. They'll probably be late though.
They're in our blind spot.
You stopped them in their tracks.
I was born ready. Here they come.
Oh wow.
I am ready to put on a show.
1,000 gods!
What the fuck?
You're not in this alone.
Yo, Project, thanks for the oh.
Never fall!
Why is Gambit just not banned? Dude is mysteriously just in my match.
They hit a checkpoint. Now might be a good time to stop them.
What was banned? I was like, okay, whatever.
As good as new.
I was too busy reading chat and eating.
Looks like it's lights out. Here they come. Silver bullet. The hunt is on. Boom, could use some help.
They've made it halfway. Stop them.
The hunt is on.
And I have to fight a thing since we have a DD. Like, since Daredevil's not banned, it just makes it annoying for me.
Back in the game.
Oh my goodness, bro. They're running so much anti-dive compared to DD. It messes it up for me.
There's still a chance to stop them.
Snack time already. Taste cold steel.
Bro, what is that damage? Was that all him? Yes, it was. Jesus.
I was born ready.
I have 6 skills. Wow. Very fun startup, warm-up match for this game. Yo, if he ulted me, like, I don't even know what to say at that point.
Had a girl rogue.
There we go. Now I got some kills on me. I was at it. That's not true.
I'm cutting in.
Only 60 seconds left.
Damn it, never fall!
Call me behind me. A little help, please.
Slice. Next time, put up a fight.
I mean, okay, I guess.
As good as new.
Vampires can root for so I can.
Yeah, I'm gonna need to take that MVP off of her. That shit mine. Oh my god, I can actually play the game. You got off thing. I mean, I think it doesn't counter me, but it just makes it a little bit annoying.
Taste cold steel.
Nowhere yet. Going to overtime. Double KO. That's 3.
Armed and dangerous.
Yeah, touch the point and die.
The current score is
Touch the point and die.
0-2.
Let me see you touch it.
Time to switch things up, including which side you're on. You'll need a top-notch team to win this one.
I'll fight to end the darkness that spawned
Storm, Shuri, Star-Lord. Why Shuri? Why Storm? Why Star-Lord? What rank is this? It's on the screen. It's under my camera.
Round 2.
Nah, I'm probably gonna run Magic, Carnage, probably 2 people from wherever the last team is.
Get ready.
Oh, I was watching a Reels mode. Oh, I could put it in that. I can add it there. My bad.
You know me, Summers. I'm as sharp as they come.
I can add
Just
it.
follow my lead and you'll be fine.
Usually I'd insist on calling the shots, Blade, but it's clear you're more suited to take points.
It's good to see someone's using it. Because some people, you tell me,
4, 3, 2,
future's ass.
1.
It's there for people that like it. It's the option. You don't have to use it. Okay. You should. Yeah. Thank you for telling me that. I'll keep it. I'll keep it on. Like I literally had it on 2 streams ago and I turned it off because everyone kept complaining. And then I turned it back on because someone last stream said, "Oh my God, is he going to try and kill me again?" Yo, pin him. Yeah, stop resisting. Oh yeah. Yeah. Stop resisting. Oh shit, smooth all literally. Strange's apartment, Midnight Suns. Oh, so Strange can make it. I can add the rank to the Rose part.
Slice and dice. You might want to stay there.
Double KO. That's 3.
Back in the
Got them all.
Oh, nice. I took the ace from her.
But it had to be done.
I'm keeping that shit too. Hold on, hold on. Let me keep this ace and I'll add it to the roast thing.
Checkpoint. Keep up the momentum.
The hunt is on.
Fuck you.
The hunt is on.
Takes a step to the right. Oh shit! Get the fuck away from me! What the fuck? Oh hell no! Where did she come from?
Get that vehicle moving again.
By the eye of Agamotto.
God damn it. I think I should use the gun shift. But I don't think gun shift will interrupt that. Well, I know it definitely won't. But pushes him away more. Oh yeah, you're super dead. How did he not die? Did you die already? I'm not leaving you. You and me. Nice.
You're halfway
Slice and dice. Back in the game. 1,000 gods!
What the? How'd I get over here?
Judge, jury,
Oh, brother.
executioner!
You love this guy.
Almost there. Don't turn back now.
You're so weird. Like, brother, like, what? No, she's C9'd.
Final score 2-2.
2 when I get a random teammate, they sell me. Or we all do bad. Oh god. When I'm queuing Rivals Discord with people, they also throw. But don't queue with people in the Rivals Discord, please. You can start there. Oh nah. Oh nah. Nah, bro, please don't. Nah, bro, you better off solo queuing, I think. I don't got no homies. I don't got no homies either. You see me solo queue all the time. You can start by not queuing Rebels Discord. You see me solo queuing all the time? What you mean? You're already in Plow. Well, this is a different account. I'm talking about my main. Uh-huh. We make it the GM on a duo? Nah. This is a solo queue account. I don't play with people on this account. I don't do it with people on this account because I can't have them influencing the matches. I'm here to backseat you. Oh wow. I think it's my main Celestial 3.
Which hero do you think you want to be today?
That's funny.
I'll fight to end the darkness that spawned me.
Yeah, you can start by not queuing with people in the Rivals Discord. I don't know if people in there are good or not, but I'm gonna assume that they're not.
Now, who am I gonna banish from this match?
I'll fight to
Well, I'm not that they're not good. I don't think that's like. If you don't have any friends to queue with, I'm not gonna lie. I mean, yeah, do it, but like, I'd rather just play solo. They're straight garbage. Damn. I'd rather just play solo at that point. I mean, you see me queue solo all the time. Usually when I ask people, they already have a duo or they don't want a duo. Just solo queue that thing though. Solo queue it. What role are you playing? I feel like if you're support, you kind of have to play with a duo though. It's very hard to carry on support. Like supports don't have that much agency as like a good support doesn't have nowhere near as much agency as like a good DPS. Like it's extremely hard to carry on support. That's why people glaze Cypher so much. Because the fact that he's able to solo queue or queue with people or whatever and just win that much matches and then somehow carry on support and get like 5 ranks and 5 accounts in top 10 is ridiculous. That's not normal for support. That's very hard. That's very hard to do.
You'll need a top-notch team to win this one.
It's very hard to do. It's not easy. But yeah, what could be the characters you're playing? Could be the characters you're playing. Oh, you say you're playing Blade? Oof. Not really a carry character. Yeah, that's gonna take some time. That's gonna take some time. Oof. If you want to learn how to carry a Blade, that's gonna take a while. But I guess I can watch a vertical on PC. Oh, I can. That's pretty cool. Let me put the rank thing on PC. Not the vertical thing.
Round 1.
No one's coming back from the grave on my watch.
30 seconds before you attack. Get ready.
Next.
How many of those mystic portals of yours can you open at once, Doctor?
I'm not sure I feel comfortable divulging that information without
Where
first
put this?
understanding why, Director Han.
Tiger Division could use a way to mobilize our agents
It's like
on
right
a
there on my
global
camera.
scale at a moment's notice.
The battle starts in 5, 4, 3,
It's fun.
2, one. All you need to do is capture the mission area. Got it?
That plate looking blurry. Lobster? No, it's just cheesecake.
But these guys,
Just a small slice of cheesecake.
make an exception.
Shit, I wish I had some lobster. Hold on. Yo, I had some like it's called a hurricane roll. It was like lobster. It was sushi. It was lobster and was it lobster or was it crab? It was crab and shrimp. That shit was really good. That shit was good as hell, man. There was crab in it and shrimp. I think I have to look it up. I don't remember what else is in it. Got snowflake on her, so she's taking no damage. She has snowflake on her, and she's getting pocketed to a different dimension.
I am strengthened for battle.
My Blantio is nowhere near enough for that. And she has diamond form. Like, I don't do enough damage for that.
Ultimate's dead.
Yeah, she went straight for me.
You deserved that, dear.
Sag.
Double KO.
I was born ready.
You're welcome.
Back in the game. The sword hungers. I'm cutting in.
I'm ready to put on a show.
This guy really thinks I'm gonna let him just get his stacks off me. Oh, stance. I did the gun thingy instead of the sword. Whoops. Next is Widow. We already did Widow. Too late. You missed it. We did Widow already. Wasn't that this account as well? I parried it, but okay. I parried it, but whatever. I think that was this account, but I could be wrong. I guess I didn't parry because of latency, but I definitely parried that. Did you finish Widow? No, I didn't go to Celestial. I think I went to GM. I don't think I went to Celestial. Wish I went to GM. Celestial sounds like hell. I'd have to be getting paid to do it to Celestial.
Maximum pulse.
Push me back like that. Oh, can I hit a shot? I guess I can. Yeah, you gotta sit there and take it. What the? Wow. How I get better at White Fox and Daredevil? Those are completely different characters. You gotta just play them more. If you want to get better at anything in this game, you gotta keep playing it. Even if the character is garbage. Like, I didn't get this good at Blade, so I'm not playing that crazy this match. But because I'm mainly eating, but I didn't get this good at Blade without playing him.
I am ready to put on a show.
Yeah, how come every person I'm trying to kill has Snowflake on them? Wow, that did a lot of damage. A little bit of damage for him. Yeah, you got to keep playing. You got to play the game more in general, honestly. You need to develop game sense. And when you develop a lot of game sense, it transfers between characters.
Our next victims.
What? I'm about to say, where'd he go? Yo, JR, thanks for the follow. Oh my freaking goodness, bro. Oh, that was pretty sick. We both like dashed through each other, bro. I won. Kinda edgy. Oh my fucking god, bro. Leave me alone, Emma Frost, please.
I was fine, thank you. Good timing. Perfect synergy.
I am strength for battle. The hunt is on.
Oh wait, I gotta lock in. I need to get my MVP. My history is all MVP, so I need to get that MVP. We gotta keep it that way. Oh, that's pretty bad.
Only 60 seconds left.
That moonlight? Okay, that guy got eviscerated.
We need to move this close to the ground.
This is your big chance.
What the?
I'm cutting in.
Double KO. That's 3.
Bro, I need to get my MVP back. Oh no, I gotta lock in.
The current score
I gotta lock in. I gotta steal MVP from this girl. What's up, Casey? What's up, Verdant? From Page, yeah.
including
How you guys doing?
side you're on.
Let me finish this damn cheesecake real quick.
The right heroes could make all the difference.
Pretty good.
End the darkness that spawned me.
No, because my history is all MVPs on this account. It needs to stay that way.
Fight to end the darkness that spawned me.
It's 1 a.m. Damn. The time passes really fast when you're streaming.
I earn my name with every slice
Quite
of
crazy.
cold steel.
Quite crazy, isn't it? Isn't it? Isn't it? Quite crazy, isn't it?
The hunt is
Only coming in 30 seconds.
Thoughts is on. What's up, Prism? How you doing?
My agents have
I
been
look up,
keeping a
it's 12
close eye on
already.
you since you returned.
Yeah, it's 12 for you.
You've made
What is
quite
this emote? Okay, that's not my emote.
always do.
That is not my
Question is,
emote.
are you gonna let me do my thing, or stand in
That
my
is
way?
not
I
mine.
assure you, I'm here to help Mr. Brooks. Tiger Division.
That is 7TV. That is not mine. We do not claim those.
2, 1. You have to stop
No,
them from securing
that's
the
not how that
mission
works.
So there are 2 dupes.
There's a trick to it.
Sounds like over.
Y'all keep trying to expose me. If you use channel points, you can add an emote. I'm not the one that chose to add that. All of my emotes are normal. Hence, you will see why if you sub. That one. Is this guy trying to blade this me? Where does she come from? Right? Oh, come on. Oh, that girl died before she could TP. I gotta fight with style. Oh my god, I need my MVP.
That's me.
Oh no. No, 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 no. Oh, I got it. Nice. Let's go. I got my MVP back. I'm about to ult. Walk in me. How did nobody die there? What? Yo, this character is good. Is that not a fat ult? My character is balanced. What is this? Oh, that's awkward. No. Don't let the white woman take me, please. Please, I don't want the snow.
You belong to me. 1,000 gods. I unleash the Vishanti.
W heals. Why you lie? You love snow? Not true. Like all girls equally. Oh, that's interesting.
Only 60 seconds left.
Slice and dice.
Oh, you're trolling. Thank you.
Small body, big results rocket.
37. Yo, this Psylocke is trying to take my MVP, bro. You're not taking it from me. So you like a lot of girls then? If you're saying oh, what? I think girls counts as all girls, race, whatever the fuck. I don't care. Whatever fucking race. What? I think saying girls means every girl. Oh, you're trolling. Rocky, we get the ult. I lost my mind if I died there because
Going to overtime.
whoa. There's gonna be one blade. W, GG's, guys.
Final score 3.
Umar hears your cries. Oh, hell no. We got him, chat. Wait, what? Wait, what? Ooh, diamond 1. %? Damn. Oh yeah. Yeah, we like that. Yeah, you gotta stay like that. Yeah, we like that. What happened here? What was I doing down here? Okay, I must have been doing some trolling. Wait, what patch is this? 3.8? Oh, this was 3 months ago. What was I doing? I've been doing some tomfoolery. I wasn't even playing Blade. No, I wasn't even trying. I was just trolling. My mom's strange. I was pulling. I was playing. Oh, I was playing with Shine, Cat, and Joy. Bro was higher than me on his ult. There's nothing wrong with that. Nothing wrong with that. Which vertical view is ugly? Don't use it. You don't have to use it. Wait, can you see the? Should I add the chat box to the vertical view? Here, let me look it at my phone. Oh, let me queue. Oh, I got insta queue. Oh, there's already a self chat. I mean, a built-in chat that shows already. Oh, I don't need to add it yet. There's already a built-in chat.
You want to be today?
Yeah, I don't need to add it.
Now,
How about I do it like this?
I'm gonna banish from this match.
Ow. Oops. I'm gonna change the vertical view. Let's change it to like what the? Interesting. I'm gonna delete these. Delete this. What's up, Dazed? How you doing? Dude, these guys are about to be in a root for awake when they see I'm not playing support. Is that better? If you're watching a vertical view, that should be better. I think this way is the way I'm gonna leave the vertical view. Look at it on my phone. So that way the chat box isn't covered by the yeah, it should be better.
You'll need a top-notch team to win this one.
Here, look at this.
To end the darkness that spawned me.
Is this gonna show properly? Fuck. Okay, yeah, that's what it looks like. Oh, wait. This is the way it looks like, but you have to see it on my camera. Fuck. Whatever. If you're on PC, you can see it. Yeah, so the chat box isn't blocking the thing. If you press load chat, it shouldn't block it. It should be fun like this. Anything else I should add to it? Yeah, I think that's it.
Round one.
No one's coming back from the
Cause this way I can leave it so that like if I play like fighting games or something,
Get ready.
it's not jank.
Hey, brother, you ever run into vampires out here in space?
I have not. Why do you ask?
It's always night out here. Seems like the perfect place for.
Yet another threat from which to protect my empire.
Yeah, how you doing, Dazed?
How lovely.
The
The
battle
other
starts
team was
in
running.
5,
The anti-blade team? Wait, were they?
3, 2, 1.
What were they running?
All you need to do is
Anti-blade
capture
would
the
be just
mission
straight
area.
poke.
Got it?
Or portaling?
On days like this.
And by anti, wait, do I not have voice chat enabled on this account?
A shortcut through space.
No, it is on.
Back in the game.
Tammy needs help.
Oh, you're so weird, bro. Oh my god, he got bubbled. Or what was that iframe noise I heard? Okay. Let me see if my voice chat's enabled. It should be enabled. I mean, it's at the top right. It is. Okay.
The hunt is on. As good as new. The hunt is on. Here they are now. Taste cold steel.
God, this gun does no damage, bro. He's able to react in time to just iframe it. I mean, not iframe it, delete it. Nice. Yo, Vontae, thanks for the follow. I appreciate it.
I was born ready.
Appreciate all the follows today, guys. I'm dead as fuck. What was this guy doing? Dude's taking a stroll. Kill this guy. Whatever, I'll take a healer. Oh, wait, no, we got both. He was taking a casual stroll through the middle of the damn thing. Bullhongus. What type of name? Bullhongus is crazy. Really thought I was gonna win this? My team was garbage. Damn. What game are you playing, bro? You doing another match? Yo, Kawangu. What's up, dude? Where is this damage coming from? Son, what is damaging me this much? What is hitting me? Yo, where's this Bucky at? Is he like behind us or something? Like, where's this guy hitting me from? Dude, the Bucky killed me again. Where is this guy? Okay, man. Yo, this Bucky is literally haunting me. Where is this guy? Guy's literally like Casper. Like, where the fuck is this guy at? That guy's dead.
Vehicle reached a checkpoint. Keep up the momentum.
Oops.
Back in the game.
He's staying back, bro. He's hiding. Like, I can't ever even find this guy. So look, he was guards. My team always tells me. Hey, bro, you get used to it, bro. Lock in. If I can do it, you can too. If I can do it playing Blade, you can too, bro. Lock in.
Who wants calamari?
Don't let anything stand in your way.
Should have learned to use that sword better.
That is OD, but alright. Did he really just do that down? I don't even blame him. It's not good about lost 2 games back to back. It is what it is. Bro, you guys are so depressing. It's rivals, bro. You guys can't win them all. Maximum. It's not bad or good. I just lost 2 games back to back. It is what it is. Just take a break and come back. Yeah, I mean, that's all you can do.
Including which side you're on.
What's your sends and DPI? Exclamation point sends. Should work.
Right heroes could make all the difference.
I'll fight to end the darkness that spawned
If you do
me.
exclamation point sends, it should show you it. Oh, wait. I am gonna make the chat display. I just thought of it.
Cold steel.
Where's the chat box? There you go. I'm gonna put chat under display though.
They'll be coming in
There
30
you go.
seconds. Stay strong.
The on-screen chat is better.
Hell yeah.
On both settings, 3.5. There is no both. For PC, there's no vertical and horizontal. There's only one. Oh wait, there is. What the fuck? I forgot. My bad. Yeah, 3.5 on both.
The battle starts in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Not bad.
You have to stop them from securing
I
the
forgot there
missionary.
was. I keep thinking there isn't. There is. That was only 2 on console. It's only on Overwatch or something like that. Alright, actually, I don't even think it's like that on Overwatch either. I don't remember. Probably think of a different game. Oh, she was low, so I shot her. They are ignoring me. Wow. Shouldn't have done that.
I was born ready.
I mean, okay. Whatever. Jesus. I can't take that much damage, man. That's a lot of damage. I got netted and stunned and smacked and like, goddamn. I think so much, man.
The hunt is on.
Dr. Strange is...
Taste cold steel.
That was too close.
You need to stop that vehicle.
That was way too close because I'm pretty sure they jumped through that portal and killed whoever's left.
Ready.
There's been a lot of Moon Knight. I've never used this team up in a while. Because I feel like I haven't. You're so weird for that wall. And this Namor is hacking at my damn body, bro, with tridents.
Still a chance to stop them.
And she still died to me. This hella. I was about to say I gotta go kill the hella because she's shooting the hell out of me, but I didn't get a chance to. No way. Oh, you still died. That's awkward. She still died. That's quite hilarious. That was mad. She wants me real badly. Think you're gonna act Quicksilver? Hell yeah. Eventually.
Back in the game. Look, our next vacation.
Whoa. Bro, the hell is playing behind the healers? Like, what? I can't even go kill her if I wanted to.
I could use this. I was born ready. I'll keep the night safe from the expected.
They hit a checkpoint. Now might be a good time to stop them.
The hunt is on.
Better stop that vehicle.
I'll catch you up. As good as new. I was born ready. 1,000 gods!
Oh my god, this hella just keeps headshotting me. Was my head like a magnet for this girl, bro? She double headshot me too. Damn, bro.
You stop them in their tracks.
I know how speedster would work in this. Nah, I mean, it would be pretty simple. It's not gonna be. He's gonna be fast. It's just gonna be like Mercury from Smite. Yeah, everyone says this every game until they add a speedster, and they're like, oh, well, that makes sense. The speedster's in a league. The speedster is in like almost every hooter shooter.
Us against the world.
That's what people saying. How the hell are they gonna add? What the? Oh, no, I'm out of there. They made Spider-Man work. You guys think they can't make a Mercury work? I mean, not Mercury. Quicksilver work.
I had you covered. Take cold steel.
Double KO.
Should have learned to use that sword better.
Oh, wait, they're not
old man.
portaling. I was gonna say, are they portaling? Yo, Hercules, thanks for the follow.
Thanks.
I'm cutting in.
Nope.
The moon is out.
Throw the squids out. Throw the squids. Throw the squid. Throw the squid. Bro, I was gonna literally kill him with the squid. He didn't throw it.
As good as new. The hunt is on. 1,000 gods! Boom, one shot. I was born.
Only 60 seconds left.
Hey, you almost got her killed. Oh, fuck. We've been trolling just a little bit. What is happening, bro? Yo, chill. He blasted me with water, bro.
Denizens of the deep.
How did we lose the point when I had 3 people contested?
Don't give them another inch.
Make a lick of sense.
No winner yet. Going to overtime. Double KO.
Next time, put up a
Oh, it's too late for the portal.
The moon is out. Taste cold steel.
The moon is out. Think Blade still needs buffs? Yes. His ult or his gun needs to get buffed. Yes, he does.
Another epic victory. Big win.
What rank is this account on leaderboard? I wonder. Let's check. Oh, my profile is hidden. I know it isn't. Oh, there you go. 12 games. That's not enough. Oh, it's not gonna pop up on leaderboard yet. This guy stole my name. He put 19-inch blade, but with spaces. There's only one 19-inch, bro. Bro stole my name. Those are not creative. How did a Luna steal my MVP? Good jeepers. Thigh hugger. These names. These names are too funny, bro. Thigh hugger is crazy.
I'll fight to end the darkness that spawned me.
His name is Thigh hugger.
Now,
Oh yeah, I wonder how people are doing with that little that event, the charge thing. Is Kingsman still doing it? Are they still charging? Oh, they're not charging. Oh, he's ending. Someone told him to raid me. Let me see the leaderboard for charging. Jit no word. Wait, no, go back. I want to see the leaderboard. Jit no word. 3 mil. Oh, this guy's at 5. Damn, that guy is so high. 5 million is crazy. Is that guy live right now? Let me see. Yo, Juju, thanks for the oh, that guy's not live right now. Yeah, he's not live. It's the default skin.
I'll fight to end the darkness that
No, Lakers blade.
I'll fight to
Yo,
end
CP
the
tree.
darkness that spawned me.
Appreciate it. Thanks for the follow.
the right heroes could make all
It's
the
supposed to be like
difference.
Captain Tree. Pretty sure Kingdom stopped because people were botting macroing. I mean, yeah, people are. That's why I wouldn't do it. That's why I wouldn't do it. But like, hey, I mean, you could if you want. And also, like, if I were to do it, I started way too late. And also, I don't want to do it because of what is that crap called? Excuse me. Tight as hell. Captain Reefer. Wait, what? Oh, I see what you did. Oh, that's pretty cool. Got me. You definitely did get me. My bad, I'm getting tired. I was saying is that I wouldn't do it because I started way too late, and also you're not able to read your chat. If the whole chat is just spamming charge in VIP mode and in sub in VIP mode or whatever, and you can't even read the chat because everyone's just spamming charge. It's like unreadable. I'm not doing that.
3, 2, 1.
You'd have to like you'd have to tell your whole chat to go to YouTube or something. Like, I'm not doing that. And you have to like get some loyal chatters that would, well, not loyal, like you get some chatters that wouldn't mind spamming exclamation point charge. Like, I'm not doing that, bro. Well, I can't see shit. Where'd our supports go? They die? Oh my god, they exploded. Oh, they are heavy dive.
The stakes just got. I was born ready.
Oh, that's not good. That's not good. They're a heavy dive. He almost died.
Welcome to the Dark Force dimension.
You need to
Animated Wanda? Animated Wanda is crazy. Why do you need to be on Animated Wanda?
As good as new.
The only animated Wanda I know is like, I think Quibbles, that's it. That's literally it. Because why on earth would you be animated Wanda? Ooh, broke his dash. Oh my god, I keep... How many times today have I died to this strange E? I'm gonna just say it. This thing does way too much damage, bro. Like, oh my god, I hate it, bro. I've died to that so many times today now. That thing is so damn powerful. I don't know if we're gonna win this match yet. I'm pretty sure that DD is smurfing as well. But he's smurfing on DD. I'm smurfing on Blade. There's leagues apart.
Snack time already.
Oh my god. Okay, bro. Oh my god, it was a torch above me.
1,000 cards!
Oh man. Yeah, I mean I can tell by his movement how he's playing.
Supernova! My life force is exposed. Don't mess with the amazing Spider-Man!
Oh, we could have killed him, but no one shot him. Yo, Shady Nasty, instead of follow.
I was born ready.
You belong to me!
Taste cold steel. Back in the game. Taste cold steel.
Holy, bro. Oh my god, they're full dive. They are literally full dive. Not a fun match, I'll tell you that.
You owe me one.
By the eye of
I killed him and I still got stunned. What the fuck is his leg? Can't look at him.
This is real firepower!
Is he trying to box me? As Spider? Oh. Where did she come from? 6 a.m. for you. Yo, you should go to bed. Isn't that your up time? That was crazy. Appreciate you being here though. Okay. Wait, you're not gonna shoot him though?
Don't mess with the amazing Spider-Man!
Oh man. I'm like ping 80. Do I have West Coast servers on? I gotta turn that off. I don't play on West Coast servers.
As good as new.
For once, I'm vulnerable.
Better stop that vehicle.
Why are you LARPing on Blade? Yeah, the word LARPing has lost meaning. That word has lost complete meaning. Oh my god. That word, I've never seen a word lose meaning this fast. Because I'm convinced like everyone that uses it doesn't know what the hell they're saying. Oh my god, my entire backline just got disintegrated. That ain't Gooning. Gooning not that bad, but LARPing though? Wait, that sounds crazy to say. LARPing though, that word has lost complete meaning. Where you jumping to?
Double KO. Only 60 seconds left.
Where's Rocket at? Cap got meta overnight? Meta overnight? No. Cap has been strong for ages. He's played in MRC 24/7. And in rank 24/7. We're just saying this because they don't want Cap nerfs. Bro has a mini support ult, bro. Dude's like the best stall character in the game, probably. Yeah, this match is fried. I don't know if we're gonna win this.
Score is 0.
Well, I mean, it's winnable. It's just
3.
I'll put a lot of work into win
Switch
this.
things up, including which side you're on. You'll need a top-notch team to win this one.
I'll fight to end the darkness that spawned me.
And slightest liking of a female would be called gooning. That is true. That is true. I mean, yeah. You know how many times I've streamed and then like I'm playing like Psylocke or Emma Frost and then like TikTok chat says, why are you gooning? I'm like, bro, what?
Taste cold steel. Your souls is truly exquisite. Yeah.
Be like, you got on this game just to goon? I'm like, what? Wait, what?
Almost.
I'm sitting there like, what are you talking about?
I shall repair them for you in an instant. Only things
The battle starts in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All you need to do is capture the mission area. Got it? I beat Dr. Doom once.
Favorite pizza? Like Hawaiian pizza. Oh, you mean like type or like? I mean, I'm not really picky about pizza like that. I'm not gonna lie. I don't think I'm picky about pizza. Like Hawaiian, meat lovers is pretty good too. I don't have a. Sometimes I might get a plain cheese. It's a plain old cheese. Ain't nothing wrong with a plain old cheese.
Taste cold steel. You're lucky I was here. Hell yeah. Taste cold steel.
Poor girl. What the hell? Is that a dino? The dino's creeping. You see the dino just jiggle peeking? That's crazy.
Help get that vehicle to its
A jiggle peeking dino. Is that not insane? Why it's not so good? And pineapple has to be thin though. I've seen some with chunky pine. Actually, I think when I was in Japan, they had like chunky pineapples, but these are really good.
I was born ready. They are now.
Yo, Razi, let's go follow. They had like chunky pineapples, but it was really good. Okay, yeah, this guy is not. Whatever. God, this Emma, like, you don't want to shoot the thing? You want to shoot the guy that can lifesteal? Come on, man. Wait, what about the guy that can't lifesteal? Why me? No way, he didn't die to that? I thought he was gonna die to that. I'm at 10. I don't know if you want to fight me. Are you gonna get on the ground and fight me? I ain't never seen somebody play this character like a coward before. Oh great, I'm at 0 stacks now. Never mind, I'm back at 10. What the hell? And the stranger's trying to blow up on me, bro. Go away! I don't want to fight you. He's chasing me. What the fuck? Oh crap. Them strangers see a DPS, they start licking their lips. That stuff is crazy, bro. What the? I rubber banded in the sky! What is happening in this match? I rubber banded in the sky. Is Blade good? He's mid. He's mid, but if you are really good at him, you can play him at a higher level, I suppose. This guy is literally spawn camping. Like, Bo was trying to see like a support or something. Surprise, a black man. Surprise, is a black man. You got jump scared by a fucking black man. Instantly ran. I'm crying, bro. What is this match? Why is this match so sweaty? What rank is this? What?
Next time, I'm cutting in.
I mean, I know why this match is sweaty, but still, like. Oh my fucking god! I was about to let it rip. I can't lie. I was about to just ult. What is this match?
1,000 gods! Back in the cage.
I don't know what this match is, bro. This match is fried. This match is so sweaty for no reason. It's like a team deathmatch, bro. Where you go? I ain't scared of the devil. Come here.
By the eye of Agamotto.
Let's go to the source. Let's kill these healers. Oh, where the hell is this stupid payload at? Oh, of course, bro. He's gonna sit in the damn sky, bro. How you playing a warrior character, but you sit in the damn sky? Just running away. Oh, I got a super dead. What?
The final 10 seconds.
All I see is 1v1s and fades. Yeah, this is a team deathmatch, bro. This is not a ranked. This is not a ranked, bro. This is a team deathmatch. Do I have to ult you? No, I don't. Do you use your One Piece? I like DBZ more.
We can't let them stop us now.
Almost died.
Open season. good as new. The hunt is on.
Okay.
Only 60 seconds
Sheesh. What the? Bro, I didn't get on this game to play duck hunt, bro. Like, come on. This is so silly. No, bro. That E does so much damage, bro. What the?
By the eye of Agamotto.
What is this match, yo? Like, actually, though. Yo, why is there a Daredevil with 47 kills, yo?
I was born ready.
What the? I just rubber banded around the corner. Yo, why are you spawn killing my teammates? Oh my god, he actually got away with it. What? Why is where my game?
I was born ready.
My ping is so high, I guess. So I'm like rubber banding. Get off my supports. Oh, this dude is gonna kill me again. Hi there. Here you go. I'm not done with you. What is this lag? My ping is high for some reason. I don't know why. I think I'm on a server that I'm not supposed to be on or something.
This is your big chance.
Enemy in front of us. Tremble before power. Let the devil by the eye of Agamotto.
I just got 3 people.
Wow.
You guys want to sit on the point, right? We can sit on the point.
The current score is.
You want to sit on the point, right?
2, 3.
You want to hold my damn teammates? Yeah, hold this. Can I out Smurf a Smurf?
You'll need a top.
He's smurfing probably for the love of the game. And he's on Daredevil. He's definitely no. He's smurf just a smurf. At least he's playing with a friend, I guess. I'm doing a challenge. This DD is 100% smurfing. I'm trying to out Smurf a Smurf. Jeez, bro. I don't want to draw, bro. Please, no draws.
Round 3, go.
Parents gave me my powers. I'll make them regret it.
30 seconds before you attack.
Okay,
Get ready.
let's go.
Something bothering you, Ben?
We've just done this dance so many times, Susie.
Shark meat at 10 out of 10? Shark meat. I ain't never had no shark meat. What does that even taste like? Shark meat. Where do they serve shark meat at?
The battle starts in
That's something they'd have in like Hawaii or
4,
something.
3, 2, 1.
I've had no shark meat before.
All you need to do is capture the mission area.
Alright,
Got
there's
it?
a guy somewhere here. You're so weird. Like, what is wrong with this guy?
Invisible?
Illegal? Shark meat? I don't know. Isn't dolphin meat illegal? It was dolphin, not shark. I don't know.
Down to 30 seconds. Double kill.
Oh, you guys portaled? I'm going in. Where is it?
The final 10 seconds. No winner yet. Going to overtime.
1,000 gods!
Double KO. That's 3.
Wait, I have 60. Wait, I can get like 80 or 70 kills here, low key. Low key? I can get like 80 kills. They on triple healer now. Oh no. What the hell is this match, bro? This is probably the weirdest blade match I've ever played. I can't lie. I'm literally just chilling. I'm like autopiloting.
Triple.
Slice and dice. Hey, Dee!
Oh. Okay, well, my whole team was dead anyway. It doesn't matter.
4, 2.
What made you want to be a blade main? I just play cool. Whatever character's cool to me. He's cool.
Including which
So I play
side
him
you're
and Psylocke. My mains are him and
The
Psylocke.
right heroes could make all the difference.
A fight to end the darkness that
Whatever character's
spawned
cool to me
me.
is what I'll play. And I think the coolest characters in this game to me are Psylocke and Blade. Give me a second.
Round 4. Go!
All right, my bad. I was texting someone.
We're coming in 30 seconds.
But yeah,
Stay strong.
that's pretty much it. It tastes like better fish if fried. With the sauce saving this shit. Rich people. Trust restaurant. I'm not rich though. Shark meat isn't illegal. Heard shark fin soup is good. I never tried. Okay, I've heard of shark fin soup.
4, 3, 2, 1.
Hmm.
You have to stop that.
I don't like
from
bitter
securing the
things.
mission area.
Or portaling.
Back up.
I don't like bitter stuff. I'm dead. Oh my god, my heroes.
Only 60 seconds left.
Are you just gonna ignore me? I don't think you can do that. I don't think you can just do that. What the? You just ignored me. Bro, lock in?
Down to 30 seconds.
I was born ready.
Nice. Yo, stop whipping me, please. God damn it, this is strange. Oh, we won. Oh, nice. This is good. Oh. I checked his attention away. Oh, nice. I'll take that. W. What a way to win. That's the way we win. That's hilarious. Oh, man. Oops. Press the wrong button. Give me a second. Press it up. I had 41 finals. God damn. The blade is me. You alone, you happy whipping you? That's crazy. Oh. Blah. I had 41 finals, 33k damage. Damn. Didi said I hate you. I hate him too.
Because he was probably smurfing, so I hate him too. But hey, I'm no better. I'm doing a challenge. But I'm doing a challenge though. So I mean, I don't have anything against people that smurf. Because I mean, there's no way you're gonna stop people from playing with their friends. Like, but if you're like smurfing and you're like just playing on like, if you're playing like meta, like let's say I smurf and I play like Phoenix or Cyclops every match. No, that's ridiculous. Like, that's ridiculous, bro. Nah, dude, the amount of Phoenix Smurfs I run up against is ridiculous. Well, like, I'm not gonna report them for smurfing because they're playing with their friends, but like, it's just shameless is all. I'm like, damn, bro, you gonna smurf on Phoenix though? At least like sandbag a little bit. Like, that's what I do, but like, that's why you see me when I play with like Dabo, I play like Iron Man and shit. But like, if you gonna smurf and you playing like, I used to be Hella. Hella's not that bad no more though. But Hella used to be the go-to, and now the go-to is Phoenix. If you're gonna play like just straight meta smurfing though, that's ridiculous. And you're not even cute with no one, it's like, bro, what? Are you even doing like a challenge or nothing? You're just doing it for the love of the game. Go play in your damn elo. Unless you're practicing, but like, I don't know, like, go play quick play if you're trying to practice, bro.
I'm not judging.
Practicing on like silver ranks is crazy. Blades for people with no hands. Me, I have no hands. I know you have no hands. I've seen you on 2x. Chud scam, please. Is there anything we're doing after Marvel? I don't know. I don't know. Oh shit, the match started. Whoops. I don't know.
Is a constant struggle.
You got a video of me tearing that ass up? Bro, that was before, bro. That was like ages ago, and you can't do that again, by the way. Yo, get this emo out my face, bro. This emo is nah, bro. Nah, bro, get that emo out of my face. That emo is crazy, bro.
Always do.
That emote is ridiculous.
Do my thing.
Load up? Hell no.
I assure you, I'm here to help.
Every time I play 2x, you miss it. I played 2x 2 days ago. I streamed the game for like 4 hours. Every time I boot up, you're not here.
All you need to do is capture the mission area. Got it?
A bit of darkness might come.
Not a big deal. I made 2 old accounts. I'm a working man. Yeah, you don't work at like past midnight? What? You don't work past midnight? Aren't you West Coast? Maybe like 12 for you. There's no way you're still at work after like, what, 10? Are you even allowed to stay there that long? And of course I died the hell up. I just finished 30 minutes ago. Some nights I do. Damn. I didn't know you guys were allowed to stay on campus for that long. I missed the cafeteria. That food was good as hell. That cafeteria was fire. Yo, this Hella is like, god damn, she's tearing my head apart. No dash, huh? Is that another hit scan character? Man, these guys are just playing straight hit scan.
You captured more than half of the mission area. Keep going.
When that's the story match, more lunch right now. Damn. I mean, if I was working, I'd do the night shift low key, because kind of a night owl. But I don't know. Thankfully, I do this full time though, so. You know you don't beat me, right? Oh, that's a lot of ults.
Slice and dice.
God.
Ultra Ring Supreme.
Fury is almost yours. Pick up behind you.
As good as new.
Judge, jury, executioner.
I'm bright like a star.
That's cheating, bruh.
Going to overtime.
Well, no one took the point. God, this freaking... I was about to say Captain America. This Punisher coming out of nowhere. I'm really getting punished because this dude keeps dying. He's popping up out of nowhere. As a gas station worker late, wait, what the, I missed it. As a gas station worker late nights, the best because I can tap into the streams. That's what's up. That's what's up. Yo, Anna, thanks for the
30
follow.
seconds before you attack. Get ready.
All right, I'm gonna do 1 or 2 more after this match, and then we're doing customs.
Watch me burn up the battlefield, Robo Dude.
Wait, how long have I been on this? No. I mean, I already promoed. Wait, let me see how much I am to the next promo. Before I say that.
Funny coming from the one guy that I could melt into slag in seconds.
The battle starts in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All you need to do is capture the mission area. Got it?
What's up, Kazu? How you doing?
As good as new.
Tandy needs help. I'm clocking some bad guys.
I'm hit. Cover me.
Oh, great. That all's gonna get shredded. Wow, that guy got shredded. Yo, Will. Who's that? Who's gonna say? Will, thanks for the tier 1. I appreciate it. I was hearing Captain America shoot. I'm like, is he around me? And I realized he was on site. Oh, they surrendered. Yeah, I kind of feel bad, but hey, bro. Well, they surrendered though. I don't think they should have surrendered that. I think they could have went. They could have still came back. Oh, come on. Okay, after our promo next match, then we can do customs. That's kind of evil, no? Bro, this match is crazy. 69 kills is kind of crazy. Used to go on a loss streak. Nah. It's actually, it feels worse playing Blade on my main. Because I get targeted so hard. And like you don't want people to look at you when you're playing Blade. That's like the worst case scenario. People ignoring you is what you want, because you can keep building your ult while they ignore you. But if people are looking at you, it cucks you hard. If you're like, if they recognize you, oh fuck, they're gonna keep focusing you. Blade's like one of the characters you don't want to be focused on, but getting focused on. It's like frustrating, I'd say. I rage quit. I don't give a fuck. F this game. Damn. All right. Let's get this promo, and after this match, let's do customs. This should be my promo to GM.
Which hero do you think you want to be today?
Oh, hell no, this guy's not taking my blade.
Darkness that spawned me.
We cannot have that. We cannot have that.
Now, who am I gonna banish from this match?
Is your peak on this account or in general? Oh. Then Gambit. Oh wait, it's banned. I want to ban Groot. I'm down. In general, C1, but we round up to eternity. Yep. Okay, to be fair, I was like 1 game off or 2, but then I had to go do something. I don't remember what I had to go do, so I had to stop playing that season. I was like a game or 2 off of eternity. So yeah, we round up. Okay.
The right heroes could make all the difference.
There we go. Need one up a wall before this year ends? Before this year ends? I think we can do that. I just gotta be consistent. I mean, I already play every day. It's just like I play Blade. I don't know, man. I play Blade, but he's getting better, so like it's not that bad. It's not that bad. It's just hard. About gaining a little, now I play Blade and lose it. But like, I mean, the gap is closing. I'm starting to win with Blade more than I am losing.
Vance gave me my power.
I mean, my win rate with him every season is still positive though, so like, I feel like it's just I still don't play enough. Because sometimes I'm doing challenges like this, or sometimes I'm doing like customs with chat, or I'm playing on an alt with friends or something, you know. Look, I don't play ranked enough. But then again, I do. I don't know. I think maybe it's just I solo queue, so like my matches are kind of coin flippy. Prowler would be cool.
2, 1.
Isn't Groot as bad for Blade? Yeah, but my teammates don't want to fight Groot, so whatever. Still annoying. My Hawkeye is crazy, no?
Back in the game.
Whoa. I have to keep jumping so this Hawkeye doesn't one-shot me. Oh my god, this character is so annoying. Must be his prime. Season 6 Hawkeye. Oh, why do you have ult already? Oh my god, I killed her nice. This guy takes no damage because he has Snowflake. Yeah, so if you play another game. Yeah, it's kind of hard, yeah. Or sometimes I'm doing like other stuff. We're just not playing rivals. And then like I do InferPlays every month, so it's like I don't know. It's just tricky.
Your powers are mine!
to put on a show.
Then you can go when you win.
Oops.
That was too easy.
You gotta be kidding me. Caught that boy off guard. Oh, and loaded the tank. Ah!
Only 60 seconds left. Here comes trouble.
That was too close.
Oh, okay.
I am ready to put on a
Oh my
show.
god, that ult is so ass. That's why when you guys ask me, why don't you play Hulk? Bro, I don't like him. I don't think his ult is good. I do not like that. Why is this Loki DPSing? Is that guy trolling or what? That guy got his ult deleted. That's lesser because sometimes I want to play other shit. That's what I'm saying. Sometimes I don't even really want to rank up. Because like if I get the one of Evolve Eternity, it's like, why you on play, bro? I don't feel like hearing that shit, bro. And I'm out pros saying that shit, or like powering sweats. Not that I give a fuck what they think or nothing, but like it's more complaining. The higher the rank, the more they're complaining. You know?
The current score is
Yeah, matter and sweat. Yep. Exactly what it is. You get what I mean?
time to switch things up.
You gotta take the game more and more serious. I mean, I take the game serious, but like, I'm not trying to be a pro or nothing.
I'll fight to end.
All the other day is all just fun to me and content, so I would like, I don't know. But yeah. But yeah, I mean, I already stream the game every day, so I don't know. Plus how mad people get. But I just don't want to be bad, which I'm not bad at the game. I just don't want to be like a pro or nothing.
I'll make them regret it.
I don't know, man.
30 seconds before you attack. Get ready.
Character enjoy playing as meta. Lunas is beta. Lucky you. Lucky you. Did you improve your blade over time with just feeling with the gun, or you like the pattern of it or something? Both, I'd say. From page today, yeah. I'd say both. I'd say both, honestly. It's mainly just playtime and just like trial and error. Like just running it down, literally. You just gotta keep, I mean, that's how you get good at anything. I just keep playing it and you know what works and what doesn't work. I mean, I did a guide if you want to watch the blade guide, but and then even past that guide, you still need like playtime on the character. They don't triple. I'm dead. I'm not dead. Oh no, Penny took my ace.
1, 2, 0.
Still going? What do you mean I'm still going? I stream daily every day for 8 hours minimum. Usually 6 to like 7 hours minimum. Minimum. It's not day, it's 1 a.m. Yeah, but I usually start streaming at like 5. I didn't start at 5 this time. Started at like 8. W promo. Some good progress today, no? Got the count the GM. Now I'm pretty pissed at that promo match. I did not get my ace. She stole my ace. Oh well. All right, it's customs time. Let me switch accounts. If it wants to be ruined, give us another 16 hours for today's quota. What the? That'd be a net negative for me. I'm not a big streamer. That'd be a net negative. I got videos I gotta edit. Shorts I gotta make. See, if I was a big streamer, that'd be a net positive. Because if you do a 16-hour stream, you get to run a shitload of ads. He didn't say no, this guy. That's a net negative. All right, open your games up. We're doing customs. Changing the title of the stream. My game's opening. Saturday. Y'all got it? I'm off. Oh, I'm in bed. Oh man, you good, bro? Don't worry. Get the rank stuff off the screen. Is the customs open for everyone? Yeah, it is. What's up, Yori, bro? How you doing? What heroes do you mainly play? You like Magic? I like Magic. I play Magic this game, actually. I used to main Magic, actually. You almost Eternus? Holy shit. Almost Eternus is crazy. Wait, I am so far behind, dude. What the hell? Deadlock is crazy. I'm so far behind. Goddamn. Ascendant 5? It's okay. When I do play, which I will play again, you can carry me. That's perfect. It's actually perfect. That's literally perfect, no? This account is night and day compared to the account. Holy shit. Jeez, bro. This account is night and day. Okay, custom games. I'm the one getting carried? No, I can't carry. Wait, what the hell? Where's the confidence? Wait, what? Wait, what? Password's 4242. It's the usual. Where's the confidence at? Does someone sell it on next month? Yes. So I'm in intermission. I don't have a reason to take it out. I mean, I could, but I don't have a reason to take it out. Wait a second. Password is... There we go. Stream looks different on mobile. You can press classic view. There's two different views. There we go. This off. 5 MS? Bro, stop looking at that. Look at that. Don't look at that. Veslin, thanks for the follow. I appreciate it. Don't look at that. Yeah, even if the lobby's full, still join up because I swap people out. I swap the losing team out. That's what I usually do. Still join up. Nah, that Black Widow skin is crazy. $130? No, you can still play. It doesn't matter what. It doesn't matter. Still play. I'll put more servers on. Oh, wait, you can't. Is Dallas better for everybody? We can just play on Dallas. Dallas should be better. Join back. Yeah, Oregon is what I need to turn off on that account because I was on Oregon. I didn't mean to turn that on. We have 4 spots left. 4 spots. Now or never. Also, console, yeah, console can join. So close to GM. Yeah, take a break and come to these customs real quick. Lunch break's over. I'll catch you tomorrow. See you, dude. 3 spots left. Two spots left. Okay, hopefully there won't be any Spider-Man mains in here. Son, you know damn well you're gonna see some Spider-Man here. It feels weird. I already worked out today, so I can't work out after stream. I woke up late. I slept in and I woke up late. I woke up at like 5 p.m. Or no, I woke up at 4, but I didn't get out of bed till like 5. Then I worked out. I took a shower. I'm here. I usually work out after stream, but since I knew the stream was gonna be long, I did it before because I was probably gonna be too tired to work out after stream. And I'm already feeling it now. I am definitely tired because I'm sore as hell. Oh man. Hope I don't get lag. I was lagging earlier for some reason after 5 smooth games. You joining? All right. 2 more spots left. Oh, 1 more spot left. This is regular customs? Yeah, it's just regular customs. Just join up. No reason to not join up. YG threatens to terrorize customs. Don't worry, YG's not gonna do anything. He's not gonna hurt you. Guys, I'm not gonna play my mains. Y'all say this every time and then y'all pull it with like Gambit and stuff. Which is why we have to have bans on. Because y'all be doing some crazy nonsense. This the only game I main support? Really? You supporting this game, Beans? That's pretty cool. Oh, let me get the rank thing off the screen. For the vertical. There we go. Let me look at it on my phone. How does this stream look? Yeah, this vertical layout is definitely how I'm gonna leave it. It looks much better like this compared to what I had earlier. I might take my border off though. It might look better without the border. It's like cutting off some of the top of the screen. How to do this? Yeah, that's better. Do it like that. It's cutting off the top of the screen. Wow, this is not working. Huh. There we go. My bad. Okay, let's get started. We get beans and zens. You already know I random the teams, bro. Come on. All right, what we got here? Are these balanced? Low key, these are kind of balanced. All right, we're starting it. Just as we go.
Which hero do you think you want to be today?
Yeah, this looks good. Looking at it on mobile. Yeah, it looks really good.
Who's ready?
Once an event.
I have
All right, no cheating.
Always an Avenger.
I have mutant powers and a little.
The only thing you know is I'm playing Magic.
Now.
Silver and gold versus GM and one of all. Bro, they had a gold and a plat, bro. Relax. Or something like that. I don't remember. You looking too deep into it. Ranks fluctuate. You're looking way too deep into it. Rank ain't everything. Who knows? People could be boosted. I could be boosted. You never know. I'm bad, so it balances out. Okay. Yo, I need more fan art. I need to do another fan art competition. We need to put more fan art in the slideshow. But y'all can just send some in if y'all want. I think we should do another fan art competition. I haven't done one in a while. Yeah, make sure y'all join the Discord. I might do one of those soon. AI fan art. Oh, hell no. Nope. Nope. That's not allowed. If I'm giving out money for an art competition, AI is not allowed. Nope. How will you know? Oh, I can know. Bro, I can tell AI pretty easily. Trust me, I'll know.
Right heroes could make all
Trust me, I'll know. I've been on the internet for how long? I'm on the internet every day. Trust me, I'll know. No, I won't need an original file or nothing. I can tell, trust me. When I went to TwitchCon with the other slammers, do you know how much AI I saw? Even on like signs and billboards and stuff, some of them was AI. It was crazy. Like there was a truck driving around trying to promote what was it trying to promote? It was like some like I don't know if it was OnlyFans. It was like something like that. It was like, maybe it was Fansly. I don't know what it was. It was like some competition competitor to those. And it had like some AI anime girls on it. It was hilarious.
Mutants finally have a chance thanks to what we're doing on Krakoa.
Trust me, I'll be able to tell. It's very easy to tell.
Battle starts in 5, 4.
If I do an art competition, I'm looking at everything precisely.
1.
Just in time. Thanks. Mayday.
There we go. Whoa. Oh, there's a Punisher? Oh, there's a Punisher. I can make some real authentic art. Yeah, sure, buddy. Are you gonna unprivate all your videos? When are you gonna unprivate those videos? We know about you. Bring them back. Got him. Got him. Those edits are behind me? Oh, wow. You say you're gonna run away from your pass like that? That's crazy. You guys say that I do that. I didn't know I clicked on the Kingsman stream. Surprise. I was Kingsman this whole time. Surprise.
There's still a chance to stop them.
I got one pumped.
A little help, please.
That's what satisfying to play? Cheers. She used to be my main before Salak came out. After Salak dropped, I never looked back. That's awkward. That's awkward.
What am I? Invisible?
This your all? I thought you had a Lord Magic? No. No, Salak came out when? Hold on. Oh fuck. That's awkward. Oh man, no, I'm not Lord Magic. I mained Magic in the beta. That was before this game even came out.
Limbo doesn't let go that charge. Gotcha. Fun.
That was before this game even came out. There was no Lord icons in the game yet. Yeah, Spider-Man had 300 HP in the beta, yes. He did. Beans?
Hey, chat! Someone clip
Why did you just jump off the map? Okay. But yeah, in the beta, yeah, Spider-Man 300. You can see it. I mean, it's in this trailer, no? Go look at Spider-Man's gameplay trailer on YouTube. He has 200 HP. No, I mean, my bad. 300. I'm tripping. Yeah, 300 HP. I don't install League Collector Rivals. Appreciate the stream. Oh, no problem, dude. I stream every day. If you're new, you can find me here every day. We stream Rivals every day. If I'm not on Rivals, I'm still streaming though. So I stream fighting games. If I'm not on Rivals, I'm playing fighting games like Street Fighter or Tekken or 2XL or something. We're doing something. Regardless, I stream every day. So lock in. Lock in, I'll lock in for you. If you lock in, I'll lock in. Dude, I check my hours monthly. I actually stream way too much. I stream 240 hours a month.
You can cap with magic ball.
That's kind of crazy.
We're not doing this. Punisher. Nice.
Leave me alone, streamer. Can't do that. Oh, it's all paying off though? Does it? Sometimes it doesn't. Sometimes it doesn't. Nah, it is. The amount of growth has been crazy, so I appreciate y'all. Thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Does indeed pay off. Oh, fuck. No! He saw me because of stupid passive, bro. Why does he even need this? How does that even make any sense? He doesn't even have any powers in the shows or nothing. Why is he able to do that? Oh my lordy, bro. Doesn't have any powers. Why is he able to even do that? How much time do you guys have?
0, 2.
Oh, 3 seconds. Oh, that's winnable.
Time to switch things up.
They have 3 seconds.
Which side
Y'all said the teams would be unbound. No, these are balanced. I'm just gonna lock in.
You'll need a top-notch team to win this one.
I say that a lot, but it's true. You can do anything if you lock in.
And a little demonic magic too.
What can you not do if you lock in? Show them that Venom skin. Venom skin. What the?
I have mutant powers.
I like this
and a
skin.
little demonic magic. I have
I
mutant
mean, they're both
powers.
good.
And a little demonic
Not
magic
much.
too.
Wait, what? Teammate impression. The beta skin? The beta skin.
If you see my brother, tell him I miss him.
GG go next. What the? Hit the surrender button. Can you even surrender in customs? Hell no, you can't. Good. Hold on. Customs are more viable than ranked. You can't surrender here. W?
30 seconds before
You said what can't you do if you don't look at an answer? There's not much you can't do. Exactly. That's facts.
We have missed you on Krakoa, Logan.
That's facts. So lock in.
And you have been busy carving your place in it, I suppose?
Not in it. Through
The blurry glorp is so hilarious to me. This fucking glorp.
The battle starts in 5, 4,
Blurry glorp.
2, 1. Anyone willing to help?
It seems we have
Gotta get this core into place if we want to save your vibe.
One more.
What? Yo, can I hit a shot? I was about to spin at him.
You're halfway there. Keep going. You won't be needing
Oh, there's a BP with me. He's killing him. Did he die? Oh, he didn't die. I didn't know there was a BP with me.
Limbo doesn't let go that easy. Survive this!
Hey, chat! Someone clip this!
Son, no! I know you running max ads? Nah, I'm not. I didn't touch my ads. My ads are the same in 6 minutes. No, I'm not running max ads. I don't run max ads.
Shields up. I got you.
That's why they call me magic.
What the fuck? What the? Why are you here? I thought you were doing the flats method with the twitch drops. I mean, Yeah, you should. But like, if I'm trying to keep people here, I don't want to do that. I'm not big as Flash. Like what? Flash is gigantic. Like, that guy is huge. I ain't no Flash.
Just in time. Thanks.
I couldn't see my health bar because of this damn what's his name, Deadpool. Oh, that's actually annoying. I couldn't see my health bar, so I didn't. Oh wow, he just jabbed me. I didn't know how much health I was at when I ulted. I probably ulted at 1 HP. Is that a fat joke? Wait, what? Oh, he's about the big part? No. That's just fucking gigantic, bro. Like, what's that guy is like thousands. The average is like 6K people watching. Like, what? I don't get nowhere near that. We were like, wait, what are you talking about?
I'm ready to put on a show.
Killed him somehow. Oh nah. They put extra emphasis on huge. Okay, well, if you're normal here, you know that's not what I meant, obviously. Well, I may joke around a lot, but yeah, I don't joke with stuff like that. Oh my lordy, bro. Yo, triple healer in customs is shameless, by the way. Shame on y'all. What happened to Shame? What happened to Shame? They're doing triple healer in customs. Can you talk about some yap? Yeah, I remember this. We're doing triple healer in customs, bro. You have no shame? These guys are so shameless. Of course it's white. Of course it is. You want a 20 with Necros? Surely you can beat this? I didn't win with Necros. He was on my team for one match. These guys are shameless. Or Moxie, not Necros. Moxie was my captain. Oh, fuck. Annoying. I did it wrong. Oh, this busted ass character, bro. That they're a fucking mortal because this Z tier is on my damn ass. What did you get? I can't wait for Evo next week. I'm gonna be so sick to watch. Oh, brother. Don't let your viewers switch to Z tier. Huh? My viewers already play Z tier. My viewers play Poke Slop and stuff. They play Spider-Man. That's worse. my goodness, bro. Yeah, move Spider-Man's animation cancels. Yep. Let's see where he goes. Let's see what you're like without the animation cancels. Go look at this Spider-Man gameplay trailer. Look what he's like without animation cancels. Pure.
It is Luna.
That's what y'all get, bro. Wait, White Fox, use your ults. Keep the team alive. White Fox, no! Why did you not use your ults? Keep the team alive. Is one portaling? Damn, that's a good just a portal.
Final score 2-3.
Okay, well, we would have won that if y'all portaled. Unfortunate. And White Fox didn't use her ult.
You can't expect to win them all.
Yeah, this dude, triple healer in customs. Shameless. So shameless. Fella pull up to the custom to play triple healer like this was ranked. Okay. 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 GG's could only play one? Okay. Fella pulled up to the custom to play triple healer. Bet. Alright, I gotta kick the losing team. Fella pulled up to the custom to play triple healer. Okay. Okay. Gotcha. Alright, y'all can join back. First two to join. Pulling up to customs to play triple healer. You gotta be ashamed of yourself. Why is this not working? Oh, there we go. My bad. My settings was wrong. Okay, let's continue. Only been live 7 hours. Or close to 8. Close to 8. Maybe I do 9. I don't know. Got all the console players on one team. Celestial, GM. I think it's fun. No cheating. What character do I want to play this match? I don't know what I want to play. I'll fill. Show the screen I'm trying to ban. You coward. You coward. Oh, I have the chat box on the wrong spot of the screen for this scene. Some interesting bands. One? No, you can rejoin. Yeah, I usually just kick a losing team and then yeah, you just rejoin. That's it. You can play next match. I just have to make room for people. But I mean, I guess I don't have to kick you guys now since there's not that much people here. I can just swap you. I won't kick you guys again. Yeah, but yeah, you can just rejoin. I'll just swap you guys next time. I lose track of who played and who didn't if I don't kick. If I swap. All right, here we go. Let's go.
30 seconds before you attack. Get ready.
I do love a man in uniform.
I feel a little uncomfortable with the way you're looking at me, ma'am.
It's just swimming emote.
Welcome to every day of my life. You'll get used to it.
Honestly, I'm not so sure about
What was that skin? What's wrong with the skin?
The battle starts in
There's
5,
summer skin.
4, 3.
We got a problem with her summer skin?
1.
As if I wasn't strong enough. I see that.
Poor guy.
Help get that vehicle to its destination. Double KO.
Oh, wow. So much jiggle. Wait, what? I don't know what y'all talking about. Nah, I'm gonna just say Guna and move on. What? What? That's crazy. Just for having a skin? That's crazy. Just for having and using a skin on a Gooner. That's insane. Where's this guy at? What? She can choke slam me anytime. You guys need help, bro. You guys need help. What the hell, bro?
Welcome to the dark.
That was a combo.
This is real firepower.
Y'all don't like the view? I bet she what? Hey, yo. Oh, got him with a gun. No leaving. There's no leaving. You Emma Frost, you gotta stay. Can I play the game? Fuck no. Oh my god, I almost killed his ass. I almost killed his ass.
That's the boost.
30 seconds.
You can't be rid of me so easily, I'm afraid.
Get that vehicle moving again. The final 10 seconds.
My man never gonna play the game, bro. My man never gonna get to play the game. I'm crying.
No winner yet. Going to overtime.
My man never gonna get to play the game. I'm in tears, dog.
Incoming.
Oh, we're combo ulting? Oh, you guys are so shameless, dog. What? Really, bro? Running Z tiers. Z tiers?
Zero.
Nah, this is crazy, bro. Brought out the Z
Time to
tiers?
switch things up.
They brought out the fucking Star-Lord with... Okay, bro. For
The
Rocket?
right heroes could make all the difference.
The higher the pressure, the more
That's
dazzling
crazy,
the
bro. Bro brought out the Z tiers. They are combo ulting with Star-Lord. So shameless, bro. They didn't make that ult not work with Star-Lord ult. If I can't use it with Psylocke ult, it shouldn't work with Star-Lord ult. Why does it not work with Psylocke ult? Because it's even stronger with Star-Lord. I mean, with Psylocke. It's even stronger with Star-Lord than Psylocke's. So, like, I don't get it. Make no sense. But Gambit all works with Psylocke ult, but Rocket just doesn't. For just some odd reason. Same thing with Hellas. It just doesn't for some odd reason. But it works with Star-Lord.
This is
Like, I get the fact that, like, they're invulnerable or whatever, but, like, bro, what? I really put you on Overwatch? Great video. Oh, you watched the recent one? Hope you enjoyed it.
The battle starts in 5, 4, 3,
I don't know when I'm gonna do another one, but yeah, we'll see. Well, more.
uninvited guests.
No worries. Kill me if I don't. Oh, what the? All right, no problem. Bro, he was one. No one killed him. Yo, my man is not having a good time. He's getting tossed around. Oh, he's in roll. I killed her. You fucking it. That's hilarious, bro. This dude Big Hazard is getting tossed. Dude's getting tossed and slammed and flipped. Shit is hilarious, bro. You know, I seen that black cat again. That's crazy. You want to take his kitten away? You coward. You want to take his little kitten away? I'm so distracted. Yo, lock in? wait, what? Lock in? Please use that rocket up before you...
Rid of me so easily, I'm afraid.
Too late. Yeah, I need to like keep track of ults. Like the moment you hear another one, you should already be popping that support ult. Unless it's another one that's not that crazy.
Final score 0-2-1.
Cheesers. You cheesers. Shame on you, cheesers.
Well, you can't expect to win them all.
Just did me dirty. You dirty cheesers. Dirty cheesers. We cheating on customs tonight. I see. Got it. We cheating for customs tonight. We cheating tonight. Nah, let me swap my team out. But we have room for one more, so I mean, who wants to play? What, any of you guys want to top in or? Oh, there you go. If I grab us, so annoying. Let her cook. She needs it, bro. She needs it. You know she does too. It's okay. We'll take Bic this time. We'll take the gold. Guess we'll take a GM. Oh, it's gonna be a hard one, but Celestial Plat. Fuck it. We got this. We got this.
Which hero do you think you want to be today?
Victory is in those who oppose.
I have
No cheating.
stepping out of the shadows.
Anyone's.
You don't stepping out of the
Stepping
shadows.
out of the shadows. Yo, when that Black Widow skin dropping? I need that. She can throw all my games. I can't look.
Who am I gonna banish from this match?
She can throw all my games. I'd let her too. Shit, I might actually just throw myself while staring at her. Lock in what I say. I ain't saying nothing crazy. How much longer are you gonna keep doing these? Can't sleep, might just say if I can get back on. Probably for like an hour or two. Like the next hour or two. Well, I guess this hour or the next one. I don't know. I was gonna do an 8 or a 9 hour. I mean, I guess I put long stream in the title originally, but like the streams already are long, so like I don't know. It's kind of tricky. Like I put long stream in the title, but then I forget that I already streamed for a really long time compared to average streamers. So like clickbait, but not clickbait. I don't know. I mean, technically, it still is a long stream, though. No, like most streamers only stream for like 2 hours or 3 or 4. I usually double that and some more sometimes. I mean, I know they say you shouldn't stream for this long. You should be clipping and stuff and all that, especially if you're a small streamer. That's why they always say it's like a net negative. Like if you don't have a lot of viewers, there's no reason to stream for that long because you're not gonna make good money or get exposure or whatever. But I mean, I enjoy streaming. I don't consider this a job, so that's why I don't care. I mean, I still do the clipping and stuff in the videos. I mean, I upload every day and I make 2 clips immediately after stream, so it's not like I'm neglecting it. Yo, Shadow, thanks for the follow.
2, 1.
I feel like it doesn't matter how long you stream as long as you still do the clipping and stuff. And all my like high effort videos, I'm not editing those, so that's fine if I stream for a long time. I feel like I get more followers when I'm streaming compared to when I'm not streaming though. But I don't know, maybe that's just me. I still get good followers when I'm not streaming, but I don't know. Nah, come to me. Yo, watch out, he's gonna try and push you off the map. He's a cringe bag, bro. Don't fall for it, please. He's a cringe bag, bro. Look at him. Look at that Wolverine. Yeah, nice try. Yeah, find your father. I'm sorry. Yeah, go ahead and find your father. I'm sick of you. I'm sick of y'all. I'm sick of y'all. He's swinging to the portal too. God damn it, dude.
This guy.
Okay, you're on my team, YG. Why are you on my team? Who put you here? You shouldn't be on my team. Dude, you guys are so corny. You guys are actually just trying to throw people off the map.
Don't mess with the amazing Spider-Man! Yeah.
Who's that? Who's what?
I will have my revenge for that.
Is this an unmodded skin? Yeah, this is not a mod. I don't use mods. This is a skin in the game. What's wrong? You don't like this skin? You have a problem with the skin? God damn it, she almost died. She jumped, bro. She would have died for sure.
I am ready to put on a show.
Yo, you're so weird, bro.
Yo, you gotta stay away from that ledge, man.
I wasn't. The fucking pull range on that character is gigantic because he's a Z tier.
This queen's impervious.
The Z tier ass character, bro. One of the few characters that can solo dive. That's a Z tier, bro. Y'all just not good enough at the character trust.
Beautiful, baby! Hey, Tag! Someone clip this!
Oh my god, that crystal was fat.
Nowhere yet. Going to overtime.
They're just gonna C9. Yeah, y'all playing for kills. I see. It makes sense now. Y'all playing for kills.
0, 2.
Y'all just gonna walk off the point? Okay.
Time to switch
I like
things
that.
up, including which side you're on.
I like that.
You'll need a top-notch team to win this one.
The higher the pressure, the more dazzling the diamond.
Why are you trying to kill me like that? I need to. I need this. This character broken as hell? What character? Support pool? I don't think he's broken. He's just good, but he's not broken. And most people that play him don't know how to use him at all. Like, at all.
At any cost.
30 seconds before you attack.
Just customs, yes.
Ready?
I'm sorry. Your K-pop sensation, Luna
It's
Snow.
pinned. If you want to join, it's
I'm
pinned.
so excited I could scream like a little girl.
You know me?
I don't just know you. I know every piece of your choreography. Wanna dance while we fight?
Sounds fun, but I have an image to maintain, and you don't fit it.
You know how much people are mad at me right now for putting Cap S tier?
3, 2.
That character is good, bro. Like, yes, he didn't get buffed. Other tanks got nerfed, bro. I'm sorry. That character is S tier. Oh, my bad. S. I put him S? No, I put him C. Are y'all? S tier last season. I've had him S tier every tier list. I finally put him Z now because I believe he's a Z tier character now. Like if Dino is banned, that guy just runs rampant. He does whatever the hell he wants. That's just my opinion. Like the Dino's banned, that guy just does whatever the hell he wants. Uncontested. Got him. Look at this cringe bag. Look at this cringe bag. That's what you get. That's what you get. You fell off the map. Yo, if that pushed me, I would have actually ended stream. Holy crap, that skin. What's wrong with the skin? What's wrong with the skin? You don't like it? I don't see the issue. I don't have 5 kills.
So much power. Time to use it.
She paid for a BBL is crazy.
Does that help?
You're so weird. You're so damn weird, bro. You're so lucky my diamond form right now would have killed your boy. That was all natural. What you mean?
I have found one of them.
Is anyone using the vertical scene right now? I keep asking, but I'm just curious. I wonder if there's a stat tracker for that. Dude, son, do you only like man only wants one thing. Keep pulling me off the map. He's so weird, bro. He only wants one thing, bro. That's it. I'm about to go no more, bro. Hold on. I'll make his life a living hell, bro. I'll pull out that no more. Look at this guy. No way he doesn't die. Team, come on. That's embarrassing. Oh, hell no. Oh, you would have died. Oh, my God. That's what that Spider-Man gets. That's what you get. Yeah, come through this portal. Let me talk to you. This Spider-Man, I swear to God. Okay, Lean, I swear to you, you only get kills pulling people off the map. I'm not gonna lie to you. You might just be the only Spider-Man I've ever seen that gets 0 kills without pulling people off the map. I'm talking shit now. I don't care, bro. I ain't never seen somebody carried by a ledge. You're so carried by this ledge.
You are so carried by that ledge, Lean. I swear to you. You're so boosted by a ledge, bro. How are you boosted by a ledge, bro? How does that even make any sense? You're boosted by a ledge, bro. He has 60. He has 15 finals. I guarantee you 12 of them is pulling off the map. I didn't see him do a single Spider-Man combo once that match. I swear to God, I did not see him do a single Spider-Man combo that match. My man is boosted by ledges, bro. What? My man is boosted by ledges, bro. I'm crying. Oh man. Oh, we have room for more. Yeah, I'm gonna. Whoever lands on the top right after this random is getting swapped out. Oh, Lean. Oh yeah. Get swapped out, Lean. Oh, you're lucky somebody left. You're lucky. You want to bet? I already see it, dude. My man is boosted by a ledge, bro. I can't lie, bro. I ain't see a single Spider-Man B&B, not once. Not one Spider-Man B&B was seen. God, I'm solo tanking. Oh man. All right. Let's see what happens. GG's, dude. You humans, the funniest beings I've ever met. Humans is crazy. But what am I doing? GM gold plot GM. Fuck it. Let's run it. What combo and avoid always kills? My man didn't do a single Spider-Man BNB. Not once. Not one. Every single kill I saw of him was pulling off the map, bro. That was the most boosted Spider-Man I've ever seen. Every single combo was just a pull off the map, bro. You guys are so unserious on that character, bro. No cheating.
I'm your friendly neighborhood Spider-Man. Only my
You should
neighborhood
have
is now like
Spider-Man.
multiple realities. Cool, right?
Yo, bro, we can't all wear the mask. Come on now.
Yeah, why are you talking shit about my Spider-Man, bro? Are we serious?
Bro, I'm like better at wearing the mask, so let me get the mask. Yo, Infer, you're not built for the mask, bro. Take that off.
The right heroes could make all the difference.
You know what time it is, YG?
Don't know what time it is still.
Round one, go!
Boop, boop, boop. All right, let's go. What the hell? Oh wait, you guys can't see.
You believe?
Do we see perhaps? Nah, I'm gatekeeping.
The battle starts in 5, 4, 3, 2,
What the?
1. You have to stop them from securing the mission area.
Should I give them until the count of 4 to walk away?
Force first!
Well, who have we here?
much better.
What the hell? My whole team is so spread out.
What am I? Clear the way. You're still help, remember?
It's Snow Bunny Tuesday. What? What? Snow Bunny Tuesday is sick work. Well, is it? I don't know. I don't think I'm allowed to answer that. I don't think I'm allowed to answer that. You guys dead as hell. Oh, you guys out there for so long, damn.
Anyone willing to help? Feel the pull. Clear the way.
Are you guys just allergic to playing main? We can't hear you guys over there, by the way. Like, you guys are allergic to playing main. We cannot hear you guys over there, by the way. Oh, hell no. Black Cat and the Big 8.5s? Nah, Snow Bunny Professional Gatekeeping. It's Snow Bunny. I'm not reading that. I'm not reading that. I mean, Nasu is always. No, that's not true. This customs, yes.
Vortex field. This place is worth a good look.
Why do you guys just not play main, please? Your body bag instead of follow.
We're divers, bro. We don't play main.
Oh, you guys are trolls. Yeah, counted that all. Yep.
Disappear! They look like they mean business.
By the eye of Agamotto!
Name one black female you play or call a baddie. I play. Black character that I play. That's oddly specific. That's so specific. Can you show stats? Not only now. You gotta commit. The fuck? Fuck. W. What's up, Kissy?
The current score
What I do?
0.
What's with the middle finger?
0.
I didn't even do anything. Why is Chad on my ass and now Kissy's on my ass? What did I do? I didn't even do anything. Aces and Snow Bunnies are all he play. What are you fucking talking about? Why is the stream format like this? The vertical thing. Why did she say that for? What'd I do? Did you stream today, dude? How'd your stream go? She on timing? I didn't even do shit. I didn't even do nothing. She just pop out of nowhere with a middle finger. That's fucked up.
Round 2. I'll still make you
Bro, dodging the question. Bro, I'm not dodging the question. Bro, you guys are just yapping. You guys are fucking yapping, bro. I'm just sitting here like, okay, I'm just gonna focus on the match.
30 seconds before you attack. Get ready.
Because you hate Kimberly? It's fucking Kimberly. Who's playing fucking Kimberly?
We kind of blew it the first
Character's
time.
lame.
You and the Torch tried your best. Dracula was just too strong.
But those lousy vampires got exactly what they deserved in the end.
Black Cat couldn't do nothing because I was peeling the bow. Wise dodge.
Battle starts in 5, 4.
There's like barely any like. I'm not dodging anything. You guys just asked a very vague question.
Got it?
Yo, Cat and Kale, thanks for the follows. You don't like melanated woman? What does that even mean? Rated the stream? No one rated me. Raigu, thanks for the follow as well. Appreciate all the follows, guys. You just guys just ask this crazy specific vague question, like I don't know, like a loaded question, like because you guys know in fighting games or games in general, there's not that much. Well, all I play is fighting games or this. There's not that much girls that are black, and you guys ask what black girl characters you play. Like what? That is like a big question because I doubt any of you guys do. Oh man, how's everyone doing? Chilling here. My chat is trying to rage bait me. My chat is rage baiting me currently, and it's not working.
I'll fight for my family until the end.
Yeah, wait, why did Kissy just drop a middle finger and leave, by the way? Yo, I'm about to troll her even more then. I'm gonna rage bait her shit. The moment when she streams again, I'm rage baiting her. I'm gonna troll the shit out of her. She deadass just dropped the middle finger and then left. That is ridiculous. I don't know who that is back there, but you are extremely dead.
Fantastic!
Yo, can we just patty cake this? Yo, it's Mr. Fantastical. Just patty cake it. That was buns. About to say, why are we not patty cake Mr. Fantastical? That was so bad. Oh fuck no. No, bro. That shit was on cooldown. Feel a little sun sugar big in chat. No, my chat has started this thing where apparently they say I don't play any girls of color. Where they'll say I have Snow Bunny mind control or something like that. You know, I like all girls the same and there's no bias or nothing like that. But they like rage baiting me. I literally mean Blade. What does that even? Oh fuck! I mean Blade and Psylocke. What does that even mean? Lord Knight timing? No. Oh nah, hell nah, no. Lord Knight and VDX are way too far gone. No. I have not like those two. Those two.
1, 2,
no.
0.
It's like a snowball around. White woman and Asian woman. I like all girls the same. Exactly. We appreciate women around here. We do not tolerate sexism or none of that shit. Not at all. That's facts. Well, they'll say I'm a gooner because I only play girls or something. That doesn't make any sense because I play Blade. I play Blade. You a hella player. You the Roblox GOAT, bro. Don't forget it. I appreciate it, dude. That is not me though. That's a different guy. Randomize the teams. I'm gonna randomize it and I'm not gonna look at the teams and balance it. Let's just see what happens. Is Blade fun? I like him, but like People hate him. Yeah, that guy's dead, bro. That's not me. Happy belated Father's Day. Wait, what? I'm not no father. Wait, what?
Do you think you want to be today?
Victory is.
Excuse me?
I'll fight to end the darkness that spawned me.
Let me see if I can actually get away with not hiding my stream.
Who needs four when you've got one life?
It's the body cams.
Now, who am I gonna banish from this match?
This ain't no normal rival streamer. I'm not. Wait. What? I'm not a normal rival streamer. What does that mean? Let me check my Twitch tracker. I look at this a lot. How much hours do I have streaming rivals now? Oops. Games. 1,700. Damn. Wait, no. 2026. I have 800 hours so far at half the year. Damn. 2025 is, yeah, still even in 2025. The Street Fighter almost took it. I have 300 on Street Fighter last year. Zam. Because of the slam and like the other stuff I was doing. I'm only sleeping. That's from Subathon. Bring back the Deadlock streams. I miss them. Do y'all really want the Deadlock content back? I keep getting asked for that.
The right heroes.
There's a Deadlock video I have. I still haven't edited. It was the one I filmed with Yori Burt. I was playing Mina. We did a crazy clutch.
My order. Who's ready to go hunting?
Yes. But those are not my emotes. Those are not my emotes. What are those emotes? Those emotes are insanely freaked out. What the hell? And he wonders why his emotes got taken down. Like what? Look at the emotes he's uploading. He just re-uploads them when they get taken down. He's saying, why my emotes get taken down, bro? Do you, like, brother,
Stay strong.
do you see what you uploaded? Is that Luna? I don't know who that is. I think that's Luna. That's Luna's summer skin, no? I think. I don't know. His emotes are all literally below waist thighs. All below waist emotes.
The battle starts in 5, 4, 3.
All of his emotes are just thighs. He's like, why my emotes get taken down? Don't knows the skin from the ass. Oh, I got it wrong. He got it right, I think. Apparently, he said something. I thought it was Luna, but it's not Luna apparently. But yeah, I got it, bro. Wait, I'm still stuck on the fact that Kissy joined, dropped the middle finger, and fucking left. That girl's a damn troll, bro. She deadass joined, just dropped the fucking middle finger and left. What the fuck did I do? The dickhead. Especially after she was being mean to that girl yesterday. What did she say to that girl yesterday? She said, give me Luna. She said, while we're at it, give me Luna. She kicked that girl off of Luna, bro. That shit was mean. Oh man, that shit had me in tears, bro. She said, while we're at it, give me Luna, damn. And that girl switched too. The girl switching was what had me in tears though. Oh man. That shit is hilarious, bro. That's evil. I mean, there's more context to it. It was just, she just wanted to switch because she doesn't like playing Cloak.
Try to step forward when Venom goes not back up too much.
Yo, Devious, looks so follow. What the fuck? I should probably use my ult. Oh, never mind. Bro, I'm zoning out. I'm not even using my ult. I'm literally zoning out. I'm too good yapping. Oh, Degas, how you doing? Oh, that's the wrong way. Holy shit, I'm getting sleepy. But I think this is not ranked. Oh, don't you dare all without me. Hold on, slow it down. Damn, well, I read a shot, damn.
Only 60 seconds left.
Yeah, these are customs, yeah. Any more customs after this? Yes. I'll probably do like 1 or 2 more. But I'm out of here. Or we could do more, maybe, I don't know. That's crazy. The only way to get good use out of Black Cat all now is that you gotta combo that shit. It's kind of mid alone though. I mean, that character looks so good. This character? I'm practicing her right now because I'm rusty with her. I used to be really good with her. I need to practice my sidewalk actually. Because there's no reason my blade should be a higher win rate than my sidewalk this season. That makes no sense. Can I get a heal? Oh, they're all dead. Son, you guys have got to heal me, bro. I can't get all out. Son, you guys have got to heal me, bro.
My hunt's not over yet. Got you good.
Always blame the healers? Okay. That's true. Always blame the healers, no matter what. That's DPS rule number 1. Even if it's not the healer's fault, always blame the healers. God damn it, I tried to do the combo really fast to kill him. Chill out, chill out. You're so weird. Oh my god. You guys are some trolls, bro. Instead of going for the Luna ulting, we're gonna go for the Elsa Bloodstone. Alright, bro. You guys are so damn weird. Yeah, alright, bro. Like, what? How does that even, like, what? You guys are so fucking weird, bro. I almost died. You're counter swapping in customs? Counter swapping in customs is quite hilarious, I can't lie. Look my mouse charger in. Before I forgot to charge it for next stream. Holy shit, can I have a shot? Damn. Where does this guy go?
It's now or never.
Shot to the side. Release!
Oh wow, none of them die. Okay. Like I don't know. I don't get it. I don't know how we see that much people in Oso. We don't shoot her. We don't shoot them. Oh, repressing.
Cheers, mate. Shot to the soul.
I know 2 days. Oof. Oof. Yikes. Not my favorite. Definitely not my favorite. I'll tell you that.
No winner yet. Going to overtime.
Loved getting off that game and getting on Brick Bronze though, I'll tell you that. Brick Bronze is the GOAT. Brick Bronze the GOAT. What? Was that a no reg? You're so weird, bro. That's what you get. That's what you get. Yeah, that's what you get. That's exactly fucking what you get, bro. Stop trolling, bro. Play normally. That's what you fucking get. That's what you fucking get. Right? No, yeah, sure, buddy. Sure, buddy. Can Elsa get nerfed 30? Hey, bro, y'all the ones that said Elsa, why you putting Elsa in meta? This character is still really strong. People just don't play her like that. Actual weirdos. At the nerf, I can tell many dropped her. Yeah, people dropped her. Yeah, people just dropped her. Yeah, like I mean, I still play her occasionally, but like, I mean, I already told you guys I don't like her more than I like Psylocke and Blade. Like I'm never dropping Psylocke and Blade. Like I love those two characters too much.
30 seconds.
I want to add Miles to the rotation, but he's not in the game yet. Or Thanos or something, but they're not here yet. Ghost Rider, Thanos, Miles. I'm trying to add one of them, but they're not here. They probably will make Miles a healer because there's no web swinger that's a healer yet. So they might cheese and just be like, oh, he's a healer. Look at the end of Spider-Man 2. You revived someone. Yeah.
4, 3,
you can jumpstart people's hearts. Like, brother. Okay, man. Like, okay, man.
Yo, spin on him, spin on him.
Did you just say spit on him? Did you just say spit on him?
Spin on him, bro, like the Star-Lord spin. But yeah, spit on him too.
What? Yeah, it's always a Spider-Man player. How is it always a Spider-Man player every time? Oh crap.
Yo, I need help, guys.
Oh, Spider-Man players is freaky. My God, what is his damage?
Diablo's hungry. Shot to the soul. Got you good. Oh, much better. Steady on her. Breathing gunshot. Cheers, mate.
I love the shotgun noise on this skin. It's so satisfying. Whew. Your chat, by the way. Kokone, thanks for the Kogane, thanks for the follows. Appreciate it.
Got you good. Shot to the soul.
What?
Got you good.
Fuck. Forgot to pull it back. I don't know, I forgot to pull it back. Yo, sure, thanks for the follow as well. And Sunny, thank you as well. Bam. Let's do it in a row. That's pretty cool. Yeah, we're doing a custom right now if you guys would like to join. I'll probably do 1 or 2 more, and then after that, I think I'm out of here. But I stream daily. 8 hours daily. I usually try for 8 hours. I mean, the last 4 streams have been 8 hours, I think. 69 kill game on Blade? How the hell did you know about that? Wait, how do you know about that? What the? Wait, what? That match was Looney Tunes. How do you know about that? Yo, quota's been met. W 8 hours. W 8 hours. How do you know about that? I didn't even do a video or nothing yet. What the? Were you in the match or something? Nah, the VODs on every stream usually gets published immediately afterwards. I don't hide my VODs or nothing. I mean, usually I'm multi-streaming, so it'll be on YouTube as well. I think I'm feeling with Elsa now. My ults are just ass though. Oh, this is kind of evil. Oh, I didn't get the supports. What? I thought I got the supports. You can definitely feel her nerfs though. Like the 2-second dash is just not there. That shit was OD at 2 seconds though. What the? I look at chat for 2 seconds, now I'm dead. No.
There you are, you cheeky gits. Watch your step.
Oh, the Venom back here? I wonder who the hell are you guys fighting? Nice. This is Elsa? Yeah, this is Elsa Bloodstone, yes. At your service.
Keep up the momentum.
Elsa Bloodstone, at your service. What made it? No, I'm front page. Nah, I really don't care. What the hell? What 2K? What the hell? Used to. A long time ago though. That was only on update day. What the? No, organized IP. She's from this game. She's from Marvel. You mean IP? Oh, that's fat. Woo! Yikes. Yeah, she's still really strong, bruh. People just don't play her like that no more, but she's still really, really strong. Like, her ult is still disgusting. I just been trolling with the ults because I'm kind of rusty at her. But she's still annoying as hell. Really good in the triple healer, too. Yo, Ignis, thanks for the follow. Sheesh. I love LC. She's fun. She's just definitely nerfed. Rightfully so, though, because she was crazy. Okay, I'll do 1 or 2 more. Then I'm out of here. W8 hours. W8 hours. W quota has been met. Appreciate everybody that showed up today. If you're new, I play Rivals every day. Stop by. I play Rivals every day. It all needs to be gutted. Yap. Gotta love solo tanking. We have 3 people waiting. Oh, no mind. We have 2 people waiting. Okay, I'm gonna swap. I'm gonna random, and then the people at the top 2 people at the right side is gonna get swapped out. Okay, my top 3 people. Okay, somebody left again. You really change content. I hope you make it on this. Take care. I appreciate it, dude. Thanks for stopping by. All right, top 2 is getting swapped, and now John Jay and Ethereum, you guys are getting swapped. Holy shit, your ping is so high. Is there anything I can do to fix that for you? Okay, that's a little better. Okay, yeah, that's the best I can do for you. I'm randomizing the teams. The Blade video is the Blade match getting its own video? It could. Sure. That match was Looney Tunes though. I was autopiloting half the match. I don't even know how I got that much kills. I almost dropped 70, but match ended too quick. It's only got 69. Just needed 1 more kill. I had 40 finals though. That was kind of crazy. All right, I'll do 1 more match after this, or yeah, I'll do 1 more match after this match.
Now,
so,
who am I gonna banish for this match?
last chance to join, is what I'll say. I don't even know what I want to play. Sleep is for the week. Nah, I gotta go edit. I'm not sleeping after this. I gotta go edit. I gotta go edit. Chop up this VOD as well. I gotta chop up this VOD and I gotta go edit some shorts as well. After that, then I can finally sleep. Oh, excuse me. After that, I can finally sleep. Then we're gonna do it again tomorrow. You see the Jitward Kingsman drama? No, what is it? What is it? Why do those 2 have drama? What? Elsa's comic? Yeah, Elsa Bloodstone. You should see her, well, I guess she's barely in that trailer, but I was gonna say look at her reveal trailer. Season 6 reveal trailer. But, I mean, she was only in that trailer at the end of it. It was mainly Deadpool in that trailer, since he was the headliner.
Pick your hero.
The launch
or villain.
character.
I'm not judging.
Who do I play?
Be wary. Those who oppose freedom's an idea that will never die.
Playing that Z tier. Jir was buying that charge event, running rerun. 24/7 was bot spamming. Oh yeah, you're not allowed to do that. Yeah, I heard you're not allowed to do that. That's they'll kick you from the thing or something like that. You are not allowed to do that, yeah. Kingsman was doing it too? Oh shit. Well, they both gotta get disqualified then, no? Then they're both probably gonna get disqualified. But a hell of people on that leaderboard is doing it though. That's the thing.
Get ready.
You were trying Kingsman into it because he basically said that he was also gonna. Wait, what? He was also gonna do it? Well, if he was doing that, I don't know if he was. I don't know who is and isn't, but well, I mean, yeah, they're gonna. I don't know. I mean, there's no way for them to really detect low key because I mean, it's extremely easy to macro that shit.
All you need to do is capture the mission area.
I don't know, bro. Whatever. This is why I don't want to do that thing. This is why I didn't join it. Because one, I don't want to force my chat to be unreadable and then get people to VIP them and say spam charge for me. Like, I'm not trying to do all that, bro. Like, I'm not trying to get people to spam VIP. I mean, spam charge for me, bro. Oh my goodness.
Looks like the mission area is yours to capture now.
I'm not gonna lie, bro. I saw that.
The mission area is yours.
I don't know what you're talking about, bro.
Bro, don't worry. I already clipped it, bro. You're good.
Bro, I got a clip of you. Hold on. You're acting like I don't got a clip of you still. Hold on.
Bro, what are you talking, bro? Bro, why you lying? Why you lying?
No. I have the clip of you in a lie. I still have it. Don't play with me.
Why are you lying?
These come in real handy.
You think I'm trolling? Hold on. I can show you a troll. I can show y'all some trolls.
You ain't gonna show him nothing, bro.
Who won't? Who won't? Say because I will. Who won't? Tell me when somebody won't.
On chat, you're not doing nothing, bro. On chat.
I showed after this match.
Live to fight another day.
Like what? Y'all literally got mind controlled.
Two's better than one.
Me, I literally, I wasn't even looking at the pit. That's completely different. What the? Oh, okay. Why do we just let a Mr. Fantastic get a 4K? Team? Why do we just let a Mr. Fantastic get a 4K on us, bro? What is this? Yo, what are these heals, bro? Why are we losing to a Mr. Fenty, bro? Look at him, he's sweet as screen.
All right.
You know what? That character is so Looney Tunes.
Stand down.
Oh, hell no. You ulted? Oh no. Oh, that's not good. This match is looking fried.
I do the absolute best I can
man.
every time.
Mr. Fant on top? Oh, hell no. Mr. F gotta go. How you fall off the mat? I don't know what you're talking about.
30 seconds before you attack. Get ready.
I do love a man in uniform.
I feel a little uncomfortable with the way you're looking at me, ma'am.
Welcome to every day of my life. You'll get used to it.
Honestly,
interesting user? What's the user?
The battle starts in 5.
We got T Freaky in the custom.
3,
Tells me, oh, I know.
1. All you need to do is capture the mission area. Got it?
Follow my lead. Or don't. I really don't care. Enemy ahead of us.
She put that diamond form on instantly, damn.
Hurricane incoming!
Looks like the mission area is yours to capture now. I am ready to
TP, you're so lame.
capture the mission.
Bro instantly ulted because I was about to cook him. Oh, fuck no. Oh, hell no. Why are you AFK, YG? Lock in. Lead do you showers.
Live to fight another day.
Lock in.
Coming through.
I'm hit. Cover me.
Yo, lock in, let's go. Freedom charge, let's go. Get this fuck ass DPS Luna. Oh, never mind.
I shall eat you.
Oh my god. What are you guys doing? Wait, why are we not using ults? Why you ain't use the magic ult? Oh, you got jumped out of spawn. I'm about to say I ulted and everything. Why we not use the magic ults? They literally had nothing. Ew, look at that ugly skin you wearing. Get you some fashion sense. Got her ass.
Don't mess with the amazing Spider-Man! Coming through. He's coming real. Fantastic!
Got him. This character is so hilarious, bro. You just do whatever the fuck you want.
Excellent teamwork.
Oh, there's no way, bro. Okay, well, you do whatever you want if you have a team. My team is trolling. Yo, lock in, team. Bro, every time, bro, okay. Can we stop typing and play the game? We're losing. That's what they want. Stop letting them rage bait you. Oh, nah. God damn it, bro. Every time I die, I look at spawn room, somebody's typing. You guys are trolls, bro. I got trolls on my team, I see. I got trolls on my team. Okay. That was a filler match? Okay, bet. Last match anyway. This about to be the last match. I'm out of here. Lock the fuck in. Jump up, Smurf. Like, a Smurf? How are you smurfing in customs? What does that even mean? What do you mean, Smurf? It's a custom. What does that even mean? You said a Smurf flank Luna. What? How does that work? Why is Curry here? What the fuck is Curry doing here? What the fuck? Whatever. Anyways, the top 3 people are getting swapped out. No shit, that includes me. It won't include me though. Holy shit. Let me dive with Curry. Yeah, we'll see about that, buddy. Curry Celestial. He's the only other Celestial in here. Gold. There we go. Why is it not swapping? Oh, it did. GM. You guys have too many GMs. Gold, plat, diamond. I keep showing up all the good streams. To all the good streams late, bro. I just want my jobs. I'm sorry, dude. I've been live for 8 hours. I mean, I live stream every day for like 8 hours minimum, or 6 or 7 hours minimum. So like, I mean, I'm gonna be back tomorrow anyway. He's fine. I gotta skewer this a little bit. He's playing a Z tier. He's playing a Z tier. Let's actually no, I think this is fine. Fuck it. For how many hours? How many you think? How many you think? Take a guess. Where's the tune again? This unlucky? I mean, you could just.
No, I said let me dive with Curry, not make
no,
me dive.
no. Unlucky you.
Take a win, bro. Just take the win.
Take the win. What the? Ew, look at these Spider-Man players on my team. Yo, we need that new Widow skin. Hold on. Yo, unironically, Widow got better skins than Spider-Man. How'd that happen? Widow got better skins than Spider-Man. She even got a legendary. She even got a legendary. She got better skins. How does it feel?
Does Widow even have any legendaries?
No. And her skins are still better than Spider-Man. How you feel?
Man, and she already got a better swimsuit skin. It's not fair. That means we need more skins, right?
That means you need to drop the character.
No.
Yes.
I'll never drop Spider.
And this is why you will be hard stuck plat. Yep.
V, how much money to make you draw this character?
For some dumb reason, I have a shitload of Spider-Man players in my chat, and I don't know why. And I'll never understand why. W ban. W ban. W ban, bro. W ban. W bans. Hold on. Yeah, can we ban Gambit? Oh no! Oh, he's banned. Okay, I was about to say. I was about to say, yo, don't do this to me.
You'll need a top-notch team to win this one.
Yo, so team, why did no one decide to ban Captain America?
Nah, bro. I
He's playing a Z tier, and no one's gonna ban it.
He's D tier, bro.
Z tier character, and no one is banning Cap. Wow, my team is trolling.
We got this.
There is a Z tier character on the enemy team.
Escape pod ready. Opening
Bro, you can't do anything against the Ultron track.
An Ultron? What? An Ultron?
30 seconds before you
Banning the
attack.
big C? Hell yes. That Thanos ass character. I saw KPX Chris post a short. He said, why are all the content creators being manipulated by some random being to put Captain America in seats? Not gonna find it. That shed me in tears.
Take your brand of crazy somewhere else before I say yes.
He said we're all being manipulated by some random being. Oh, here it is. POV, every rival's content creator top secretly ordered by seeing the Captain America broken so they can nerf him. That fucking broken ass character, bro. That motherfucker is going to get banned, bro. Wait, is he playing Blade?
Blade it.
Yo, this guy. This guy is unserious, bro. Kill this magic, bro. Let's go, bro. Walk up. Son, can I get a you?
You got an Ultron.
Wait, why, bro? Why are you on Ultron, bro?
Bro, why do you got a problem there, bro? Come on, bro.
Oh my god, you're trolling, bro. Bro's throwing. GG, bro. My Ultron is throwing, bro. Oh my god, you just died to a blade on Ultron. Lock in? Lock in? You're dying to blade on Ultron? How? He has to play Duck Hunt?
Bro, you're like watching too hard, bro.
I'm locked in too hard?
Bro, you're watching too hard.
I don't know what you're saying, buddy. Yeah, we gotta help this guy. Look at these guys. Oh, you guys are all dead. They're down, I think 2 or something like that.
I am ready to put on a show. You crossed my path.
Holy shit, bro. Getting hard focused by these two, bro. Here, walk up. They're down one. Walk up. Walk up and ult. Someone.
Cat behind.
That was too easy.
Nice. Very expensive, but it's all good.
It's okay, we got a blade.
Oh, okay.
Get that vehicle to its destination.
Just what are you doing here? Where's the stream at?
Another loser punch.
Slacking on the job again?
I was born ready. 1,000 gods! Slice and dice.
Slacking on the job again?
I had you covered this time. Taste cold steel.
Where the fuck did she go? Oh, that's not Invis. I thought he had Invis.
Keep pushing ahead.
Alright, fall back, fall back, fall back. We gotta push the point. Shame today. Tired.
The hunt is on. Back 1,000 gods!
I'll patch you up.
I was born ready.
W.
Taste cold steel. The hunt is on.
The hell was that? That was weird. Oh, you're so weird. What in the what? Jeez. Why are you just standing there? Why are you standing still, your body?
Slice and dice.
What are you doing? Bro, run away. Why are you just standing there? He was standing there healing the enemies. What the fuck was that? What did I just watch?
That's no grab. I'm open. Push up. I'm not up.
Oh, where are you?
1,000 gods!
Only 60 seconds left.
You're not in this alone.
This shit has me in tears, bro.
That's behind somewhere.
Is he?
Slice and dice. Bye, Felicia.
He says bye, Felicia? Oh my god. He has that as a voice line?
1,000 gods!
Nice try, Curry. Buff magic? Hell no.
Here they come. I was born ready.
What the? Where'd he go? What? They're borrowing to my team.
I am ready to put on a show.
As good as new. 1,000 gods!
Dude, why does he keep ulting me? Oh my god. He keeps ulting me. He keeps lifting me. Just ignore me. I'm the blade. You don't want to look at the blade. You don't want to look at the blade, bro. Ignore the blade. You see me? I've been ulted by legendary like 4 times. Bro has ulted me like 4 fucking times.
No winner yet. Going to overtime.
We're dying on site. Meanwhile, Rocket is just
Why are you standing still? No, you're trolling. You're trolling. You're trolling. Okay, Ethereal, you're actually trolling. You're trolling. You're trolling. You're trolling. Yo, you're trolling. You're actually trolling. Yo, Ethereal, you're actually trolling. You're actually trolling.
No supports, no supports.
Oh my god. Yo, no, Ethereal is actually trolling, bro. He's sitting there heal botting. He's taking damage just standing still. No, I'm not gonna chill on him. I'm trying to help people improve the game. I'm not gonna let him do that shit.
Ethereal's so out of it. He don't care.
Bro, this dude do not care, bro. No, bro, that's not how you play this game, bro. Oh my god, I got ulted again by this guy, bro. My man is out of it, bro.
Current score is
My man's sitting there just on right click.
time to switch things up.
Bro, Rocket players are hilarious, bro. Y'all gotta stop, man, please.
The right hero can make all the difference.
Oh my god, you guys make me want to I can't stop laughing, bro. You guys are some trolls, bro. Why do y'all play like this? You faced 3 roll balls before back to back, by the way? Yes. No, he's ulted me like 5 times in a row now. He's ulted me like 5 times in a row. Oh man, that's hilarious, bro. Oh, that shit was hilarious, man.
Spilling blood to save the world. I love my job.
Dylan, what's up, dude? Oh man.
Huge gaps in my
That shit is not supposed to be that funny, bro.
to fill them in, Miss Frost. Information is a valuable commodity, Ms. Hahn. True. Some knowledge is even more precious than
Oh god, bro. You guys are some trolls, bro.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. You have to stop them from securing the mission area.
Let's make this quick. I've got vampires on.
Look who's here.
Back in the game.
Oh my goodness, bro.
Needed that boost.
I like, well, okay, whatever.
You're ready for that?
Bro, no, Curry, chill. Leave our rocket alone. Curry, please. Curry, no. Team, they're capping the point.
I'm cutting in.
Team, I'm dead. Team, oh man.
It was an honorable.
We an honorable 1v1. I had no cooldowns by the time I got there.
The hunt is on.
Oh man. Oh god, bro. Team is troll, bro. That guy's good. Keep getting shot by Hawkeye. Nice. Oh, that shit is hilarious, bro. Like, what in the hell, bro?
The hunt is on. 1,000 gods!
Oh my goodness, bro. That's what you get. Like, what is wrong with you guys? Bro, how many times have I been Terra Cape this match?
Looks like we've got ourselves You're not in this alone.
Yo, can we nerf Black Cat again, please?
No, that character's ass. Hell no, that character's ass. What?
Oh yeah, baby, that's the good stuff.
On the safety, Highness. You have other
I was born.
Hell nah. You character's buns. This character's like, would I put her D or something? She's probably like, actually, realistically, she's probably like C or B. But like, I'm not playing that character. Okay. Damn, to me, my ex. Hold on. That shit was tough. Oh, you're so weird, bro. Oh, yes. Now we're talking. Why are you still standing still? Nah, if they portal in a custom, these guys are actual losers, bro. If they portal in a custom, they're losers, bro. No way they portal in a custom, right?
Don't give them ideas, bro.
No way they portal in a custom, right? They won't. They won't? Okay, okay. No fucking way y'all portal in a custom, right? Take this loss like a man, bro. Oh my fucking god. Y'all banning you. I'm banning you. I'm banning you. I'm not. I've gotten ulted by this guy. Like, there's no fucking way we lost. Team. What are we doing, bro?
We have a DC, bro.
Oh my god, bro. Fucking Curry paid this guy, bro. A paid actor, bro. Curry paid this guy to leave, bro.
Wait, if they win, can we ban Curry? Like, from chat?
From chat, I agree. You fucking paid actor, bro. This guy left the game, bro. Like, why the fuck did this guy just leave? Why are you coming to me?
Yeah, the guy tried to come get us, bro. What the?
So, is he gonna come back or like?
Bro.
Oh my god.
So anyone in chat, if you play WoW, you're a weirdo.
Yo, this guy's just not gonna come back? Like, we should have won already, low-key? Like, what? Like, we should have literally won already? Like, no way this dude leaves on the game-winning team fight that we won the team fight with, by the way. We won the team fight. No, we actually lose. Like, this guy actually just got paid by Curry to leave or some shit. I don't know. No way this guy leaves on the game-winning team fight. On the game-winning team fight, this motherfucker leaves, bro. You guys are some trolls, bro. Oh, great. I've never seen that much people peel for one blade. Buying it back. Where's our start? What are you talking about? Let's be Japanese. That's what you get, bro. Failed attempted dick eating. Diff. That's a diff. That's a diff, Curry. I know you listen. I see the VC win. That's a diff. Don't let me join that VC, Curry. That's a diff.
Stop them in their tracks. Won't be needing that.
What the fuck? Why is this custom so long? So this fella's just not gonna come back. I'm crying, bro. I'm like, what? Why is he just not coming back?
There's no.
He's just not coming back. Like, we're actually winning this too, and he's just not coming back. Yo, this is an actual paid actor, bro. Yo, this guy's just not coming back.
No winner yet. Going to overtime.
Oh my god, bro. Are you kidding me? An ethereal. What are you doing, ethereal?
The current score is 3.
Yo, we're getting trolled. We're getting fucking trolled today, bro.
Time to switch things up.
This is the most troll custom I've ever fucking ran, bro.
You'll need a top-notch team to win this one.
I'll fight to end the darkness that spawned me.
This is ridiculous, bro.
Who could I possibly go to make this 5?
Nothing. We lost. This guy's not coming back.
Go thing.
Like, we literally.
No.
Oh my god, this is so true, bro.
Ethereal, move your damn legs.
Like, fucky, can you start walking, ethereal? Like, holy shit. You're letting them kill you. Why do you have 20 tabs? Oh, probably because ethereal's not healing you, but still.
30 seconds before.
Like, you need to heal your other healer, bro. Please. Move your fucking legs, bro. Okay, who can I win this shit with?
Wait, let me see you moving right now. Okay, good. Just like that.
I'm playing fucking Star Lord, bro.
You're not joke, bro. You're a raccoon. Please heal us.
Yeah. Okay, some people about to get banned from customs. Some of y'all did not come to play the game, bro. Y'all like some trolls. Some of y'all came to troll us. It's time to start banning people from customs, bro.
That's warranted, bro.
Like, some of y'all, like, oh my fucking god. You're wasting people's time, bro. Like, the joke's over. Please play the fucking game. Play the fucking game. We want to win. Oh man, we lost, bro.
Yo, both of our supports died instantly. We
I'll
actually
go on. I'm
lost.
just gonna portal, bro. I'm just gonna portal.
Bro, this game is over. This game is
Please don't let that
over.
wolf get me, bro. Oh, Black Cat trying to get me still.
I'm about to get on cap.
This is war. We keep fighting until we can't fight anymore. Coming through.
Your final 10 seconds.
I'll be ship shape in no time.
Double KO. No winner yet. Going to overtime.
Where'd he go?
Yo, they're actually portaling in the 5v6, bro.
Yo, y'all are so shameless.
Yo, this guy Curry, bro. Oh my goodness, bro.
I'm so close to ult, bro. No, they're all 1 HP. Kill them. They're all 1 HP. They're literally all 1 HP. They're all 1 HP. Blow, no, please help him. Please, someone go help him. Go help him. They're 1 HP. Nice.
You think I'm too old for this?
Oh my fucking god, this custom is so cursed.
Sorry, soldier. Take this.
Yo, I'm not gonna lie. Someone has to go penny when we get on this.
Yeah, we might need a penny, yeah.
Go penny, answer. Go penny.
What the hell that guy just typed? Yeah, it's been that good.
Change the tier list. I'm not changing the tier list, Curry. This is E tier. Oh, they're using every ult in the game, bro. Yeah, bro. Nah, you guys are almost losing a 5v6, by the way. Like, I want you to know how bad you are, Curry. You're about to lose a 5v6 potentially. I want you to know you are ass. You guys are almost losing a 5v6, bro.
Yo, Lee, you play Penny? You play Penny?
No, I can go Penny.
I'm here to finish the fight that my father began. I hope I make him proud.
You guys are potentially losing a 5v6. I want you to know, Curry, you are ass.
No way, bro.
You are Yo!
No, you can't make this up, bro. You can't make this up, bro.
Yo!
How much they paying, bro? How much they paying?
No.
How much are you paying them?
Nah, Lee gotta be bad. Lee gotta be bad.
No, this dude Curry, bro.
You were my Obajan's favorite.
How much is he paying them? Yo, what is Nah, bro.
5, 4, 3, 2.
Yeah, Lee's banned from customs. Yeah, you're never joining the custom again, bro. Yeah, alright, bro. This dude Lee's banned from customs, bro. Trust. This dude is perma banned from customs, bro. This guy is perma banned from customs, bro. This guy is perma banned from customs, bro.
Oh, GG.
You need to stop that vehicle. I'm counting on you, friends.
My goodness, bro.
And the other guy's still not back.
Yo, this dude Lee is perma banned from customs. He's banned from customs, bro, after this. Never will he appear in my customs again, bro. This guy is never gonna appear in my customs again, bro. Wait, they're down one. Walk up, they're down one.
Wait.
Yeah, these guys are boosted. Okay, they almost lost a 5v6, bro. These guys are so shameless, bro. These guys are so shameless, bro.
4, 2, 5.
Nah, bruh. You're banned from customs. You're banned from customs, bro.
Well, you can't expect to win them all.
Nah, you're banned from customs. You're banned from customs, bro. Nah, bro. Nah, bro. His internet comes back immediately when the match ends. Bet. You're banned from customs, bro. Nah, bro. You're banned from customs, bro. I have 2 fucking DCs, bro. I have 2 fucking DCs. Paid actors from Curry to leave the game. 2 paid actors to leave the game from Curry, bro. I have 2 paid actors, bro. I gotta tell yo, ban Sajan, bro. Holy shit. I have 2 paid actors on my fucking team, bro. I'm done, bro. Yeah, alright, bro. I have 2 paid actors on my fucking team, bro. 2 paid actors, dog. 2 paid actors on my fucking team, bro. Why is your name?
Jesus Christ, bro. 2 paid actors, dog. I have 2 paid actors on my team, dog. Blade is not Z tier. You see what I was doing to your backline with Cap? That character broken, bro. What? My 1 hour Cap? Did you see what I was doing to your backline? In a 5v6? In a 5v6, mind you. And y'all almost lost. We almost won with 1 person gone. Cap Z tier, bro. Cap is Z tier. You're banned from customs too, Curry. Hold on. Curry banned from customs too now. Banish our teammates. No, we definitely would have won. No. I think we would have won if Lee didn't lead a game, but like the paid actor he is, we would have won. We would have won if this paid actor didn't lead the damn game. Cap loses the F tier character. That's rage bait, bro. You're playing a Z tier. I'm not changing the tier list. You play a Z tier. I'm not changing it. It's not. Nope. You can't change my mind, bro. 1v1 me with Blade, you are not gonna win that. What? Wait, no, this is bait. Because if I win on Blade and you're on Cap, you're gonna say I'm playing a better tier character. This is rage bait. This is bait. I'm not taking that bait. This is bait. Nice try. You almost got me. You almost got me. You almost got me, chat. That's bait. That's bait, bro. That's bait. No, we would have won that game 100%. But Lee, like the paid actor he is, got paid off by fucking Sajam or someone to lead a damn game. Talking about somehow his inner DC. Hell no, it did not DC. You are a paid actor. You are a paid actor, bruh. Whatever, bro. I'm out of here. W stream, y'all. Check Rivals channel. Let me see this. What does this prove? You could have unplugged your Ethernet cord. What does that even mean? Brother, what? This doesn't mean anything. You could have turned off the Wi-Fi and no, bro. This is nothing. This is nothing. You're a troll, bro. You are a troll, bro. You are a troll, bro. It's okay to be a paid actor, bro. Never again. Never in my games again, bro. Never in my games again. It's all good, bro. W customs today. W stream. That was 9 hours long. That was the long stream. I will catch you guys tomorrow with some more. And on Friday, we're probably gonna watch party Evo or something. I don't know what we're gonna do. We're probably gonna watch party all of Evo. But W stream. We got a lot of content done today as well. Appreciate all the follows and stuff. Yeah. We'll be back tomorrow around like what, 5 p.m. the usual or something like that. Maybe we might do Cuphead. Maybe, I don't know. That's on a lie. But yeah, I'll catch you guys later. Appreciate everybody being here, even though it's pretty late at night. Good evening, good night, wherever you are, and goodbye. Boom.